Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Frying Night by T.L. Christianson. Narrated by Patricia Santamasso and Kirby Hayborn. 1. Sydney. I stood on a sandy red outcrop overlooking a sea of grayish-green forest below. The sun hung in a pale lavender sky, familiar, but off enough to feel wrong. In the distance, the sound of crickets and bird calls, along with the occasional screech or snap of a dragon, filled the air. Shielding my eyes, I rasped, "The Dragon Realm! I did it!" I opened a portal into the Dragon Realm. Ash and Corbin gazed at me with wide eyes, but I was too stunned to say anything else. My fingertips burned from the cuts I'd had to make to draw the runes, but adrenaline rushed through me, dulling the pain. Only minutes ago, we'd been in a cave outside Balor Academy. The ringing of gunshots echoed in my mind, even as the calm breeze streamed loose tendrils of my hair across my face. We were safe, but my body, which was hyped up and ready to fight, struggled to comprehend this. Blackness tugged at the edges of my vision, and I fell to my knees. When was the last time I ate? Yesterday? I'd been so excited to see my bio-dad, Evgeny, through the gateway that I'd forgotten. A shadow loomed over me, and I gazed up at Ash. Behind him, a freaking planet hung in the sky, its blue oceans and green continents overlaid with wispy white clouds. Reaching out with one hand, I pointed to it. Both soldiers, Ash and Corbin, turned at my gesture and stared as well. "What the—" Corbin trailed off. He knelt next to his large backpacking pack, staring up at the planet as if it would disappear. His eyes remained on the sky even as he fumbled through the bag. Finding a sun-faded baseball cap, he slid it over his blonde waves to tame them. Ash clasped his hands behind his head as he took in the sphere above. Turning in a circle to scan our surroundings, his blue eyes settled on me, and his mouth softened into a thin smile. "Let me see your fingers. Are they still bleeding?" I shook my head. Sighing, he reached a hand down to help me up from the ground. His actions were unusually awkward, and I knew why. After kissing me and promising that we'd never get separated, I was shipped off to the academy by my uncle, and Ash had done nothing. Then he shows up at the sacred cave out of the blue with strangers shooting at him. Was this just a mission, or had he come back for me? And no matter how messed up, illegal, and dangerous it was for me to make the portal into the Dragon Realm, I did it to save us. We were cornered in a dead-end cave with strange dragonborn shooting at us and yelling threats. I saw an escape, and I took it. Ash held my hand and examined the dried blood on my fingers. "Sid, I can't believe you cut yourself. We need to fix you up, so you don't get infected." His voice trailed off as he stared around us, almost in disbelief at the cry of a dragon. "I'm okay. It can wait until we figure out what we're going to do." I bit my lower lip to keep it from trembling. This had been one hell of a day, leaving my mind foggy and my body exhausted and weak. "Sid? You know how to get us home, right?" Corbin's usual friendly demeanor sounded serious for once. I shook my head. No. But Evgeny and Lev are out here somewhere. We came through Aerith. She was the gateway, I think. Evgeny's portal looked different than this. I think he went through his dragon Nemos to a different place." I turned to Ash for support, but instead, his lips pressed in a line as his gaze darted between the planet, the dragons, and the nearby leafy trees. "So you're saying we're screwed?" Corbin asked harshly. I straightened my back even as the Eaton Prime stared me down. "No, we're not. It's just, they know how to get back. I can feel them. They're here, not close, but they're here. And I'm sure they can feel us too. We just need to find them." Ash eyed me, heaving out a sigh. "It looks like nightfall will be in a couple hours. We should get moving and out of the sun. We need a place to rest, take inventory, and then plan our next move." I nodded. "We'll need water. Maybe Aerith knows where we can find it. This is her home, after all." At her name, my dragon lifted her head lazily. She sprawled out across the scorching surface of the rock, her tail swishing at the occasional bug. Her scaled head lowered in the equivalent of a nod. She spoke into our minds. "Of course I know where water is. That direction, toward the rising sun." As primes, all three of us could telepathically speak to dragons and wyverns. And as part of a bonded tetrad of 2 people and 2 dragons, Ash and I could command them as well, although that wasn't exactly common knowledge. Corbin shouldered his pack in irritation, and we followed Ash toward the edge of the rock, where it plummeted into the greenery. Like a cat, Ash crept down the steep slant before jumping onto the leaf-scattered black dirt. Corbin followed, but I hesitated. Ash glanced up and held his arms out for me. "I've got you. Come on." Instead of descending down gracefully, my foot slid out from under me and my hip hit the rock painfully, and I cried out. But my soldier was there and caught me. His hands skimmed the length of my body as they tightened on my ribs to stop my momentum. Once my feet met the ground, our eyes locked, and his fingers lingered just a bit too long. His pupils dilated slightly, and I sucked in a breath at the intensity of his gaze. Then, as quickly as he'd caught me, his hands were gone, and he turned away. Was he thinking about the bond like I was? Wondering if he could continue to fight that magnetic pull between us when there was no one to stop us? There was no council here, no parents, no uncles or prime leaders or bossy professors telling us to keep apart, forcing us to suffer in ways that they could never understand. Our bond was incomplete. At the best of times, it was uncomfortable, and at the worst, complete agony. Being separated was physically painful, a pain that never went away. It strained to hold us together like a rope. The threads broke and curled away, but our bond never snapped. Instead, it stretched and became flexible and stronger with each tie we made together, each time we connected through healing or touch. So what now? We were free, weren't we? Was there any kind of law here? Did it even matter if we finally and fully became bondmates? Bondmates. Mates. Even thinking that word, mate, was bizarre. But that's what we were. But as Ash set a grueling pace through the underbrush of the forest, it didn't feel like we were bondmates. His emotions through our tenuous connection were the muddy grays and blacks of exhaustion and disbelief, threaded with fine red strands of anger. Was he mad at me? Did he regret going through the gateway I'd made? I didn't know a lot about astronomy, but I was positive that we weren't on Earth anymore. Was that it? Sucking in the moist air, I soaked in my surroundings. The differences were so subtle that I could almost believe this was a jungle back home. We walked single file along the path, attempting to avoid the broadleaf ferns that were slapping our shins with a wet thwack. As Ash led the way through the undergrowth, I lost sight of Aerith. Trees of varying heights blocked out the sky above, and on the ground, shrubs and bushes covered the hard-packed soil as we followed some kind of animal trail. When the vegetation thickened, Corbin took the lead. He began using a machete to slice at leaves just to keep moving at a snail's pace. There were no trails here, only a thick wall of green as we followed the screech of my dragon. The guys stopped in front of me as the forest opened up into a clearing covered with wide-bladed grass. Relief swept through me from Ash, even as worry nagged at me. What if we couldn't find Evgeny? Had it been a mistake to go through the portal? My stomach twisted as my thoughts turned dark. What if I couldn't get us home? Ash had been raised and trained to become the next prime leader, but if we couldn't get back, would he hate me? I chewed my lip as I focused on the back of his head, where his dark hair was slicked with perspiration. Pausing, he turned and met my eye, his forehead wrinkled and his mouth curved down into a frown. "Sid, I feel your worry." He reached out, but hesitated, fingers curling inward as he pulled them back. Sweat dripped down the side of his face, and his hands were damp, but I didn't care. I wanted his touch, and the loss of it sent a pang of sadness into me. I searched his eyes. Maybe I was right. Maybe he was mad. Sighing, I asked, "Was this a mistake? I thought I was helping, but now we're here and—" He cut off my meandering words. "No, don't think like that. You did the right thing." Glancing around, he didn't meet my eye as he continued. "I'm not saying that we couldn't have fought those guys off back in the cave, but—" "I'm saying it," Corbin argued. "We should have stayed. This was a reckless and risky thing to do." Ash continued across the meadow. "We were outnumbered." He paused and looked over my shoulder to Corbin before his eyes darted back to mine. "Besides, I know we'll get back." "You seem so sure. Why are you so sure?" the Eaton Prime asked. Ash's lips curved upward. "Because Lev has 6 kids, and he's a good dad." My mouth dropped open. "You mean Baldy? Evgeny's douche guard? What? 6 kids? How?" Corbin stepped around me with a smirk. "Oh, now I understand why your bond hasn't been completed yet." I rolled my eyes. "Ha ha, very funny." Ash's gaze flicked between us. "Yeah, his wife's American. They don't live too far from your dad." He used the back of his machete hand to wipe the sweat off his face. I stood there slack-jawed, imagining the hulking Russian who I met in the forest outside Balor Academy. The man had chased me down and held me in a headlock until I passed out. So, fun times. But Lev was just one of 2 main goons who worked for Evgeny, my bio-dad. Both were primes, Lev and Edgar, but I called them Baldy and Ponytail for obvious reasons. "Baldy has a whole flock of kids? But he's always with Evgeny." I trailed off. Corbin pulled out a water bottle and sucked down a long gulp. "Apparently, he's not always with Evgeny." "I'm glad you're getting your sense of humor back," I told him. "You wish. I'm still not—" "Shh," Ash ordered. "Listen, do you hear that? It sounds like water." He crossed the clearing before sliding his pack off in the shade and lowering it to the ground. A faint gurgling sound led us to a shallow stream that flowed in the bottom of a wider riverbed. Sliding down the steep bank, I followed Ash across a rocky sandbar. He knelt down next to the stream and dunked his entire head into the water before arching back up. I dipped my handkerchief and used it to clean the sweat and dirt from my face. Wearily, my soldier got to his feet and stood still for a moment out of fatigue, before climbing the bank to the clearing where Corbin sat drinking from his water bottle. After a moment, I followed. In the shade between the clearing and the creek, I loomed above the guys with my arms crossed over my chest. "What happened to you 2 today? This is worse than when you guys pulled George out of the prison at Bryony." Ash sat back on his heels as he and Corbin began setting up poles for a tent. "We started in Montana this morning, then drove to one of the back roads on the Academy property. I wanted to check up on you. I could feel you near the river, and we began hiking in your direction. On our way, we realized that we were being followed. We tried to shake them and thought we had, but apparently we didn't." He sighed. "I think we ran at least 5 miles. Corbin snorted and gave my soldier a skeptical expression. No, it was more like 15. I haven't run that far with a pack since basic." "What? That's crazy. I'm glad you guys found me first. Evgeny and Lev had just gone through the portal." Ash made a growling dragon sound in his chest. "It's my fault, Sid. I'm the reason those guys found you. They followed us. If I'd have just kept away, you'd be safe, back at the Academy right now." Corbin shook out the thin fabric of the rainfly. "I don't know, dude. I'm not sure they were following us. We were shielded and under tree cover. I think they were trying to take you out." Ash? What does he mean, trying to take you out? Is someone after you? The guys shared a look before continuing with the tent.
It was the same prime from California, he sighed. Don't worry about it. Just sit down and rest.
I frowned. I'm not useless, and I haven't been running all today. The least I can do is refill our water bottles. Do either of you have a filter?
It's in my pack,
Ash called out over his shoulder. Digging inside, I grabbed the handheld purifier before gathering our bottles. Hiking down to the deepest part of the stream, where the water ran clear over dark, rounded rocks, I set up my station. Sitting on a flat boulder, I peeled off my shoes and socks and plopped my feet into the downstream flow. My mind felt blissfully empty, too tired to think as I filled the bottles. When I returned, the guys had the tent staked down and a small fire burning in a scraped-out pit in the dirt. Tucking the filter away, I sat cross-legged on the ground. The large sun had dipped in the sky as the hanging planet rose. It seemed even closer now, giving us a view of its blue oceans and white swirling clouds. It seemed so Earth-like. Corbin lifted his water bottle in salute to me before taking a sip.
Thanks for this, by the way.
I nodded, hoping my own thanks for the tent would be implied.
All right, now that we're all here, we need to have some conversations.
Ash shifted before saying,
Right. Our main objective is to locate Evgeny and Lev.
Agreed. Corbin broke a stick in half before adding it to the fire.
Also, we have some other issues.
He looked pointedly at the tent.
It's a 3-man tent,
Ash growled, making me wonder if they'd already had this conversation while I was gone.
Yeah, but in reality, that means it's really meant for 2.
The Eaton Prime paused before sucking in a breath.
And on top of that, we only have gear and limited provisions for you and me. No offense, Sydney.
Ash frowned.
Don't say things like that. No one's making you share.
Corbin, what are you implying? I asked bluntly. Corbin heaved a sigh.
Look, I'm not... This isn't an ideal situation. I know, Ash said, meeting his friend's eyes. We have shelter and some food, but we can try to hunt on the way, too. I know how to make snares, but I've never caught anything with them before. Sydney, have you?
I shook my head. No, but if you give them to me, I'll start setting them up each night while we sleep. Also, we need to be on guard. We don't know what's in this jungle. There could be plants like the black palm that eat your skin like acid. Or
dangerous animals. Dragons eat a lot, so there has to be a lot of prey for them here, not to mention other predators,
Corbin added. Ash breathed out a sigh.
Exactly. Do you want to make a boma around the camp?
The Eaton cut him off.
There's no way I'm making a fucking boma today. I'm done. I'm spent. I need to rest. Besides, the fire should keep anything dangerous away.
What's a boma? I asked, wide-eyed. I pulled my legs to my chest and rested my cheek atop my knees, waiting for an answer. Corbin raised his eyebrows at me.
Holy crap! I've actually found something Dora the Explorer doesn't know.
I rolled my eyes at the nickname, hoping it wouldn't stick. Ash answered me.
A boma is a bunch of branches piled up to make a safety perimeter.
I lifted my eyebrows. And that works against, like, lions and stuff? Ash shrugged, and Corbin nodded. Have you guys used one before? I asked. With the sun gone, fatigue of the day hung on me like a wet coat.
No,
Ash replied. Corbin threw another stick into the fire.
We made them during training, but not in the field.
My soldier's voice was low when he spoke next.
All right. So we need to be on the lookout for possible food sources. Snakes are the easiest to find in jungles like this, but we don't know how far apart everything is. For all we know, Evgeny and Lev could be thousands of kilometers away. I've already talked to their dragons, and they know we're here. It's just a matter of meeting up with them.
I hummed, examining Ash. So many things had come to light about him and his life. Things I had no idea about that had shocked me. I was still exhausted, but drinking water had helped, and now my brain was churning again. I think I missed your birthday, I told him. I tried to call and text, but the Wi-Fi is out at the school.
Yeah, it was a few days ago, he replied, as one corner of his mouth lifted in a half-smile.
I knew my thoughts were disorganized and random, but I voiced them anyway. Why didn't you ever tell me that you and Evgeny were so chummy? I thought you'd worked one internship for him, but it seems like you've known him a lot longer than that.
Yeah, I have. I've known your dad my whole life, he agreed,
his pale blue eyes lingering on me, tempting me to move toward him, begging me to reach out and touch his tan skin. I resisted. It was tough, but I stayed planted in place. If he pushed me away, I wasn't sure I could take the embarrassment in front of Corbin at that moment. How long have you been able to speak Russian? I mean, that kind of blew my mind. I have so many questions. I trailed off, hoping that he'd explain. I'd seen his life through images and emotions when our bond first began, and each time we healed each other. But there was so much more. I knew Ash was brilliant, but speaking Russian came entirely out of left field. I mean, why Russian? His eyes stayed on mine.
We have a large Dragonborn community in Siberia, but that's not where I learned the language. I grew up around Evgeny, and even stayed in his household before the academy. He didn't live where he lives now. He used to live on the beach. That's how I learned to surf.
What? Why? That's weird, isn't it? I smacked a bug on my arm.
You know Evgeny's the leader of the Elibera. I was placed in his household to be trained as the next PL.
Ash poked at the fire. So he spoke Russian to you?
He nodded. But I also had tutors. I can speak a few languages. A few? No, he speaks like 10, Corbin scoffed. No, not 10. But I can get around. I'm struggling with Mandarin, though. Languages are just like figuring out a code.
My mouth dropped open, and I just stared at him as if he'd sprouted 2 heads.
He's being modest, Corbin said dryly. He can speak Mandarin and probably a bunch of other crap. He elbowed the Harrow Prime. Like how you spoke to those people in Switzerland?
Ash looked down as if he were embarrassed.
That was a dialect of German.
Blinking, I looked down at my dirty hands in shock. How could he ever want me? I'd never been inside a classroom until 6 months ago. I was probably barely going to pass high school. Okay, I would if I ever made it back, but still. Ash went to a really prestigious university and even had a master's degree. He'd been trained and molded to be the next leader of the Dragonborn. I must seem so stupid, I breathed, tucking my head into my knees. Footsteps in the leaf-strewn forest floor made me look up. Ash stood there, exhausted, and the thought of him getting up for me only made me feel worse. Kneeling, he took my hands into his.
No, Sid, no. You're incredibly smart. You understand things that I struggle to comprehend. And if anything, at least you were protected from what I went through.
He sighed and ran his fingers up my arm to my shoulder.
You've known Evgeny as this kind father figure, and he is. But he's also tough and unforgiving. I wouldn't wish my upbringing on anyone, least of all you.
What do you mean? I should have lived there with him. The tutors, languages. When I told him I only spoke English, he gave me this look, like I disappointed him. Anger and frustration boiled inside me, and to make matters worse, emotion made my voice breathy and weak. George took that away from me. Maybe I'd be speaking all those languages too. Maybe I wouldn't struggle so hard. Maybe... Ash cupped my jaw before sliding his thumb over my lips.
Shh. You're not being fair. It's not good to think of things that might have been. I want you exactly how you are, who you are. And I'm glad that you only know Evgeny's disappointment and nothing worse. I look up to him as a father, and I respect him. But he would have been too hard on you. I know he cares for me, but our relationship has never been easy. He treated me like a Russian, not an American. I was never given any praise or privacy, for that matter. And you want to know why I know a lot of what Taya calls dirty hand-to-hand skills? because I had to. It was either train and probably still get my ass kicked during one of his tests, or...
He shook his head and looked away.
I honestly thought I might die. I'm sure it was overblown in my little kid brain, but still, Evgeny is a sadistic bastard. But I know why he did it. I could take it. But Sid, you're so wild and free.
He shook his head.
I feel like you wouldn't have that if you'd been raised like me. Facts,
Corbin muttered around a protein bar. Unsure of what to say, I said nothing. This definitely wasn't the father I'd come to know. Evgeny had been patient with me, and loving. I rested my hand on Ash's chest, tracing the stitches of his t-shirt collar with my fingers. I thought he might lean forward and kiss me, but instead, my soldier stood and walked away. After his footsteps led toward the creek, Corbin met my gaze.
I think that Connor owed Evgeny a debt or something, so Ash was used to ensure loyalty. Also, Ash can whine all he wants about your dad being so hard on him, but I know he was raised by the babushkas. That's why he speaks Russian so well.
I frowned. I wish I was raised by the babushkas, too.
2. Ash. We'd been in the Dragon Realm a little over a week. It had been hot in the forest, and firewood was plentiful. As we headed north, the landscape changed, and with it, the climate became more extreme. The trees and vegetation gave way to sand and exposed red rock. Stunted grayish trees grew from the red ground at warped angles with strange twists in the brittle limbs. After sleeping poorly, I awoke to an icy drop of condensation hitting my cheek. Stinky breath roared over me with the full force of a hurricane, and my eyes snapped open to find Corbin's face in mine. I bolted into a sitting position and hit the side of the tent, causing it to rain down the trapped condensation on us. Sydney started the night between Corbin and me because of the cold, but now she was nowhere to be seen. "Sid?" I rasped before clearing my throat and lifting the top sleeping bag. When I spotted her, jealousy twisted darkly inside me. She lay facing Corbin, her cheek resting against his stomach as his arm hung lazily across her body. My chest rose up and down with quickened breaths as I clenched my teeth. I had to calm down. This isn't malicious. There are no feelings between them, I reminded myself. Squeezing my eyes closed, I sucked in a deep breath. Both were fully dressed, but the sight of Corbin touching her, no matter how innocent, was almost too much to bear. Not to mention the fact that her face was very close to another part of his anatomy. Unable to help myself and feeling like a complete asshole, I tugged on Sydney's arm and thigh, sliding her as far from the eaten prime as I could. She woke with a startle and a sharp intake of breath, her blue-green eyes snapping open in shock. After registering it was me who had moved her, she arched her back in a stretch. "What's wrong?" she asked, her voice thick with sleep. "Were you too cold last night?" I asked, smoothing loose strands out of her face. "No." A groan came from Corbin as he shifted and yanked the covers back up. "Dude, what are you doing? Let me sleep." "We need to get moving soon," I barked, unable to keep the anger from my words. What was wrong with me? I had 2 sisters. I respected women and their independence, but with Sydney, I'd turned into a caveman, throwing her around, feeling stupidly possessive, and wanting to fight Corbin over senseless shit. Was this the bond, or the Dragon Realm? At least one good thing came from being here, and that was the separation of our dragons. I sensed that they lived in different territories, unable to mate and unable to affect Sid and me with their mating. However, I wasn't used to being away from Eondian. It made me feel weak and vulnerable, unable to call him or pull him to me through our bond. It was too similar to the nightmares I'd been having, nightmares where Eondian didn't answer and Sydney was taken from me. This was the theme most of them followed, and each one was worse than the last. I almost dreaded going to sleep. The only thing that lured me into that tent was the temptation to hold her warm body and breathe her in. But I didn't push for more. We already walked a slippery slope trying to keep apart, and I was afraid that anything more would take us both down. If we completed our bond, I wasn't sure I could shield either of us from the council. Corbin stood on the other side of the tent, staring at the ground. "Holy crap! Guys, come look at this!" My eyes met Sid's before glancing over. Rounding the campsite, I followed Corbin's finger to large animal prints that circled our camp. The track was easily a foot long, with 3 long toes ending in deep gouges. "Wow, I wouldn't want to see those claws in person," Sydney muttered, holding out the rolled sleeping pad to me. The Eden Prime stood over the marks, examining them. "It almost looks like a wyvern print. Or who knows, this could be something completely new. We're on a different freaking planet, for fuck's sake." The 3 of us stood over the print in the dirt. "It is a wyvern print," I said, gazing around and reaching out with my mind. "But I'm unable to talk to it. Corbin, can you reach it?" He shook his head. "No, must be some other type that we're not familiar with." "Maybe," I told him thoughtfully. Sid straightened before sweeping dirt off her pants. "I think I'll be carrying my pepper spray in my hand from now on." She stood so close that I caught the scent of her warm skin, slightly musky and sweet. As she arched her back in a stretch, I leaned forward to sniff her again, but my nearness earned me a dirty look. "I know I smell. We all smell," she hissed before charging away toward the stream. "Sid!" I called out after her. Corbin laughed before smothering it with a cough as he continued to pack up his bag. "Shut up," I told him, punching his arm. While we tore down camp in silence, I reached out to try to contact Evgeny's dragon, but got nothing. I did the same with Lev's dragon, and it was the same thing. I'd spoken to them yesterday, but now where were they? Were Sid and Corbin aware of their absence? I struggled with this new information. I'd have to move to my backup plan, which was Celine, but I'd wait a few days and try to contact Evgeny and Lev again before making any rash decisions. If they were still gone, then we needed to go toward Abraxas. It was a place where dragons didn't go, a place they claimed was too dangerous, which meant that humans probably lived there. If Celine had survived all this time, then that's where she'd be. Evgeny had dedicated over 15 years to find her, feeling her through the bond, even worlds apart. So there were only a few reasons why he'd leave. Either Celine wasn't here, they found her already, or something had happened. I nearly laughed at my worry for those 2 crazy bastards. There was no way they were going down without a fight. My mind churned with these thoughts as we finished packing up and left our camp, but I kept silent. We had to stay alert, and I didn't want Sydney or Corbin distracted by the news. Besides, Evgeny would probably pop up again somewhere, and then I'd have worried them for nothing. We had walked several hours through the heat, following a shallow river. When it turned westward, we'd have to leave it behind in order to head toward Celine. Stopping beside the creek, we took turns with the filter refilling our water bottles. We're still heading north? Isn't that Abraxas? Corbin asked, dunking his t-shirt in the river before squeezing it and pulling it back on. Yeah. Aerith hissed, then spoke into our minds. Where the Abraxas go, there is fear. The dragon stared at me, her multifaceted eyes gleaming. She wanted me to tell Sydney about Evgeny, but it would have to wait. We were slowly starving, and our morale was not great. Heading into the desert, away from water, things could get worse before they got better. If Corbin and Sydney hadn't realized that our ride home took off, I would not tell them until absolutely necessary. Thankfully, my standoff with the dragon ended when Sid chimed in. I don't know if Aerith will enter Abraxas territory. She's afraid of whatever lives there. Also, I was thinking we should take turns flying her today. We're going to starve or get eaten by whatever has been leaving those footprints around our tent. What do you think? Corbin met Sydney's gaze, considering her suggestion. I don't know. Aerith can only carry 2 people, but what the hell. I'm sick of walking. You and Ash should go first, then send her back for the Pax and me. I sucked in a breath. Are you sure? I don't mind if you want to go first. He pursed his lips. You go. I've got bear spray and my knife. Go. Just don't leave me. Reaching out, I gripped his arm. Have you been talking to your dragon? Is he headed our way? The Eaton smiled. Yeah. Korath's hunting grounds are close. Good. Corbin's mouth curved in a strange grin. Yeah, apparently the only place they avoid is Abraxas, which is where you said we're going, I guess. I dropped my pack next to Corbin as Aerith curved around to land in the stream with a splash. Sydney stroked her eye ridges, and a gentle smile flitted across her features. Corbin watched Sid climb up the dragon and make herself comfortable. As he set my pack down against the tree, he spoke in a low voice. I have no idea how you've held out for this long. I don't know either, I murmured back. When he continued to stare at her, I cleared my throat and glowered at him. What? The Eaton asked innocently as he fiddled with the straps on his pack. Don't look at her like that, I cautioned in a low growl. Like what? He sputtered, turning his incredulous gaze on me. I cocked my head to the side, blew out a breath, and I stormed away. What was wrong with me? Corbin wasn't into Sydney, I knew that. Then why was I ready to throw down because he'd looked at her? Fucking Bond. It was driving me crazy. I wasn't jealous. I wasn't. This wasn't me. Closing the space, I walked over to Aerith and climbed up onto her back. Sliding behind Sydney, my insides hummed in awareness as our bodies pressed together, and I skimmed a kiss over her neck. When she wiggled a bit, heat surged through me. Yeah, this was going to be a long ride. With Evgeny gone, my thoughts changed about the bond. Even if we found Celine, there was no guarantee that she could get us back. We might be trapped here forever. So what did it matter what the council said? We needed to complete our bond. If we didn't, I feared that our dragons would force our hand. The next time they mated, we might get swept up in their emotions again. Sid and I needed to talk. We couldn't be caught unprepared like the last time. I squinted against the blast of dry heat that slammed my body as we rode Sid's dragon. Shimmers of heat rose off the sand and made me relieved to be flying instead of walking. If the air felt like an open oven, how hot was the ground? In the distance, a giant boulder the size of a skyscraper stuck out of the desert like the bow of the Titanic. As we neared the striated rock, she descended into the shadows where the dragon nearly shook us off before rolling on the cool sand. Aerith and I weren't seeing eye to eye, so I didn't speak to the dragon. Instead, I dropped onto my back on the sand and closed my eyes. It felt wonderfully cold compared to my sun-scorched skin. Reaching out, my fingertips grazed Sid's leg as she did the same. "You okay?" "Mm-hmm," she hummed. After not sleeping well and being crushed inside the tent every night, the cool sand lulled me to sleep. I awoke when the afternoon sun breached the shady patch where I slept. Sydney was nowhere to be seen, but I felt her nearby. Corbin sat leaning against the rock cliff, gazing out across the barren landscape. "Why didn't you wake me up?" He lifted a shoulder. "I just got here a few minutes ago. Aerith went off to find water, and Sydney went around the cliff to pee." "How's the dragon? Will she be okay? That was a long flight, and she did it 3 times. I stood stiff from my time on the ground. Pulling out my water, I checked the level. Corbin kept his gaze across the distance as he spoke. "I think that was the worst of the desert, although it looks like it doesn't get much better." I'd been too exhausted to check this place out when we landed, but I would before the sun went down. The landscape wasn't quite as barren as I'd thought, although vegetation was scarce. Silvery bushes dotted the landscape, along with the odd, spindly tree. Crunches on the crusted sand alerted me to Sid, and I glanced her way. I knew I had to tell them, but not yet. Part of me hoped that Evgeny might come back, but that was a long shot. 3. Ash. After several harrowing days of hiking through the desert, I still got no response from Evgeny or Lev's dragons. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, both Sydney and Corbin were blissfully unaware of our situation. The ever-present smile still lingered in my friend's eyes as he teased Sydney. It was her birthday in a few days, September 2nd. She shouldn't be here. She should be at home, celebrating and eating a honey cake made by the babushkas. When Corbin slapped me on the back, I nearly jumped out of my skin. "Hey man, are we still headed north? Sydney thinks it's that way, where the triple rocks are," he said, grunting as he pulled on his pack and clipped it at his waist. I checked the sun's location. "Yeah, that's the right way." It was a sea of rocks and sand made up of red, orange, and beige. Out here in the desert, with little to no vegetation, those highs during the day and lows during the night would only become more pronounced. "How much water do you have left?" I asked the Eaton. "A little less than 1 bottle, so maybe 20 ounces. Corbin sighed as he searched his pack. "This would be so much easier to just fly." Sid frowned. "I know, but Aerith is spent. We'll have to walk." Aerith lay sprawled out as she basked in the shade. She cracked one eyelid open to regard us. "Let's go." My words came out sharper than I intended, but the guilt that hung over me and the knowledge about what we'd still have to face made it impossible to keep the irritation from my voice. We were starving, dehydrated, and exhausted, but neither prime argued. Instead, they made their way down the slope of the rock in silence. My mind ran back over that day in the cave. I thought that Taya had gotten away, but what if she hadn't? What if no one believed her story about a portal and rogue primes at the academy? Or worse, what if she was dead somewhere in the forest? The sad truth was that we were probably on our own. I could hope for rescue, but I knew the chances were slim. It was time to tell the others about Lev and Evgeny's disappearance. It wasn't right to keep them in the dark. It had been days, and still nothing. Stopping in the last bit of shade before the desert opened up ahead of us, I pulled my pack off and set it next to the lone tree we stood under. We should camp here. We need to rest before continuing. Why? We still have a few hours of daylight left, Sid said, pulling out her water bottle to drink, but I grabbed it and screwed the lid back into place. Yanking the string on her pack, I shoved the bottle inside before closing it again. "What's wrong with you?" she spat. I ground my teeth with frustration. "What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? Your water is almost gone. You've been guzzling it down without knowing when we'll find something else, while Corbin and I have been conserving ours." Sid bit the side of her cheek and shook her head. Her gaze was glossy with anger. "I'm not supposed to drink water? At all, or until you say so? And where is Eondian? Is he planning on making an appearance? What about Korath? Have you guys even tried to summon your dragons?" She flicked her gaze between us. My voice was harsh. "For fuck's sake, Sydney, yes! We've both been trying that already. Do you think that I like being separated from Eondian?" I stood over her, staring down into her sparkling, angry eyes. Her emotions surged through our bond: anger, exhaustion, frustration, and guilt. The magnetism between us tugged at me, making my heart race and heat flare between us. I stepped toward her, my eyes straying to her lips, dry and parted in frustration, but full and pink. She narrowed her eyes, shaking her head. "Don't even think about it. Don't even try to kiss me. Don't!" A bark of laughter escaped the Eaton Prime. Acutely aware that Corbin watched us, Sid turned her back to him. Narrowing her eyes, she spoke in low tones. "I know you're angry and stressed out, but you cannot talk to me like this." Her words worked like a bucket of ice water, filling me with shame and cooling my temper. Pacing the shade beneath our small tree, I ran my hands through my grimy hair, feeling lower than dirt. "Shit, Sydney. I'm an ass," I whispered, turning to her. "I'm sorry." She put her hands on her hips, shifting her weight. "So, what am I supposed to do if I'm not supposed to drink my water? I'm so thirsty, and I started off with a lot less water than either of you. My one bottle is like a fourth of what you guys each have." "I know," I sighed, reaching for one of my own water and holding it out to her as I stared out into the barren landscape. It was breathtaking in its beauty, but also deadly. Her gaze flicked to the bottle before coming back to me. "We need to keep going," she said flatly, before finally taking the bottle from me. "Not yet. We need to talk first." I searched her eyes before glancing over at Corbin. "All three of us." "Talk? About what?" The Eaton chimed in, already free of his own pack, which left a large dark wet spot on his back and shoulders. Sid sipped my water carefully before screwing on the top and handing it back. "Crossing the desert is going to get harder, so we need to camp here for the night. We need to have our shit together. Also, look." I pointed to the same dinner plate-sized footprints we'd seen before. "That thing or something like it is stalking us again, and there's not enough wood here to keep a fire all night or even branches to make a boma. I don't know if we'll be able to protect ourselves." Sid cut me off. "That's what Aerith is for." "Yeah, but I'm thinking that we could try to lure it in and kill it. Then we might finally have something to eat, maybe try to smoke the rest of the meat." I pressed my lips together, watching their skeptical expressions. Sydney raised an eyebrow. "Ash, it's got to be big, like a lion or a wyvern," Corbin added with a grimace. "Could you really eat a wyvern?" I straightened my shoulders. "I'll be the one to do it." We can try to make a boma, and then I'll wait. I have a gun in the bottom of my bag." "What?" Corbin's mouth pressed into a thin line. His hair stuck up in blonde spikes from his sweat. Anger and fatigue swirled around him in an emotional tornado. "Why didn't you get your gun out when we were in that fucking cave?" He gazed up into the branches above him, sucking in a deep breath. When he looked back at me, he shook his head. "We should have stayed and fought them. Look at us. We're 3 primes. Sydney can command people like her grandfather. She could have done that. But now we're here, starving, thirsty, and probably fucked." I didn't say anything because part of me ultimately agreed. "Corbin," Sid touched his arm, shaking her head. "I've only done it once. I'm not even sure if I could do it again." His hands clenched and unclenched as his eyes roamed the area before settling on me. "Where's Evgeny, Ash? I haven't felt him in days." I sighed. "I think he's gone. That's why I've been leading you both toward Abraxas. That's where Celine has to be." This was not the way I wanted to tell them, but at least it was done. The Eatons stood there, gaping and red with anger. When he turned toward Sid, I watched him as if he were a wild animal. His voice came out hoarse as he asked, "Wasn't your mom like an expert on portals? If she can't get out of here, how can we?" "Corbin," I told him quietly, "calm down." "Calm down? We're fucked in the ass here, and you're telling me to calm down? Huh? What are we going to do? Because we need a better plan than trying to find a dead woman." He stormed into the sun before swiveling back into the shade. "I have the fucking right to be a little pissed off." My would-be mate sunk to her knees on the ground while Corbin had his meltdown. Her face was pinched and pale as she gazed up at me. "It's true? He's gone? I thought that maybe it was me." Aerith lumbered over the ground, pushing us aside before making the tree shake as she flopped down next to Sid. Sydney stroked the ridge of her dragon's eye, gazing up at me sadly. "Is it true? Ash?" Aerith blew smoke out of her nostrils before nuzzling against Sydney. "It's true. He's gone. I was waiting until we got some sleep and a break. I do have a plan." "Of course you do," Corbin quipped before adding quietly, "You always do." Sid stared at me, her face tense but hopeful. I pushed at Aerith. "Go! You're crowding us. Find a different spot." The beast blew smoke at me before pulling herself up and jumping into the sky, leaving a cloud of dust in her wake. "Fuck me!" Corbin spluttered as we were all covered in the fine sand settling in the wake of the dragon's departure. I coughed and knelt next to my pack, waiting for the air to clear. Once it did, I stretched out beneath the lonely tree. "Okay, tell us your plan." She shifted, waiting for my answer. "All right. We have 2 options. We can wait to be rescued, or go to Abraxas and find Celine. Sydney, you told me that your mom was unable to travel back because she didn't have an anchor. But back at Bryony, you mentioned that George said you had one. Do you have an anchor?" She licked her lips. "Yeah, that's what Evgeny and Lev were planning to use, but I don't know how it works." Corbin raised a brow, his eyes darting between us. "Ash, I'm surprised you remembered any of this at all. Sydney, we thought you were full of shit, no offense. If we can get to your mom, I think she can help us all get home." I sucked in a breath, waiting for them to agree. I don't know. I want to rescue my mom, but we're not equipped like Evgeny and Lev were. And they ended up going back. Sidney sighed. I say we do it. Corbin cocked his head back as he challenged Sid's gaze. Think about it. If your mom has survived for 15 years somewhere, it's got to be a hell of a lot better than this. We can't stay here. And Ash is right. It's only going to get worse. She pressed her lips together and blew a breath out her nose as she studied us. Yeah. Okay. Let's find my mom.
4. Sydney. After making another simple boma for the night out of tumbleweeds, we split the guy's last power bar in their pack. Leaning against the tree, I licked my fingers for any residue from the energy bar. They were stiff and swollen, with minor cuts and dry sand, but I was starving, and even the salt from my own sweat tasted good. I'd lived my life half outside while helping George do his research, so other than my empty stomach, and I felt fine for the most part. There was nothing that water and about a gallon of lotion couldn't cure. Speaking of water, I shook my empty water bottle and my heart dropped. Aerith, is there any water nearby? She considered my question before answering carefully. There is a river nearby, but it is outside the territory where I go. If you wait, I will take you to another river in 2 days. My mouth felt like the Sahara Desert, and it would only get worse. 2 days? Humans need a lot of water. I can't go that long, Aerith. She snorted a plume of smoke where she lay, several meters away under her own tree. Humans are so weak. Very well. I will take you to the river today. Examining the bright sky that filled with late afternoon sun, I cleared my throat to get the guy's attention. Aerith's taking me to a river where I can fill our water bottles. Give me yours and I'll fill them too. Take Corbin with you, just in case, Ash told me, squinting at the sun behind my back. My eyebrows rose into my hairline in surprise. In case? In case of what? I'll be fine. I'll have Aerith. The two guys shared a look. It's no problem. I'll help carry everything, Corbin told me, punctuating his excuse with the clack of plastic against plastic as he began to hand the containers to me. Shaking my head, I frowned and began to stuff them into my backpack. Whatever. Fine. My gaze skittered toward Aerith. She lay on the sand with her eyes closed. I called out to her, "Are you too tired to fly?" Her head lifted, and excitement surged through her as she lifted onto her 4 legs, tipped by sharp claws. Silly human, silly questions. I met her gaze as she sauntered near, staying outside the hedge of dead and dried scrub brush we'd made for protection. Will you be fine taking both me and Corbin? I asked. She lifted her head in disdain, her eyes gazing away. Of course. You can also bathe. The 3 of you humans smell as if you've been rolling around in wyvern dung. Tell me something I don't know, I told her dryly. Standing, I touched Ash's arm. Will you be okay here? Yeah. I'm going to get that creature who's been stalking us. His laugh made me smile, and I leaned into him as one arm snaked around my back. He pulled me closer, hugging me and kissing my temple, before leaning away and cupping my face. Be careful, okay? Stay with Corbin. Yeah. I nodded. Once we'd settled on my beast's back, she leaped into the air. Her broad wing strokes lifted us higher and higher above the barren landscape. Aerith? I asked after several minutes had ticked by, and the sun beat down on us, and the hot wind blasted our skin. I thought you said it was close by. It is close by. We needed water, and I trusted her, but this was definitely farther than I felt comfortable traveling. The ground appeared flat, but as Aerith started to drift lower, I realized that it was carved into chasms and narrow slots. The sun was low in the sky when she dropped beneath the sun-baked earth into a canyon. Her feet landed softly on a bed of fine red sand next to a turquoise ribbon of calm water. This was a lovely spot. It was large enough for a dragon to land, with several broad-leafed trees and access to the water. Aerith circled the area like a dog before settling down on the warm sand. Corbin immediately jumped down, and I followed at a slower pace. "You can bathe downstream if you follow that path," she told us as she dipped her head into the water to drink. We turned toward the trail she'd indicated. Booming rapids echoed off the sheer canyon walls, warning us of dangers in that direction.
"Toward the rapids?"
Corbin asked. The dragon's only response was a grunt and puff of smoke. I met Corbin's eye. "Go ahead. I'll start filling the bottles, and then we can switch." He pulled the filter pump from his pack and hesitated.
"I think we should stay together. I'll watch your back."
I gazed up at the cloudless lavender-blue strip of sky. Shadows from the vertical canyon wall across the river had already swallowed up much of the valley. Time was not on our side. Even if the sun weren't on its way down, Ash was alone, waiting to kill a vicious predator by himself. Frowning, I shook my head. "We don't have the time. Go. I'll be fine, really." His honey-brown eyes surveyed the space.
"Okay, but stay near Aerith. Ash will kill me if anything happens to you."
Smiling, I took the filter from his fingers and hiked through the reeds to fill the bottles. I watched the float of the intake bob in the moving water as I considered Corbin's words. Rolling my eyes at the memory, I muttered, "I'm not some fragile baby. I can take care of my—" I trailed off as Aerith launched herself into the sky and disappeared past the high walls of rock. "Shit, are you kidding me? Aerith, where are you going?" I shouted to her. "I need to check something out," she told me enigmatically. "Frickin' dragons," I whispered, feeling a bit put out and alone, not to mention hypocritical after my comments. I capped one bottle and moved on to another before adjusting my position as I squatted on the rocks. The current was steady, so thankfully the water was clear, and there were no tadpoles or tiny frogs like the last place where we refilled. After I'd filled nearly all of them, I let out a loud sigh. Where was Corbin? What the hell? I'd taken this job to help, but it didn't mean it was my responsibility to pump everyone's water every time. I screwed on the cap and grabbed the last empty bottle to be filled. As I pumped, I called out, "Corbin? Corbin?" Squatting in my position to fill the bottles, I couldn't see above the reeds. The entire canyon was now in the shade, but heat still radiated from the red cliff walls. I gazed around the space again, listening to the churning water nearby and the subtle roar of larger rapids downstream. Insect noises had grown louder with the disappearance of direct sunlight. I screwed the top of the last bottle shut and placed it in my backpack along with the filter. Standing, I made my way back to the sandy spot where Aerith had been. Corbin? His pack was gone. My steps sounded loud on the gravel as I followed the path he'd taken. It led downstream toward the threatening boom of a rapid. Pushing my way through dense brush, I balanced on the rocks before nearly slipping and skinning my palms. When I erupted from the bushes where the trail widened, I spotted the Eaton Prime, kneeling very still, an elbow resting on his front knee. His gaze focused on something across the river. When a twig snapped beneath my foot, he spun my way with wide eyes and knife in hand before placing a finger to his lips. Closing the space, I crouched to see what he was looking at because he hadn't bathed according to my nose. "Oh," I whispered when I spotted a rocky waterfall that tumbled into a deep pool below. Across the bank, something moved, and I shifted for a better look. "What?" My words trailed off when I realized what was there. It wasn't animals. It was people. Not just people, but soldiers. Several of them, and in various states of undress. They wore shimmery red armor that looked like eaten dragon scales. A few sat drinking from animal skins and talking, but the falls drowned out their voices. Shit. Where was Aerith? Why would she leave us at a time like this? We need to leave now, I hissed. But my companion didn't move. Instead, he continued to stare at the cascading water. Following his gaze, I gasped, but Corbin smothered my intake of breath with his hand over my mouth. I tugged it away angrily, giving him a dirty look. But instead of leaving, he still stared. And I finally realized why. A few people lingered in the water near the opposite bank. However, that's not what drew the Eaton Prime's eye. He focused on a small cavern behind the falls. Pale skin flashed between the black rock and foamy water. When the figure turned to let the water cascade over her, I sucked in a breath at the sight. Water glistened off her pearly skin and pink nipples as she arched her back to rinse her hair. She was beautiful in an earthy, pure way that I couldn't describe. "You perv! Is this what you've been looking at the whole time?" I whispered, slapping Corbin's arm, knowing that I was more likely to injure myself than hurt him. Unease spread through me. This wasn't just some girl. I could feel her power and her dragon nearby. This girl was a prime. Scrunching up my face, I tugged at Corbin's arm. "We need to get out of here. She's a freaking prime, and if she's a good prime, then she felt us." At that moment, the naked girl raised her chin and seemed to stare straight at us. "Fuck!" Corbin spat, dropping to the ground. "I'm not in the mood to meet these soldiers. Are you?" I pushed through the bushes toward the trail. When we reached the upper section, Aerith was back. She stood fixed in place, her eyes scanning the river, her nostrils flaring. "Good. You're ready," I huffed, out of breath after half scrambling, half running up the trail. Corbin lifted me before hauling himself up behind me. We stayed quiet as Aerith soared into the sky. Finally, after being silent for so long, I turned slightly so that the Eaton could hear me over the wind. "I can't believe we found Dragonborn here. Well, I mean, I guess that makes sense, but I can't believe that she was a prime." His hands shifted on my shoulders. "Yeah, did you notice that several of them were also primes?" "The soldiers?" "Yes. I counted 12 in total. 6 primes, including 2 females. 6 wyverns. I think their armor was made up of dragon scales," he told me thoughtfully. 2? "Yep, both were young. The other girl, or woman, was a redhead. She was in the grass playing cards with the guys." "Huh. Do you think they're real, the dragon scales? I've never seen dragon scales in our world except on dragons." "Neither have I, but they looked real," he replied. We were silent for a while as the wind played background to our thoughts. Corbin felt oddly focused, and his mind bright with activity. Finally, the silence was too much for me. "I didn't see their dragons, did you?" "Yeah, they were up on the rim. There must be a trail because there's nowhere to land there in the canyon, which is why Aerith set us down where she did." "I thought you were too focused on the girl to see anything else," I teased as I adjusted my grip on Aerith's horns. Corbin laughed, a natural sound that came easy for the Eaton. Even I wanted to stare at the girl. She was heartbreakingly beautiful in the water, like a painting or work of art. At least I hadn't been with Ash. Would he have stared at her too? The thought soured my mood. My entire body longed for him, but he felt so distant. I could feel his mind working and his gloomy mood. Was he still mad that I'd dragged him here? Had I ruined his life? No wonder I was jealous, and maybe I had a reason to be. Who would want to even look at someone who ruined their life? I rested my head on my folded arms. Leaning against Aerith's neck, I breathed out a heavy sigh. This position took me away from Corbin. Riding a dragon with anyone other than Ash was weird. By the time we reached the campsite, the planet loomed bright in the dark sky. Ash crouched outside our weak boma with his gun resting sideways against his thigh. Pale light reflected off his eyes as he watched us approach. My soldier greeted us, asking, "What's wrong?" I shared a look with Corbin before sucking in a breath to speak. "We found more Dragonborn." Holding a hand as if to ward off his questions, I continued. We were both shielded, and I don't think they saw us, but we're not sure. At least it was pretty far from here. Corbin nodded, adding, They were soldiers with what looked like dragon-scale armor. Half of them were primes and carried swords. I didn't see the swords, I said. Corbin nodded. Yeah, like we were in medieval times or something. What? Ash asked. Yeah, there were some badass soldiers wearing sandals and skirts. If I didn't know any better, I'd think we'd stumbled across a remake of Spartacus or some bullshit. And that's not all. There were 2 female primes with them. Really? Were they soldiers or civilians? Ash asked, tucking his gun away and standing with a stretch. When Corbin didn't answer right away, I did. I only saw the naked girl in the river, so... Ash raised his eyebrows, turning toward Corbin. Really? There was a naked girl? I'm surprised you even saw the others. Women loved Corbin, and he loved them back. With his wild blonde hair, strong jawline, pretty eyes, and ever-present smile, he attracted the opposite sex like flies to honey. Dude, I'm a gentleman, he said in defense. I only looked long enough to survey the situation. Yeah, whatever, big guy. I thought I'd need a mop and bucket to wipe up your drool, I teased. Here's the even weirder part. The naked girl barked out orders. I felt her power over the group. So even though she was younger than most of them, they followed what she said, including the older red-haired woman. What do you mean power? Like tetrad power? Ash asked. No, we replied simultaneously. Corbin continued. No, but I'd put her age anywhere from 15 to 20, while the other one was older. Ash tilted his head as he studied us before turning to the darkness. The beast is back. It's been circling, but keeping its distance. You still want to try to lure it and kill it? He scratched his stubbled cheek and patted the gun beneath his shirt. We'll keep watch, but I set a heavy-duty trap for it. I don't want to start a fight with this thing if I can't finish it. I nodded and handed him his water bottle. We were all weak. The guys had divided up their meager rations, and after days out here, they were gone. I'd been setting up snare traps the guys had put me in charge of, but so far, they'd caught nothing. Each morning, I'd walk out to pee, collect my empty traps, and take them with me. Corbin and Ash had tried hunting, but the small desert animals were too quick. We'd seen a hill of insects, but none of us had mustered up the courage to eat them. The 3 of us shimmied through a gap in the boma to camp. Corbin settled down on the ground and began adding twigs to the dying fire to take first watch. I crawled into the tent and crinkled my nose at the smell. It stunk from a combination of body odor, men's deodorant, and dirt. I'm sure I contributed to it. Closing my eyes, I thought longingly of the waterfall. Ash settled beside me after zipping up the screen. Your birthday's tomorrow, he whispered, laying down facing me. I've lost count since my phone died, I told him, resting my head on his outstretched arm like an uncomfortable pillow. Good night. Get some sleep, he whispered, kissing my hair. I wanted to sleep. I needed to sleep. But wanting sleep and getting sleep were 2 different things. Tension hung in the air between us as we struggled to resist each other. The scent of him, even sweaty and dirty, tempted me, lured me closer, and begged me to press my lips against his skin. But I resisted the temptation because he did. Did he still want me? Did he still feel the same as he did before? The whole thing was just stupid. For me, resisting the bond was like trying to defy gravity. Sooner or later, I'd come crashing toward Ash. But did he feel the same way? A heavy sigh escaped my lips. Ash was just as awake as I was, but tonight he opened up to me, allowing me to feel his emotions through the bond, emotions he usually kept hidden. Longing and desire smoldered around him like an aura, burning me with its ferocity. He wanted me, and I wanted him. I wanted more. Why couldn't he see that? Why couldn't he understand that? Was he still worried about the council or our age difference? Age was just a number, and not even they could touch us here. So why was he holding back? Our connection, this bond, changed things. It changed us. Nothing could compete with what we had, and no one could possibly understand the depth of what we shared. No one. Feeling emboldened by my thoughts, I gazed at his face in dim light. His eyelashes fanned out on his sun-reddened cheeks. Ash, I breathed. He opened his eyes and answered sleepily, belying the emotions running off him. Running his free hand down my back, it tangled blonde hair. I pressed my lips to his, and Ash's eyes snapped open in surprise. "Kiss me," I breathed. "Please don't," Corbin barked from outside the tent. Ash smiled and touched my cheek before slanting his mouth over mine. He deepened the kiss, teasing me with his teeth, and I could feel his lips curve into a smile when I pulled away to catch a breath. Our connection made everything deeper, everything more urgent. We not only felt our own needs, but we felt each other's as well. It pushed us forward, beckoned us like the Pied Piper. We were helpless but to heed its call, but our rhythmic movements weren't enough. I welcomed his touch as he slid his hand between our bodies and under the waistband of my borrowed shorts. When his fingers slid between my thighs, I arched away from him. As he continued to stroke me, stars began sparking behind my eyes. So close, my mouth opened in a quiet moan. "Shut the fuck up!" Corbin's shout was like a whip through the quiet night. "Not cool! Not cool!" Ash froze, and I opened my eyes to see a rare smile on his lips. But instead of finishing what he started, he righted my clothing before sighing and falling onto his back. I reached over to touch the obvious bulge, but he grabbed my wrist. "Get some sleep." "You're such a tease," I told him. The only consolation was the knowledge that he was left just as unfulfilled as I was.
5. Ash. The sky began to brighten in the distance, and I opened my eyes. Lifting my head from the tree behind me, the rough bark pulled at my hair until I smoothed it down. My body was stiff and weak from hunger. I had the last watch of the night, and for the most part it had been quiet. The days were longer here, and shortly after we arrived, I began timing the sun's rotation to confirm my suspicions. Instead of 24 hours, a full day here was 26 hours and 13 minutes, give or take a few. I suspected that gravity was also stronger, but I hadn't quite confirmed this. So last night, while Sid and Corbin were gone, I set up the experiment. I used a pen, my Nalgene bottle, and my phone. After collecting how long it took the pen to fall 8 inches from the bottle to the sand, I used this data to estimate the planet's gravity using acceleration. It was slightly faster than Earth, but it could be considered within the margin of error. Standing, I ran my hand through my grimy hair and scraped my foot over notes I'd drawn in the sand last night. Instead of doing bullshit experiments, I should be working on getting us food. Unscrewing the top of my bottle, I sipped carefully at my water. The boma was nearly gone after Corbin had cannibalized it to feed the fire. Walking the perimeter, I began to check the 3 deadfall traps I'd set up yesterday while I'd been alone. Walking toward the first one, I sighed. I wasn't a hunter, and I wasn't a survivalist, but I wasn't a quitter either. I approached the first deadfall. Yesterday I set this one up with a raisin as bait, but unfortunately, the raisin was gone and the trap unsprung. 1, I murmured under my breath, lifting the rock and collecting my sticks. Moving on to the following location, The rock was flat, meaning the trap was sprung. However, after checking it, I found nothing there either, not even my raisin. 2. It had taken precious energy. I didn't have to set these traps. Stupid. I trailed off, shaking my head as I made my way to the final trap. Lifting the rock, I found a flattened rodent beneath. Gingerly, I picked it up by the tail and examined the creature. It looked a lot like a rat, except about twice the size of any rat I'd ever seen. This was the first thing we caught, and my blood thrummed with excitement. After thanking the ancestors and the creature whose life I took, I hurried back toward the camp. Over the fire, I stirred the coals and added dead branches from the boma as the fire came to life. I'd never skinned an animal before, but the concept couldn't be that difficult, right? Slicing down the belly of the rat, I began the task of removing the innards and then peeling off the fur. Once this was done, I skewered the carcass and held it above the flames. The sun had finally made an appearance, and I hoped that my companions would as well. It was Sydney's birthday, and I wanted that this small thing might brighten her day. I thought back to last night in the tent. Even without the dragons, I felt addicted to her. When she touched me, my mind went blank, and she was my world. Each slight gasp or moan of pleasure that escaped her pink lips made me feel like a god. She consumed me, yet made me whole at the same time. If it weren't for Corbin yelling at us, I would have gone further, because this thing between us was like Pandora's box. Once opened, I lost all control. This wasn't a complete the bond and get her out of my system type of thing. No, this was an addiction type of situation. I knew that when the time came and I had Sydney, I'd have to have her again and again. My need for my bondmate would never end. Yet I tortured myself almost every night, holding her, but also going over formulas in my head and things I needed to do, anything to keep from thinking about those gasps of pleasure I could give her, or how her hands felt against my bare skin. However, all the formulas and laws I could think of weren't enough, and eventually I'd turn away from her, only to suffer in silence until my pulse stopped racing and the heat left my body. Corbin had once called me the master of control. If only. Twisting the rat kebab above the fire, I began to cook the other side. "Are you guys getting up?" I called out. "The earlier we leave, the better. And I have a surprise for you." A groan came from inside the tent, and I listened as they moved around. "Whatever you're cooking, it smells amazing," Sid asked as she unzipped the tent and wandered toward me. "Hey!" I exclaimed, reaching out to pull her down onto my bent leg. Her eyes honed in on the rodent on a stick. "Oh my gosh, where'd you get that?" I switched the kebab to my other hand and rubbed her bare arm as she shivered in the early morning chill. "I caught it in one of my traps last night." "Your traps?" I nodded, grinning broader than was warranted, but I was pretty damn proud of myself. "It's not a lot, but it's better than nothing." Examining the charred meat, I pulled off a leg and handed it to Sydney. "Happy birthday, babe." My eyes devoured her as she bit into the meat and groaned. Tastes like grilled chicken." Her face was smudged with coal, and red sand stood out beneath her fingernails like a dark line, but even under all the dirt, she was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. I smiled as I watched her, not thinking about all my failures or even tomorrow. Just her. The swirling flat plain proved to be a network of canyons that splintered the desert floor. Some of them we could walk around, but others Aerith had to lift us across. She offered to fly us longer distances, but her wing had been injured on one of the dry trees last night when she was hunting. Aerith assured us that the river from yesterday was up ahead, so we pushed on until our steps slowed and our water was almost gone. When it became clear that we wouldn't make the river, I motioned to an animal trail that led down into one of the yawning gashes that marred the surface. Finally, we reached the bottom and sat in the shade of the canyon wall. Sweating and dehydrated, we relaxed next to a shallow rock indentation filled with dirty water. I removed my pack and dug out the water filter. Then, wiping dried mud off the tubing, I growled at my companions as they lay in the shade with their eyes closed. "Am I the only person who takes care of things?" I asked the dragon in irritation. She watched me with her multifaceted eyes from her place in the shade and blew a snort of smoke in response. Kneeling next to the pothole filled with murky water, I attempted to clear the bugs and tadpoles from the surface before I began pumping it through the filter into my bottle. Reaching out to Eondian, he answered my mental nudge. It felt as if we'd been separated for months when, in reality, it had only been a little over 2 weeks. He felt close when he responded in his rumbling voice,
"We will see each other soon. Tonight, I travel in your direction."
"Good. We'll be here waiting for you."
"I suppose, at least for a weak human, you are tolerable."
That's high praise indeed from Eondian, the smug bastard he was. I knew he'd missed me just as much as I missed him. I smiled. "I love you too, buddy."
"Stay out of trouble and keep my mate safe in her fragile condition."
The beast's irritation made me chuckle. "Aerith's fragile condition?" I asked, but Eondian had already cut our connection. I hadn't thought much about how Aerith and Eondian were mates. Was Aerith the dragon equivalent of pregnant? Was she carrying eggs? And if she was carrying eggs, was it safe to take her away from her home? "Ash, you're spilling!" Sydney's voice brought me out of my own head. Screwing on the lid, I exchanged it for an empty bottle. Pushing the thought of eggs and dragons mating to the back of my mind, I finished filtering water to drink. In the middle of the night, something pulled my mind from the depths of slumber. I bolted upright, knocking the sleeping bag off Sydney. "Did you hear that?" Corbin's whispered words hung in the air as we froze, listening. The only sounds I heard were the flapping of the tent and the wind as it howled through the canyon. We were in the middle of nowhere and exhausted, so we didn't take turns staying up on watch. "It's probably nothing," I told him, even though a prickle of dragon sight told me otherwise. A rough voice rang out, shattering any hope of denial.
"Fopemada roxitur tiljame."
I sucked in a sharp breath. "What did he say?" Corbin whispered. "I don't know. It sounds almost like Swedish or a dialect of one of the Scandinavian languages, but I've never heard it before." "Fuck!" he spat under his breath. Scuffling noises outside the tent warned us that we were surrounded with our backs against the cliff.
"Un, hilo, condet,"
the stranger called out. His shadow loomed over the tent, blocking out the light from the hanging planet above. I understood that. "Hello? Come out, come out." "I'm coming out!" I shouted, even as my heart picked up its pace. Sydney's hand snaked out and gripped my ankle as I crouched to unzip the tent. "Be careful," she whispered. I nodded, pulling the gun from the edge of the tent and placing it into Corbin's open palm. Then, meeting his gaze, I motioned for him to listen and watch. He lifted his chin in response, switching positions with Sid so he could back me up. "I'm coming out," I warned, unzipping the door before stepping into the moonlight. Corbin chambered around quietly, but the sound might as well have been broadcast over a speaker. Straightening, I left the tent flap open while I began surveying the situation. Counting the number of enemy combatants, I cocked my wrist behind my back and signaled 6 with one hand. Fear shot through the bond from Sydney, making me push a warning to her as I muted our connection. I didn't need that crap. I needed her trust. Holding my palms out in front of me, I searched the shadowed hoods of these strangers. "What can I help you boys with tonight?" I asked, as if we were sharing a drink at the local pub. "Eondian, what's your ETA?" I called my dragon.
10 to 20 minutes. I'm fighting a headwind,"
came his even response. "Aerith, where are you?" I called out to the beast. She didn't answer me, but let out a loud bugle from above. The strangers shifted uneasily, their leather garments creaking as they looked up warily. I suppressed a smile. They were mundane, and they knew to fear dragons. Surges of electricity shot through me as I readied my powers. Sydney had used voice commands when our dragons mated, but I had yet to attempt it. But even before the bond, I'd had the gift of persuasion, so how much more powerful would that talent be now? Could I do what my would-be mate had done, and control them? Aerith bellowed again as she circled above. Eondian was still several minutes away, but hopefully I wouldn't need him. The human leader eyed me, and I returned his stare unflinchingly. "Aerith, what do they want?" "They are thieves. They watched you through a glass tube and followed you here." I growled, a low sound in my throat like a dragon. "The leader kidnaps humans and sells them." A dark, cold spike cut through me, and this time I did smile. I've met many evil people, and there is only one thing they understand: dominance. A deadly calm settled over me like an invisible shroud. I explained this to Sydney a few days ago. Just before a mission, there's this moment when time seems to stop and everything is quiet and still. I savored this moment because as quickly as time ground to a halt, it would snap back into motion again. "Leave. Now," I ordered them in a low, cold voice. Then, stretching my arm out, I pointed down the canyon, knowing that they didn't need a translator to understand my words. Instead of taking his chance to escape unharmed, the man stayed put, scratching his beard. Before he lunged, I spotted his tail, dodging and hitting him in the jaw with one fist before landing a punishing blow that knocked him out with the other. The criminal fell to a heap on the ground. My lungs heaved with excitement, and even when a lock of my hair fell forward into my eyes, I gazed up at the other attackers. As if even the wind obeyed me, the breeze quieted. The men were shocked that I'd taken their leader down, but their hesitation didn't last long, and after a millisecond, they charged. However, they didn't reach me because I acted first, raising my hand and ordering them with my will to drop paralyzed on their knees. It's the same trick Sydney's grandfather used on her, probably because it's the simplest. The leader moaned from his position on the ground, and Corbin slipped from the tent before ending his cries quietly and quickly with a well-placed slash. When he finished, the eaten prime joined me while adjusting his grip on the knife. Keeping still, I focused on maintaining control of the 5 other men before us. Corbin understood what I'd done and used this break in the action to approach one of the men, who glared angrily at him. The others were probably pleading for their lives in their babbling language. Aerith dropped from the sky, her claws scraping the ground as she circled behind the attackers. "What are they saying, Aerith?" Corbin asked. I could pull it from their minds with the help of Eondian, but not while controlling this many people. "They believe that you are royals of Abraxas," she hissed. Sweat began to bead on my forehead, and my control over the men began to fade. With a thought, I released the 2 men who groveled before us. One was crying, and the other was pleading for his life. Corbin held his hands on the men's shoulders as they knelt on the ground. "I will spare you if you leave now and don't come back." Aerith translated the Eaton's words into the minds of the men. They didn't answer. Instead, they all glanced at Sydney when she gasped and stumbled away from the dead man outside the tent. Her feet took her past the Eaton prime in her need to escape the corpse. In that moment of distraction, the other man I released lunged towards Sid, but before either he or Corbin could reach her, Aerith struck out with a deadly claw, tearing the man to shreds. His body burst like a water balloon, and his inside spattered Sydney where she stood. She let out a shocked scream. Aerith bellowed in victory before dropping her snout to the bloody mess and rooting around. This was nothing new to me. I'd seen dragons kill and eat people, as well as other dragons. Sid, my precious, innocent mate, stood motionless, watching her beloved dragon in silent shock. 2 men were dead, 1 had run off, and 3 were still under my influence. But my control was slipping, and the angry man had already been able to flick a knife from his boot onto the ground before him. "Corbin, I can't hold them much longer," I growled. Brandishing a sword from the man he killed, Corbin held out his hunting knife, handle out, toward me. I grabbed it and swallowed, holding on to the 3 mines with a tenuous grip. "Cor, on 3, I hissed. He nodded, and after counting down, I released them.
6. Sydney. Falling to my knees, I struggled to speak, let alone think. Blood, snot, puke, and tears streamed down my face. Using dirty fingers, I wiped at my eyes, then mouth, before spitting the coppery taste out onto the ground. I tried to scrape the gore from my arms with shaky hands, but it did little good. I worked to make sense of what was happening before me, but my mind refused to allow me to believe it. Gazing down, I focused on freckled, shiny spots that littered the dirt. They reflected the glow of the planet above. Holding up my hands, I found them sticky and dark. My eyes searched for Ash, and I found him only feet away. He knelt nearby, his eyes flashing and teeth bared as he rained hammering blows down into something I could barely recognize as a man. Around me, knives, bared teeth, and pale skin glinted in the dark. "Aerith!" I called out, stunned by the gruesome fighting. Aerith's warm breath blew across my face and neck as she tried to comfort me, but all I could do was stare out at the dead bodies and gore. I thought I blinked, but it must have been longer than that, because when I opened my eyes again, I was staring directly into Ash's blood-spattered face. My vision blurred and began to darken at the edges, but I held on to consciousness.
Sydney.
Ash gripped my chin and forced my eyes to meet his. He spoke to me only inches from my face, but I struggled to understand what he said.
Is she in shock?
Corbin's voice sounded distant, as if the volume had been turned down.
We need to get out of here. The river? How far is that waterfall? Let's go there so we can regroup. Go. Take her on Eondian. I'll pack up and follow on Aerith.
Ash lifted me into his arms with a grunt.
Carry her fireman style. It'll be easier,
came a disembodied voice from nearby. My eyes were locked on Ash, focused on the fraying collar of his t-shirt as he murmured his reply.
No, I don't want to freak her out.
My world spun, and I was on Eondian's back, the smooth black scales silky beneath my fingers. Leaning forward, I rested my cheek against his neck. Eondian and I weren't friends, but at least he was familiar. My soldier wrapped me in the warmth of his body, and before I could even think or speak, we were airborne. This harrow dragon might be a total dick, but he was big and strong. The flight passed quickly as I stayed within Ash's warm embrace, safe from the icy night air. After we landed, I was vaguely aware of being lifted off the dragon and set down onto soft grass. The roar of the falls made me turn, and I recognized where we were. This was where the strange knights in dragon scales had been. This time, the grassy slope was empty. My body was stiff and slow to react, as I could do nothing but let the world happen around me. My brain felt numb as I watched the events unfold instead of living them. The lip of a bottle touched my lips.
Can you drink some water?
I tilted my head back to drink, but sucked in a breath when I caught sight of my bloody hand. Swallowing the wrong way, I coughed, and the water disappeared. Ash knelt before me, his expression worried as he took me in.
Let's get you cleaned up in the water. Can I take some of your clothes off to clean you up? Is that okay?
I just stared up at him before struggling to nod my head. My Harrow Prime yanked off my hiking shoes and threw them aside. Working his way up, I felt him peel my socks off, then unbutton my safari pants before pulling them over my hips. I tried to help, but only managed to get in his way. He continued to work off my drying, gore-soaked clothing.
When I imagined taking your clothes off, this was definitely not the scenario,
he teased, but the lightness in his voice was strained with worry.
Sid?
His hand gently tapped my cheek.
Babe, stay with me.
Lifting me from the ground, holding me in his arms, Ash balanced over the rocks as he carried me into the pool beneath the waterfall. As soon as the river touched my backside, I gasped.
It's okay. I'm just trying to clean us off,
he told me softly, ducking his head to stare into my eyes. I splayed my hands out on his bare chest above the waterline. My fingers left dirty streaks across his pale skin. I had no recollection of him undressing. Was I missing time? Blinking, I shook my head, trying to snap myself out of it.
You okay?
He asked quietly as he scrubbed at my hands with his wet t-shirt.
Look at me,
he ordered again as he wiped my face. I wasn't sure if it was the icy sting of the river, time, or Ash's touch, but I slowly began to return to myself. A trail of blood had dried down the side of his face. Reaching up, I rubbed at it. "Are you okay?" I breathed, my voice still a bit shaky.
"Yeah, you seem like you're doing better."
He smiled, and tiny crinkles formed around his eyes as he observed me. I smiled. "You put me in the water." He laughed, his teeth resting on his lower lip.
"Yeah, you were freaking out from the blood. I thought it best to get you away from what happened and clean you up. And see? You're doing better. Come on, let's dry off."
Standing, Ash pulled me to my feet. Rivulets of water ran down my stomach from my black sports bra. Following him to the beach, I ran fingers through my hair as I stood there shivering. When I realized that we were basically naked, wet, and cold, I let out an inappropriate laugh. I don't know why I do it, but I do. if I'm ever in a situation that I find sad, scary, or ridiculous, no matter how serious, I laugh. That's what I did then. Ash smiled and shook his head.
I'm glad to see that you're feeling better. If I didn't know you, I'd think that you finally cracked.
Maybe I have, I teased. He froze, his body stiffened, and he searched the sky with his eyes.
Fuck.
My laughter had stopped, and I stared up into the inky darkness. Wringing my hair out, I followed his gaze, but saw nothing. What? What's wrong? His lips pressed into a thin line as he untangled the ribbon-like webbing that he'd been using as a belt.
Quick, you need to tie me to this tree.
What? I spat, following him. Grasping my hand, he pulled me along the uneven ground.
Hurry, now. Help me tie myself to the tree.
He deftly knotted one end around the branch before wrapping the other around his wrist. What's going on? Ash, talk to me. I took over and began finishing the knots that he couldn't do one-handed.
Corbin can restrain you, but he can't restrain me.
He watched as I tightened the knot.
Good, that's good,
he said, tugging on his arm. Tell me what's going on, I asked, pressing my shivering body against his for warmth. His damp chest rumbled as he spoke.
Eondian left. He's going for Aerith.
What he left unsaid shook me. Eondian was going to mate with my dragon, which would flood us with their emotions and feelings. The last time it happened, Eondian's harsh and cold gaze stared out at me from Ash's pale eyes. It shook me to my core. Maybe sometime down the road, their mating would be exciting, but not now. I wasn't afraid of having sex, but I did not want my first time to be a rough tumble due to dragon lust. When I felt the first tendrils of their lust, I pushed away from Ash, giving him a sad smile. I knew that if Corbin didn't show up, which was likely, that I'd need to somehow keep myself away from my would-be mate. Searching our pile of clothing, I couldn't find anything long enough to tie myself up. Ash watched me, his eyes narrowed in concern. What do I do? I spat shrilly.
Calm down. You fought it before. You just have to hold out long enough for Corbin to get here. It'll be okay. Just make yourself comfortable and you'll be fine.
A screech sounded above, and I searched the skies again. Aerith was near. I could feel her. Is Corbin with you? Why are you upset? She hissed. Because Eondian, that asshole, is trying to mate with you. I know. You enjoyed the last mating. I rolled my eyes in irritation, and I argued, I did not. Please, Aerith, please keep him away for as long as possible. For me? Why would I do that? For me, please. Aerith. A snort came through the bond, along with her irritation. Humans are such silly creatures. I will do as you ask, but I make no promises. Blowing out a breath, I trudged over to the nasty clothes pile and found my gore-soaked shirt. Taking it to the river, I scrubbed it along the smooth rocks on the shore. After several minutes, I sighed and gave up, throwing the nasty wad onto the grass. I could feel Ash looking at me. His gaze was like a physical touch, his eyes boring into me, making me wonder if Eondian was already affecting him. Carrick, how you doing? I barked, hoping my tone and use of his last name would break him out of his connection with his beast. Eondian wasn't just a dragon. He was a menace. The last time he decided to mate with Aerith, he nearly killed me. If it weren't for a very fast wyvern, I would have ended up like a pancake on the valley floor. The cords on Ash's neck stood out as he fought the mental battle with his beast. His eyes burned into me as his fingers flexed into fists. Yo, yo, yo! What's up, my bitches? Came Corbin's carefree bellow as he jogged the path down from the rim above. When his eyes met mine, he smiled. I didn't mean... His words trailed off when he caught sight of Ash tied to the tree. A vein stood out on his forehead as he strained against the restraint on his wrist. Oh, shit! Not again! Corbin shouted. Kneeling before Ash, he began to check the rope before adding another knot on top of mine. Turning to me, he sighed.
I'm going to have to tie you up too, aren't I?
I nodded.
Fuck!
He spat as he searched his pack. After several moments that felt like forever, he threw me a ball of fabric, and it unfurled into a t-shirt. Without prompting, I slipped it on over my head, grateful for something warm and dry. He pointed across the small clearing.
Go to that tree, the one with the grass under it.
Doing as he said, I strode over to the tree. Carefully, the Eaton Prime began to wind a rope around my waist. I supposed it was better than around my wrists, like Ash. Corbin considered me and the tree.
Let's just do this Wild West style. Sit against the tree.
Ugh, I huffed as he tightened the knots, tethering me to the rough bark of the trunk. Should I be worried that you're good at this? I asked with a shaky laugh.
I'm a climber.
He breathed out a chuckle as he finished up.
Why are you and Ash in your underwear?
We were trying to get cleaned up when Eondian began... A wave of heat washed over me, stealing my breath. Corbin ran a dirty hand over his face in exasperation before getting to his feet. It had begun. There was no stopping or even stemming the tide of emotions that flowed from the dragons. It washed away everything I was and everything I thought, leaving me completely raw and open. I tried to hang on to my mind, wondering how long it would take before I lost myself. I ground my teeth, unable to help from twisting to stare at Ash across the narrow meadow. His eyes penetrated with an unearthly stare. With every mindless tug against the rope, it dug into both his wrist and the bark of the tree. For a second, I thought his gaze cleared because of the pain, but before I could catch his eye, his jerky movements began again.
7. Corbin. The sun had begun to rise, casting the canyon in a red glow and sending streaks of yellow across the sky. The river looked black, still shrouded in darkness, with a few spots of white light glinting off the top of the waterfall. Squatting at the water's edge, I bent and began to scrub at my blood-streaked arms and face, dunking my head in and scrubbing at my hair as well. A snarl slid from behind me, and I spun around. Ash and Sydney stared at each other with unrestrained hunger, clawing and aching to be near each other. Ash had tied himself to a tree before I got there, but it had been up to me to tie up his nearly naked teenage girlfriend. I'd always assumed that if I were ever to tie a girl up, it would be for fun and in my bed, not to keep people apart. Jealousy streaked through me, and I ran my hands over my face. I wanted that. I wanted someone to look at me the way Sydney looked at Ash. Instead, women looked at me with greedy eyes for the power I had as a prime. They wanted to use me, and I let them, but I'd use them right back. I needed that connection, but no number of meaningless hookups could fill the emptiness inside me. Is this what Ash found in Sydney? A way to keep the darkness at bay? The image of the dark-haired prime in the waterfall teased me with what-ifs. It played in my brain like a gif, over and over again. Who was she? Where did she come from? A coy smile played over her lips as her eyes seemed to meet mine across the mist. When she'd looked in our direction, had she seen us? No, she would have warned her people. I kneeled down in the exact position where she stood as she barked orders to the soldiers. Who was she that she could control those primes? I couldn't take my eyes off her as she pulled the armor from her body and slid out of her red uniform beneath. When I realized she was stripping down to nothing, I stayed rooted in place. Most of the group was in some state of undress to cool off in the river, so this shouldn't have surprised me. She was just another soldier getting into the water. Nudity within this group wasn't sexualized like it is on Earth in the mundane world. I'd gathered my intel, counted their numbers and weapons. I should have left at that point. But instead, I couldn't take my eyes off the Prime as she moved hip-deep into the water, her hands outstretched. A screech from the dragons pulled me out of my memories of the Abraxas woman, and I turned to check on Sydney and Ash. "Ah!" I breathed as I looked at her. I didn't want to see my friend's bondmate in her underwear writhing in the dirt. She'd slid down against the tree trunk, and the rope bunched the T-shirt up around her ribs. Ash was no better. His eyes were open but unseeing as he panted and tugged at the climbing webbing tied to his wrist. Striding over to him, I examined his arm, now crusted with blood. "Ouch, that's going to hurt later, you lucky bastard," I mumbled, knowing he didn't hear me. Rifling through Ash's bag, I found a fleece and joggers. The air still had a bite to it, even though the sun was coming up. At least the wind had calmed down. Bending down in front of the Harrow Prime, I slapped his cheek several times to try to get his attention. "Dude, want to get dressed?" "Ash!" I considered trying to dress him, but decided on covering him with a sleeping bag instead. I did the same for Sydney before searching the sky for the dragons. Pulling my dirty clothes off, I changed into not clean clothes, but at least something that wasn't matted with dried blood. A quick glance at my two companions told me they wouldn't be themselves any time soon. Ash still growled while piercing Sydney with a predatory gaze. Sydney was no different as she clawed at the hard-packed orange dirt, her teeth bared like a dragon. I groaned and turned away from them. Approaching the bank, I frowned at a pile of blood-soaked clothes there. Taking our camp shovel, I began to dig a pit in the gravel just close enough to the bank so that it would fill with water. Using just a few drops of soap, I kicked all our filthy clothes into the hole. Using a stick, I poked the clothing down and began swishing it back and forth to try to clean them like a washing machine. Allowing the clothes to soak, I drank my water and leaned against a boulder to watch the sun come up. It was freaky watching Eondian manipulate Ash like this, and I knew he must hate it. For me, the thought of being controlled by my dragon was an intriguing prospect. I wouldn't mind losing myself to those carnal and basic desires, but then again, I wasn't Ash. He was the most self-controlled, uptight bastard I'd ever met. Did this completely freak him out? No doubt. No wonder he fought the bond so hard. But could there be at least some part of him that liked the mating, or could enjoy letting go? No, probably not. I knew why Ash was the way he was, and it was no secret. For most of his life he'd been molded and formed to the will of those around him, raised to be the PL. So, if there was something he could control, he would. Which brought me to Sydney. Would she be enough for her to balance Ash, or would he burn her up? Waking, I realized the pair was quiet. Twisting around, I could see Sid. She still hung against the tree, and her eyes were closed in sleep. Making my way over, I knelt and began untying her when her lashes fluttered, and she stared up at me. "Ash," she breathed, wrapping her arms around my neck. "No, it's me, Corbin." I plucked her arms from me before throwing her over my shoulders in a real fireman's hold. None of that unrealistic throw-your-back-out TV bullshit Ash had done. She made a sound of exclamation, but quieted when I leaned her against Ash on the sleeping bag. The last time their dragons mated, they slept for hours afterward on the dirt in the woods. Gingerly, I tried to pick at the knots holding Ash's arm. His wrist was raw and bloody, and me messing with the knots only made it start to bleed again. After getting nowhere, I gave up and left him tied to the tree. They created this mess. I'd let them clean it up. Arms folded over my chest, I couldn't help but watch as Carrick folded his mate into his body with one arm. When he laid his cheek against her messy blonde hair, a bolt of envy rippled through me, not for Sydney, but for what they had, that connection, that understanding of one another. I wanted that. Sure, the tetrad was a major mind fuck, but I never even considered the possibility. Neither had Ash. But here he was with his bondmate. Maybe I had a mate. Here. The thought sent shivers down my body as I settled down next to my own tree and stared out at the river. 8. Ash. The stinging heat of the sun woke me from the deepest sleep I'd had since arriving in the dragon realm. My wrists throbbed from where the rope had rubbed it raw, but it wasn't worse than I expected. The knots had been pulled tight, but I fought them using my fingernails until each came undone. Gently moving Sydney from my chest, I laid her down on the sleeping bag before adjusting the other to shield her from the sun's harsh rays. My throat was parched, and the scent of copper pennies wafted from my hair and seemed to hang in the air. Then I spotted a nasty sludge-filled hole next to the river. A stick sat upright in the stagnant dark water. Were all our clothes in the hole? What the heck? The eating meant well, but that was just gross. At least he'd kept us apart during the worst of it, but this couldn't go on any longer. Resisting the dragon's pull wasn't an acceptable solution. What if we'd still been at our old campsite? There were no trees. What would we have done? What could Corbin have done? Like last time, I could remember everything that happened. During the mating, my actions seemed rational, but afterward, not so much. I loved Sydney more than anything in the world, and Corbin was like my brother. But what if I hurt one of them? What if I forced myself on Sydney? The thought turned my stomach. She was so innocent and trusting. How could I live with myself if I ever hurt her? Because I would remember afterward, and so would she. Glancing in Sid's direction, I clenched my teeth. She lay there, curled up on her side, her pale thighs scraped and covered in the red dirt. At least she wore one of Corbin's t-shirts. Spotting her shirt on the ground across the way, I picked it up and carried it to the river, where I rinsed the dirt off before draping it over the dry branches of a nearby bush. Movement across the river made me spin toward a brushy area. Corbin's messy blonde hair stood out at all angles, waving like a flag against the greenery behind him. He waded through the shallower end of the pool toward me, carrying a large brown bundle on his head. Splashing through the water, he wobbled a bit before moving forward across the river bottom. "Dude, we've just hit the jackpot. Not only is Korath back with me, but I brought back spoils from last night. I loaded up anything we might find useful." "The bodies?" "Taken care of," he said. Setting the pack down on the grass, he opened it up and held out a round yellow fruit. "Eat it. There are a bunch." I took it from his hand and sniffed. "This is a huge find. Do you want to share it with me?" "Nah, I already ate one. But look at this. I have more." He opened a waxy cloth that revealed several strips of dried meat. There were several round yellow fruits and another fabric filled with a piece of hard bread. "Yeah? Cool, right? I had to hold myself back from just gorging. although I did try everything, just to make sure it was safe. You're a fucking rock star, Cor. Fuck, we needed this so bad. I shook my head and laughed before biting into the fruit. It was firm like an apple, but sweet like a pear. My eyes nearly rolled back in my head as I wolfed it down, eating the core and seeds, too. I could have eaten 100 of those, but we needed to ration our supplies. For the love of the ancestors, that was good. I fell onto my back, my head resting in the soft grass as I gazed up at the clear sky. The eaten prime nudged me, and I pushed myself up onto my elbows. Look at this. This looks like fish hooks, and 2 of those dudes had swords, like honest-to-fucking-God swords. Look! I did, sitting up and watching as he tugged more out of the worn leather pack. He drew a sword up in his left hand, twisting it for me to check out. The tarnished metal weakly reflected the sun. Not exactly top quality, he joked. I took it from him, examining the blade as I turned it around. If these guys have swords and knives, do you think they have guns? You'd think that if people had guns here that they'd use a gun while robbing someone. I don't know. I mean, do you remember that shady bar in Belfast where those guys tried to jump you? I groaned. We'd been young, drunk, and stupid. Walking back to our hotel, I stopped to take a leak, and these guys tried to rob me with a pocket knife. It didn't end well. You think that firearms are just regulated? He lifted a shoulder. We shouldn't assume anything. No, you're right. I picked up one of the fishing hooks from where it lay tucked into a leather bundle. I wondered what the line was made out of. It definitely wasn't plastic or nylon like we had. How's Sydney? Has she recovered from everything? I don't know. She's not used to that. I hesitated. I thought last night actually wasn't that bad, so what does that make me? Immoral? Evil? I ran my hand over my unwanted facial hair. Corbin just stared at me as if I had horns growing out of my head. It makes you good at your job. It makes you able to protect her. Isn't that what you want? To take care of your bondmate? He was right, and I knew he was right. But the way Sydney had looked at me after I'd killed the last guy, it was like she was afraid of me. Corbin had cleaned and left the tent drying in the sun. Its orange nylon flapped around a large rock the Eaton used to keep it from blowing away. Moving to the hole, I used the stick to find my pants before pulling them out and attempting to wash them in the river. We both worked in silence as we set things up until he spoke, breathing into the white noise of the falls. Did you notice that those bandits were familiar with Dragonborn? They were scared of Aerith, and then when you controlled them, that one nearly shit himself. At the time, I'd thought the same thing, but honestly, I hadn't thought about it since. How many bodies did you find? Corbin shook his head. 5. That one took off. He probably thought we'd take him out, too. Well, I guess that means no guide. Now we'll have to find our own way. Yeah, I answered. I just hope that it doesn't come back to bite us in the ass. He lifted a shoulder. No, he looked at you like he was starstruck, like you were some kind of movie star. Did you notice that? I furrowed my forehead. Aerith said that he thought I was one of the royals of Abraxas, whatever that means. That's weird, huh? How many Dragonborn can do that here? How many prime bonds do they have? We need more intel on these people. I mean, a few days with that guy, and I could have started to figure out the language. That drew a laugh out of my friend, along with a sarcastic comment. You mean you can't automatically speak it after hearing a few sentences last night? Ha ha, very funny. The smile slipped from my face, and I stared off into the distance. The fact is that they were mundane, and they knew about Dragonborn. That's interesting, don't you think? That might be important in how we move forward. He nodded, picking up on my mood change. I was thinking we should camp up in the next clearing where Sid and I landed the last time we came here. This place seems to be too well known for us to camp. I don't want to get snuck up on again. I agreed and grunted in affirmation before pointing to the nasty sludge pit he created. What's this? Corbin, the ever good-natured guy, smiled up at me. Oh, that? I was washing our clothes. He knelt and began to stir it with a stick. No, come on, that's gross. Help me rinse these in the river. Irritation ran through my voice. Sydney only had what she was wearing in the cave when we went through, whereas Corbin and I had our large backpacking packs. I scowled when I found her ugly safari pants and scrubbed them in the river before squeezing and hanging them over the bushes. Why are you doing that for her? She can wash her own shit, the Eaton Prime spat, probably angry about my criticism. Because I'm here, and if she's sleeping, she probably needs it. She'd do it for me. Fine, he groaned, helping me soap down all the clothing from the cesspit before rinsing them and hanging them to dry on the bushes. Everything stunk. Our tent, our sleeping bags, us. If I had time, I'd wash everything else too, but the sun sat low in the sky. Stripping down, I grabbed the little bottle of camp soap and poured it into my hand. Scrubbing myself clean never felt this good. Once I was clean, I leaned my head back to float on my back. I closed my eyes, feeling the sun on my face and cool water on my body. I was relaxing until I was splattered with droplets as Corbin shook his head like a dog. "Hey!" I yelled, sitting up. But the Eaton Prime stood motionless in the water, his eyes toward the canyon rim. "Prime's inbound. 2:00, Corbin warned me as we both hurried out of the river. I reached for Eondian. He was nearby, sleeping. "Where's Korath?" I asked, drying myself and pulling on joggers. "He's upstream." I nodded before kneeling next to Sid and shaking her arm. "We need to go, babe." Her eyes opened, and she squinted into the brightness behind me, her brow wrinkling in question. "Someone's coming. Can you feel them?" Her eyes went wide as she struggled to her feet. She tugged into her wet safari pants while I held her elbow for balance. Corbin had crossed the river and disappeared into the thick vegetation ahead of us. We followed, rounding the pool beneath the falls. Going first, I pulled Sid through the shallows, gripping her hand in mine. As the water got deeper and deeper, I heard her sharp intake of breath. "I've got you!" I yelled over the roar of the falls. The swirling current began to lap at our legs and push against us. "It's deep!" she cried out as the water lapped at her thighs, but I continued to pull her through the water. We didn't have time to take this slow. As soon as we'd crossed the final stretch, she followed me into the brush. I released her, pushing her ahead of me on the trail. The waterfall would hide the sound of our retreat as we scurried to the landing spot above the falls. We scrambled all the way to the upper beach, where we waited in the shade of the canyon wall. Corbin knelt next to his pack, looking for something. "You said there were primes?" Sid asked. "What's going on?" Irritation ran through me. "I don't know. They likely felt us before we were able to hide our presence. Sydney, you shield naturally, but Corbin and I don't. We only do it when necessary. It's draining. I have no idea how or why you're able to do it all the time." "I do this?" she asked incredulously. I nodded. "Yeah, You usually screen yourself in your sleep, too. That blows my fucking mind. Turning to me, Corbin's eyes were wide as he chewed on a stalk of grass. So, what's the plan? I searched the sky for any dragon sign, but there was nothing. I don't know. I feel them nearby. Another prime brushed my mind. Fuck! They're looking for us! They definitely know we're here. I summoned Eondian, and he tuned into the situation even as he sped through the air toward me. Just as I caught his black wing, 2 other dragons carrying riders crested the edge of the opposite side of the canyon. We backed up into the shadows, cautiously watching as both primes came in for a landing on our sandy beach. Eondian beat them down, landing and taking up a defensive position in front of us. The ground shook as the unknown dragons landed with a thump. Sloppy, Corbin muttered. My lips tightened, and I raised a brow before asking, "Where's Korith?" Shaking his head and lifting a shoulder was the Eaton's only response. "Ada silvu, ut keas usde, kea igas anhikduri?" A shout from one of the armored soldiers. "These look like the same guys we saw the other day," Cor growled. I was shirtless and only wearing Adidas joggers. This was not my ideal attire for making first contact with other Dragonborn, but it would have to do. Sid clung to my hand, but reluctantly released me when I moved forward to meet the strangers. As I approached, I realized several things. One, this wasn't 2 men, but a male and female prime. Both wore the strange dragon scale armor and black paint across their cheekbones. Corbin stood at my side as we walked up next to Eondian, letting the full force of our auras as dragon-born primes wash over the strangers. There was no use hiding our presence. "Hello," I called out, sure that their word was similar. Eondian translated the female's words as she spoke them. "This is Abraxas land. Who are you, and what is your business here?" "My apologies, we didn't mean to trespass. My name is Prime Ash Carrick, and this is Prime Corbin Bryant. We are from the Balor Dragonborn of Earth. We are looking for one of our people, a prime, Celine Lambert. Do you know her?" "Prime Celine?" She exchanged a look with her companion. "I cannot answer about your friend. However, you should have asked for permission before crossing the river," she replied from her position atop her beast. Her red dragon scale armor dully reflected the sun as she shifted in her bulky leather saddle. The man examined us. "Where are you from? You don't look like other Itaisians. You look like Outworlders." The woman flashed a look at her companion to shut the hell up. "My lord, please tell me what your intentions are here in Abraxas if you plan to stay." It hadn't surprised me that she addressed me with a formal title, but it was difficult to tell how specifically Eondian translated it to me. Upon closer inspection, I could tell she was older. Not only did she carry herself like an experienced soldier, but her thick black hair was striped with silver. Although young, the man was powerful and had the telltale signs of being part of a prime bond. Interesting. "Like I said, we need help finding our friend." I nudged their minds with images of our military capabilities and a possibility of an alliance. The younger man's eyes flew wide, and he took a step back. His skin was pale and freckled beneath his strange hat. The woman lifted her chin. "We will bring you to Kortrijk, our capital city, as a guest of the Queen. We will escort you all there tomorrow, shortly after sunrise. It's a long journey, even by dragon. By the way, I am Prime Naltha, head of the Abraxas Royal Guard." Nice to meet you, Prime Naltha. Thank you. Your hospitality is appreciated. We'll be ready. We all stood there, staring at each other for a moment until they turned to go. You seemed like you know this woman, Celine. Is there something you're not telling us? When the younger Tetrad Prime spoke, he earned a glare from his companion. She's under the Queen's protection and serves the Oracle. Thank you, I responded, watching as the Abraxas Dragonborn mounted their dragons. Naltha nodded, even though my comment wasn't directed at her. We'll camp above on the ridge for your safety. Bodies were found in a canyon nearby. I sucked in a breath before letting it out slowly. Okay. She kept her gaze on me. Sunrise. I nodded, hoping my gesture was universal. Berangaria. Outworlders. I needed to discuss the bond with Sydney tonight. With it incomplete, we were vulnerable to not only our enemies, but our dragons as well. Even though every moment I held myself away from her was a struggle, I thought we could wait longer. I wanted to wait longer. For her, but circumstances were forcing our hand.
9. Sydney. The temperature dropped rapidly, along with the large orange sun, as we sat and ate jerky and apples at our campsite. All day, Ash had been silent and distant. He sat against a fallen tree the guys had dragged over, cutting slices off an apple with his hunting knife. Ash, I whispered, leaning over and touching his leg. What's wrong? You've been really quiet. Are you mad that I slept all day?
No. I've just been thinking,
he told me, covering my hand with his before pulling me to lean against his chest. Just touching him made my heart slow and my breath calm. He was usually my rock, but today he felt scattered and uneasy. Are you thinking about the Abraxans? I whispered, gazing up at his face. The flickering fire lit his sharp features and unshaved face. His jaw was tight, eyes intense, and fingers clenching the knife too hard. Carefully, I took the knife from his grip and wiped it on my pants.
No, I was thinking about the guys from the cave who were shooting at us, he told me.
That was messed up, Corbin said, breaking our quiet moment. I still think we should have fucked them up.
Don't believe what they said. I don't trust Arthur, but I doubt he'd go as far as that.
Ash searched me for some kind of response. I shook my head. What do you mean? I didn't hear them. I was too focused on the runes. The guys shared a quick look before Ash spoke.
They claim to have made a deal with your grandfather. You, if they killed me for him.
My mouth dropped open. What? That's ridiculous.
I agree. It was probably a lie, but...
Corbin threw something into the fire as he cut Ash off. Yeah, maybe, but who knows? Arthur's a bastard. The question is he that big of a bastard? Ash shook his head. I can't stand the guy. And maybe a month ago I would have said that even Arthur has a line he won't cross. I chewed my lip, waiting for one of them to say what I thought. When neither spoke, I did. What if he did cross that line? Ash shook his head.
They could just be trying to stir up trouble. Claiming a deal with you sounds almost believable. I don't know.
Wait a minute. What do you mean when you say, a deal for me? I asked. After flicking a concerned gaze at Ash, Corbin answered, They would keep you until you had their baby. Ash nearly resonated with anger.
It's not going to happen.
I breathed out an angry laugh. That's complete bullshit. My grandfather would never agree to that, would he? The Eaton Prime tilted his head to the side and frowned. Well, you're the only female Prime under 35. In a sick sort of way, it would make sense to have children with different partners.
No,
Ash spat, disentangling himself from me and standing.
No one touches her.
For the love of the ancestors, Ash, I didn't mean me. But think about it. Corbin trailed off. finally realizing that his logical words weren't sitting well with him. My soldier's eyes burned with an inner fire. I broke my gaze from him, turning to the Eton. I laughed. "Corbin, I know you mean well, but—"
"No, it's not going to happen."
Ash began pacing, his hands flexing as he walked back and forth. When he stopped, he gazed over at his friend.
"She didn't even want children to begin with."
His eyes flicked back to me, his voice low and deadly.
"Sid, I won't ever make you do anything, or do anything that you don't want to do."
"I know that," I breathed. When Corbin spoke again, I nearly slapped him.
"Yeah, but what about, artificial insemination? She could save the Dragonborn. More females mean we'll have more primes."
A deep rumble came from Ash, a sound that so closely resembled his dragon that I took a step back. This could only end in a fight. Ash was already on edge. Why was Corbin provoking him? My soldier probably realized the same thing, because instead of going after his friend, he stormed off, disappearing downstream through the brush.
"Let him go,"
Corbin warned me. I turned to the Eton. "What's up with him today? I thought going to Abraxas was the plan. And those rogues? They can't touch us here." His eyebrows raised.
"I don't know. I think it's the bond. It's making him crazy. I've never seen him this out of control until he met you."
"Great. Thanks, Corbin," I told him sarcastically, then hesitated at the thought of the Dragonborn dying out. "I would do it, though. Donate my eggs or whatever if it meant saving us. I mean, it's all scientific and in a lab." He nodded.
"Yeah. Honestly, we probably need a lot more than that. We need genetic diversity. We're struggling within our communities from genetic diseases. We try to find partners in other Dragonborn communities, but I'm not sure that's enough."
I nodded. "Are you thinking about that girl in the water from the other day?" He lifted a shoulder. Taking several steps to follow Ash, I turned back to Corbin. "I'm going to see if he'll talk to me."
"Yep,"
he grunted, not in agreement, but in understanding. When I found my soldier, he was facing the water, standing in the illumination of the planet that hung in the sky above us. "Hey," I said, his gaze fixed out over the water. "What's going on?" I asked as I neared him.
"We need to talk,"
he said, still with his back to me, making ice rush through my veins. The last time he'd said those words to me in this tone of voice, he left me. I'd cried for days. I reached out to touch him, but hesitated just before my fingers brushed the skin of his arm. "What did you want to talk about?" I asked in an unsteady voice, cringing inwardly at my weakness.
"It's the bond. I just feel like I'm going insane. Like you're mine, and I know that's not right. I know you're your own person, and women's rights and all that. I have sisters. But the thought of anyone touching you makes me feel—"
"Like you're coming apart at the seams?" I asked, still unsure where he was going with this. Turning to meet my eye, he nodded. Fear still ran cold in my veins, but I couldn't stand to see the pained expression on his face. Snaking my arms around his body, I settled my head against his chest. His heart was racing. "Me too. So you're not crazy." We stood there for several minutes, both of us lost to our thoughts. When his pulse slowed beneath my cheek, I looked up into his eyes that shone darkly in the dim light. "I only want you. No one else. You know that, right?"
"I do," he breathed.
When he released me, the cold rushed in, making me shiver. Ash smiled at me with his diplomatic smile, that false expression that didn't reach his eyes. "But that's not what you wanted to talk about, is it?" I rested my hands on his chest, unable to keep myself from even this little touch. He exhaled sharply and scratched his stubbled cheek.
"The bond is a double-edged sword, isn't it?"
"Yeah."
I guess I have a few things on my mind.
Oh? I smiled. Only a few? The planet hung in the sky like a large moon, lighting our surroundings. The tranquility of the beach washed over me. The babbling river ran slow above the falls, and the reeds danced gently in the wind.
We need to complete the bond,
he told me evenly. For all anyone knew, he could have been commenting on the weather as far as his tone went. For once, I was utterly speechless. My mouth hung open like a fish as I stared at him. Ash sucked in a shaky breath.
Only if you want to.
The uncertainty in his voice snapped me out of my momentary shock. No, I do. I'm just surprised. Like here? Now? Or... I broke off, unsure where I was going with my words as they tumbled from my mouth. A slight smile crossed his lips.
Not here, and probably not now. I don't want to force it, but I think we should stop fighting it and...
Just let it happen?
Yeah. But we should talk about things before we go any further.
What more is there to talk about? I asked, plucking a willow and slid it through my hand. He looked down at my fingers as they twisted the woody stalk, and I wondered if his cheeks were burning like mine.
Well, I'm pretty sure we don't need a kid right now, so contraception. But more importantly, I want to know what you like, where you like to be touched, what you're comfortable with, what you're expecting. I don't want you to be afraid.
I'm never afraid when I'm with you, I said, meeting his eye and cutting him off.
Good. I'm glad.
He skimmed my hair with his hand.
Tell me how you want this to happen.
I sucked in a breath before puffing my cheeks up and releasing it.
Here, do you want to sit?
He asked. Settling against the slanted wall of the canyon, Ash held his hand out to me. When I sat next to him, he faced me.
Is there anything you want to ask me?
I chewed my lip before deciding to just dive in. What's your body count? I blurted out, cringing and probably turning red. But, oh no, my brain decided to babble on. I mean, hasn't Corbin slept with half of Bryony already? Then there's MIT and college. I'm not judging you. And if it's like crazy high, I still want to know. But if you... Ash palmed my shoulders with his hands before running his fingers down my arms.
Sydney, it's okay. I want you to feel comfortable to ask me whatever you want, okay? I have nothing to hide. I've had 12 sexual partners, all women. All were long-term relationships, other than the seedings.
I had so many questions about the seedings, but I didn't want to talk about that now. I wanted to talk about us. Have you ever been tested?
Yeah. I got tested last March after we came close to completing the bond. You said you've never been with anyone before?
He asked. I shook my head and frowned as I continued to twist the branch.
Virginity is just a social construct, you know. It could mean so many different things. What's important is that I know what you like. If there are places that you don't want to be touched.
He trailed off. My cheeks felt as if they were on fire, and I pressed my cold hands to them. I was an open person, but this was definitely stretching my boundaries. I don't know what I like. I don't know any of those answers because I've kissed only one other guy before you, and that's as far as it went. Ugh, I hate talking about this. I squeezed my eyes closed and then opened them. His eyes were wide as his emotions fluttered over my mind. He was aroused, but also troubled. Why is your brain all worried now? I asked. He cocked his head back and sighed before meeting my gaze again.
Because this is important. I think if you're unable to have this conversation, then we shouldn't even consider the bond at all right now.
I sniffed in annoyance, but underneath that, I knew he was right. It was time to grow the fuck up. I was acting like a child, and even I knew it. I was sabotaging us, again. Just as Ash shifted to stand, I reached out and grabbed his wrist. Fine, you're right. You're right. The furthest I've gone was with you. He nodded.
Have you had an orgasm?
When I hesitated, he continued.
Do you know what that is?
Oh my God, I spat indignantly. I may be inexperienced, but I read, and I have the internet, and yes, I have had an orgasm. His lips turned into an amused and very sexy smile.
Sydney, have I actually found the one topic that you're embarrassed to talk about?
Ugh, I groaned. You're teasing me to lighten the mood.
I am. Is it working?
I rolled my eyes. Just stop staring into my soul. It's freaking me out.
This is important.
Ash spoke in a low voice, wrapping an arm around my shoulders. He rubbed circles on the back of my arm. I know. I leaned my head against his chest.
Are you on birth control?
I frowned, still staring at the stick I'd twisted into a star. No.
Well, I don't have any condoms.
I leaned forward to meet his eyes and tease him. Wow, Ash Carrick, unprepared. I suppose there's a first time for everything. I'm shocked. He lifted a shoulder.
Well, you know me. I try to please.
Okay, so is that it then? We do nothing? I asked.
I don't know, but it's something to think about.
When Ash stayed quiet, I spoke so softly it was almost a whisper. Tell me what you've done. I caught his nod out of the corner of my eye.
How about not what I've done, but what I like? But first, I want to know what you like.
Ash accidentally grazed my thigh with his hand as he shifted, making me jump, even though it was not unwanted. What do I like? I guess regular... I trailed off, my heart beating so loud I felt like he could hear it. Our faces were only inches apart, so when he spoke, it was barely a whisper.
How about a few other things first?
Other things?
Yeah. There are lots of things you might like other than regular, he teased. What if we figure out what you like?
His fingers trailed along my collarbone, making me shiver.
Do you like that?
I nodded. Stop. You're just teasing me? Are you going to leave me frustrated like the other night? Ash laughed darkly.
I might be teasing you, but I'm torturing myself too.
Then don't stop this time. I breathed boldly. He sucked in a breath.
Maybe I won't.
I grinned up at him, and we just stared into each other for several moments. Your turn. What do you like? I finally asked. Instead of looking away, he continued to pierce me with his eyes.
I like kissing you, touching you, finding what you like.
My mouth went dry as warmth spread through me, pooling low in my belly.
I've thought of what you'd taste like and how your body would feel as you...
I held out a hand to stop him. Stop! Are you trying to get this bond completed tonight? And also, you're terrible at answering questions. He ignored my playful remarks.
I know you don't like to be explicit, but I want to make sure you understand me. I want to taste you. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I swallowed in surprise. I think that not saying the words was almost more explicit than actually saying the words.
Is that something you might want to try?
He asked. I wasn't sure what to say. I'd read about this many, many times. I devoured romance books, and this was definitely something I wanted. I felt dizzy with desire. Our emotions echoed between us, making me almost shake with need. If he wanted to do what I thought he wanted to do, then I'd finish the damn bond right here and right now. Only, what if I bled? What if it was painful? This doused my lustful thoughts, and sensing the change, Ash turned to me, a crease between his brows.
What's wrong? I didn't mean to freak you out. I just wanted...
No, I'm not freaked out. I'm just a bit nervous. I'm afraid it'll hurt.
I've thought about this.
Of course he has. He laughed and brushed a kiss over my lips.
We'll go as slow as you want. And if anything hurts, or you want to stop, then we'll stop. But you need to tell me. It's important that you talk to me, okay?"
Before I could answer him, something moved in the bushes, drawing our eyes to the willows lining the river. Heavy footsteps alerted us to Corbin's presence nearby.
"If you all are done with your lover's quarrel, you should get back to camp. We'll be over in a minute,"
Ash called out, standing before reaching for my hand to help me up. "I will tell you," I breathed. "Good." He wrapped his arm around my shoulders, and we walked back to camp.
10. Ash. I tried to shift my position in the tent, but I was trapped in the middle. Turning towards Sid, I brushed her hair out of the way and carefully draped my arm over her body. Trying to sleep again was impossible lying next to her. The musky, sweet scent of her skin teased me and kept me awake. She was so warm, and her skin felt so soft. Every breath she took made me wonder if she'd roll over and kiss me or run her nails over my skin again. I couldn't be the one to initiate things between us, especially when I knew how innocent she was. In any other situation, I would have never, ever even considered someone her age. My head told me that I should feel ashamed, guilty, or even dirty for wanting her. But now, here, I couldn't seem to muster those feelings up. And maybe, like Evgeny said, age didn't matter. Sydney was my bondmate, and our connection made us different. Being dragonborn made us different. Didn't it? Or was I just using this as a justification to be with her? Shifting again in my position between the sleeping pads, I blew out a long sigh. I should be focusing on the soldiers above, analyzing our situation and coming up with contingency plans. Instead, I was being led around by my dick. Crouching, I leaned over Sid, unzipped the door, and stepped over her sleeping form. As I knelt to zip the tent back up, her whispers came from the darkness inside. "Ash?" Her hand snaked out to touch my leg. "You okay?" "Yeah," I whispered. "Go back to sleep." "What's wrong?" she asked. Reaching down, I felt her arm in the darkness before sliding my hand up to her neck. Leaning over, I kissed her hair. "Nothing. Go back to sleep." "For the love of the ancestors, in or out?" Corbin grumbled. "Sorry," I whispered, zipping up the tent and straightening in the cool breeze. The sun hadn't risen, but the inky black night had already begun shifting to a deep navy. The sister planet wasn't around at this time of day, but 2 moons in various phases lit our camp enough so that I could see. I needed to prepare for our trip to Kortrijk, the Abraxas capital. We had to be watchful and alert. Being primes didn't guarantee our safety. Evgeny and Celine had been a powerful tetrad, and yet they'd been subdued by politics and manipulation. I had to keep Sydney safe, no matter what the cost. One part of diplomacy I'd learned is that appearances mattered. So, taking the soap, I carefully washed in the shallow, fast-flowing river. The spot wasn't ideal as it had been at the lower site, but it would work. I wanted to shave, but wasn't desperate enough to try shaving with a knife. Scrubbing myself until I no longer smelled like blood and sweat, I dressed in my own personal armor, my black officer's uniform. It was slightly wrinkled and not perfectly clean, but it was familiar and would display my status in Balor society. Thankfully, Corbin and I had been wearing our officer's kit when we left Bryony. When I had folded mine up and put it in the bottom of my bag, I never thought I'd need it. Corbin's dragon, Korith, made a groaning noise as he stumbled through the river upstream. The beast had tumbled into our tent early this morning, drunk on some kind of berry, reminding me too much of my friend. I hoped that my dragon and I weren't as similar as those two. Eondian was a dick. He was arrogant and mean, but at the end of the day, I trusted him. He was smart and efficient, and I couldn't help but admire that logical side of him. Thinking of the beast seemed to wake him, and he lifted his head. He and Aerith nestled in the grass across the clearing. Ignoring him, I sat next to the river, bundled up in my puffy coat as I waited for the others to wake up. The first was Sydney, who shivered and jammed her feet into her shoes before meandering over to me. "You look stressed," she whispered into the silence. Early morning light glanced off her messy blonde hair as she examined me. I frowned as I took her hand in mine, pressing a kiss to the slim knuckles. "I'm okay." I pointed to the soap. "Why don't you wash up before Corbin wakes? Your clothes from yesterday are dry." I watched as Sydney undressed in the pre-dawn light. I knew she felt my gaze on her, and for a moment I considered stripping down again and laying her out on the sand, but as soon as the suggestion entered my mind, I dismissed it. If there was an anti-Viagra, I needed it. I had two types of frustration going on, the usual kind, and then the kind where I wanted to fight myself for being such a love-sick schmuck. One of the biggest draws to Sydney was that she knew me. She truly and deeply knew me. There was a singular sense of freedom within that knowledge, that I could always be myself, and she would accept it, flaws and all. It was refreshing. There were no fake expressions and no simpering words. So, when I looked at her body, of course I wanted her. But I wanted her mind, her thoughts, and her reactions just as much. Completing our bond would be more than physical. We'd finally have that whole and complete connection. I imagined it to be like having full bars on my cell phone instead of just one. When she stepped out of the water, I swallowed hard. The drops sparkled on her skin like diamonds in the rising sun. Standing, my feet carried me toward the riverbank. Our gazes met, and I held up my t-shirt for her to use as a towel. I couldn't even speak. I wanted her so badly. "Ash," she breathed, her voice filled with longing, and the corner of her mouth curved up in a smirk. "I can almost hear your thoughts. You're so open right now." "I'm sorry." I blinked and spun away. This wasn't the time nor the place. We had maybe 15 minutes before the sun came up, and we'd need to leave. Clenching my hands and squeezing my eyes closed, I forced my heart to stop racing. Then, when I'd calmed a bit, I turned around to see her tugging on her clothes. Reaching out, I cupped her neck. Her blue-green eyes swirled with questions. "This is killing me, but we don't have time. Soon, okay?" She nodded, a slight smile gracing her lips. Shadows from the canyon's rim made us both look up toward the Abraxas soldiers. It was too far to see them, but their presence reminded us of what we had ahead of us today. "Eat more of that beef jerky. You'll need to feel strong today." "Aye, aye, Captain," she told me teasingly as she tugged at the tangles in her hair. "Do you need help?" I asked from the rock I sat on. "Bring the jerky and I'll braid your hair." She gave me a skeptical look, sitting in front of me on the sand. I began finger-combing her blonde strands before plaiting them into a braid. How do you know how to braid?" she asked as she chewed her jerky. I smiled at her question. "You do remember that I have 2 older sisters, right? My brother Vaughn is the oldest, then there's an 8-year gap, and then Summer and Autumn, and then me. Do you know how many times we'd dress up, and the only dress-up clothes they had were girl clothes? So I wore this one top that I thought looked like a knight's armor." I laughed. "I think it was Cinderella's dress. Then there was this one time Summer painted my nails. When my dad saw it, he yelled at us. He was so angry. It was stupid. I cried and cried, feeling so left out when he made the girls wipe it off." "What? I have so many problems with that." She shook her head. "Yeah, I mean, it was just nail polish. Just their generation, I guess. But I know how to braid because of Summer and Autumn." "I barely know how to braid myself." She paused. "I had no idea that your sisters' names were Summer and Autumn." "Yeah, not very original because that's when they were born." "What about your name? What does it mean?" she asked, leaning on my knee. I laughed. "My name's from my mom's Yoruban side. It translates into something like, 'it is done.' It's a word that's supposed to have a lot of power, which they thought they needed. By the time I was born, Vaughn had gone through his awakening, and he wasn't a prime. I was their last chance. My mother was in her late 30s, and so they named me Ash. It was superstitious." I breathed out a silent laugh. "That's really cool. I honestly have no idea where my name came from." "No? Maybe you can ask your mom when we meet her." I twisted the black elastic around the end before smoothing it against her neck. I liked the way her silky strands felt in my fingers. She ran her fingers over the 2 loose plaits I'd done. They weren't great, but I didn't mind any excuse to touch her. "Thanks." "Yeah. When we get back, I want to meet your brother and sisters." I smiled. "Yeah, I think they'll love you, although my sisters are pretty bossy." Twisting to face me, Sid raised an eyebrow. "I don't think it's just your sisters that are bossy. I think that's a Carrick trait." "Maybe," I chuckled. Just as I leaned forward to kiss her, Corbin cleared his throat as he exited the tent. "Why didn't you guys wake me? Ash?" He growled. "Because you're a grown adult, Corbin. Get dressed, and I'll pick up the tent." "Yeah, we've got this," Sid agreed. Unease prickled up my spine, and I shaded my eyes to look up at the canyon's lip. The dragon-scaled soldiers stood there with their dragons, watching as we packed up, and Corbin quickly dressed. Ready to go, I pulled Sydney into a quick hug. "Don't offer them any information. Try to say as little as possible. You never know what they can use against us." Her eyes narrowed, but she nodded. Mounting our dragons, we each took off, one by one. Aerith and Korith circled above in the sky, but I landed to rendezvous with the Abraxas primes. Naltha sat on her beast, ready to go. Then, speaking slowly so her dragon could translate, "Follow us, and don't fall behind." I nodded. She shifted in her thick saddle, the leather creaking as she moved. I knew the Abraxas Prime wanted to ask us about not having saddles ourselves, but she held her tongue. Dragonborn from Earth usually used a harness made of straps that could be easily packed and carried. Sydney had made no secret of her dislike of putting Aerith in a harness, and she didn't use them, although the rest of us did. They were an essential safety measure, but beyond that, they made it easier to carry gear. The Abraxas harness looked like an oversized version of a horse saddle. I guess it made sense, considering their dragons didn't leave their realm like ours did. I gave Eondian the okay, and he crouched before launching himself into the sky. He was a giant, powerful dragon. As a harrow dragon, he was fiercer and larger than most male dragons. He practically dwarfed Sydney's beast, Aerith. After nearly 2 hours of flight, we began following a large stone aqueduct. Paspa, the female prime's dragon, warned me that we'd be joined by a squadron of soldiers to escort us into Kortrijk. I acknowledged her warning with a nod and then signaled to Corbin that we had inbound. His uniform shirt had come undone, and when it flapped, I could make out a glint of the gun sticking out of the back of his pants. He spiraled up into the sky before forcing Korath to take a position between Sydney and the others. Pressing my lips together, I counted the new dragons that surrounded us. "Keep your cool," I warned the others through their dragons. "It is for your protection, and is an honor," the Abraxas beast relayed to me. Eondian snorted a plume of fire, causing the small wyverns and their riders to give us a wider berth. "My point exactly," I told him, patting his neck.
"I don't like them close to my mate when she is like this."
"What do you mean, when she is like this?"
"My mate carries my clutch,"
he spat as if I were stupid. "What?" This was just another complication that we didn't need. Aerith was pregnant? I mean, I knew this happened, but I didn't think about it happening. This stuff happened in the Dragon Realm, which I guess was here. None of us Dragonborn had ever dealt with clutches or dragon pregnancies. I shook off this new development. I couldn't afford to be distracted. We were almost there. In the distance, I spotted the city, Kortrijk, and it sent a shiver of fear through me. Fear was good. It made me sharp. Ahead, a large city sat among rolling hills, surrounded by a thick, gleaming wall, and before that, a patchwork quilt of fields stretched out into the desert. The sight reminded me of drawings I'd seen of early civilizations, like Pompeii, ancient Egypt, or Babylon. Following our guides, we began to drop low as we neared a massive block in the slanted and buttressed walls of the city. One by one, our escort began to drop down on the cobbled road. We landed, remaining on our beasts next to an archway. After a few calls to the gate, a loud rumbling grabbed my attention as it began to open. The female prime Naltha led the way, still astride her beast. "This is the dragon entrance," her beast warned us. "It is the only way to enter Kortrijk safely. Archers are trained to shoot down any dragon that tries to fly over the city wall." Naltha turned and gestured for us to follow. I motioned Corbin to go, then Sydney, before I followed into the shade of the gate. A breeze whooshed out through the open gate, dropping the temperature from scorching to cool. It smelled like hay, horses, and manure, reminding me of our horse barn on my family's ranch. The wyverns and their riders disappeared into the maze of dark tunnels lit with glows. We hesitated, still astride our beasts, like the other primes. A short, balding man with black eyes waved us inside. "Hello, I am Milo, the Queen's translator," he said in English. He wore a loose yellow tunic embroidered around the edges with red thread. Even though it was a simple garment, it looked formal. "Please dismount, and I will take you to the stables where your dragons will be cared for." Milo led us down a long ramp that led underground. The stone turned to rock, and the distinct musk of dragons and smoke filled my nostrils. Of course, our dragons at Bryony didn't live there, and they certainly didn't stay anywhere long enough to mark it with their scent. But the smell was familiar. It came from the oil they excreted over their scales. It reminded me of peat moss and pine needles. A few voices and dragon bellows stopped when we passed through the arched entryway into a sizable sunlit cavern. The roof was lower than I thought it would be, but was offset by several small skylights and one large circular opening in the middle. The stable was about the size of a soccer field, ringed in open-ended stalls. "My lords, lady, please allow me to show each of your dragons to a stall." Milo translated for a young man wearing a simple red tunic and leggings. Two others, similarly dressed, stripped us of our packs. "They will take your things to your room." Milo was impatient, but I ignored him. If these people were going to house Eondian, I wanted to see where I was leaving my dragon. The original kid led the way to a large stall across the round stable. When he turned to see both me and Eondian following him, he smiled. "You're pretty young to be working with dragons, yeah?" I asked him. The kid wasn't a prime, but could talk to dragons, I realized after Eondian spoke to him. I watched as my beast settled himself into one of the large bays lined with clean straw. There was water, it was cool down here, and Eondian seemed pleased as he closed his eyes to sleep. The cavern was filled with nearly 20 other dragons. The majority were eaten beasts ranging from white to dark red like Corbin's dragon, who was almost burgundy. Once the beasts were settled, Milo gestured back the way we came. Sidney stopped him, touching his shoulder. "Excuse me, sir?" "Yes?" Milo asked, impatient to keep moving. "Our dragons will be safe there, right?" she asked. An irritated voice spat out from above us on the ramp. "Tuan further tutor samutum nud, tuoriv et lata tuari." Milo translated, "The Royal Highness, Prince Castian, promises that your dragons will be safe and well cared for in the stables." The Prime tugged off his gloves and threw them to the floor. As he passed us, his gaze lingered on Sid for several uncomfortable moments. Behind him, a teenage boy quickly picked them up before following. I chose to ignore this rude aristocrat. I'd met plenty of them in my time, and this guy was nothing new. "Where are you taking us?" I asked Milo. "I am taking you to a guest house attached to the palace. When the Queen is ready, she will send for you," he said, leading the way forward. As we walked, I mentally mapped our route, slipping under colorful canopies and into a covered porch that wrapped around a lush courtyard. The translator stopped at an ornate wooden door. "This is the guest house, and these are your rooms." Leading us inside, the main room was almost empty except for a shallow, tiled pool beneath a slightly smaller rectangle open to the sky above. The walls were painted plaster in shades of cream, green, and yellow, accented by shiny blue tiles. Milo motioned to the two doors on each side. "These are sleeping rooms. The toilet is at the back of the house. The bathhouse is not far. Just ask one of the two servants looking after you, and they can take you. They both speak the language of your world." With that brief explanation, Milo swept the door closed behind him with a solid thud. Sidney turned toward me, and I wrapped her into my arms, breathing a sigh of relief. "So this place blows. No windows, barely any furniture, and it looks like they don't use electronics at all," Corbin blurted out, breaking the silence of the room. In the background, little noises rose up from the city below, but they only served to highlight the peace and stillness of this place. It was cool, and the open ceiling acted as a chimney to pull air inside. The Eaton wandered around the room, examining everything. "Is it just me, or is this kind of like Bryony?" "They use glows like we do," I shrugged. Have you figured out their language yet? It sounds almost like the Dragonborn ritual language to me, Corbin said, taking his shoes off and slipping his feet into the shallow water. Get your feet out of there! What if that's for drinking? Sid exclaimed. He pulled his legs out of the water to rest on the blue-tiled step. It's not for drinking, I hope. I pressed my lips together, thinking about what Corbin said. It shouldn't be too difficult to start to figure out, but it's not like I'll be able to translate it overnight. I blew out a breath. Sid turned in my arms, and I released her. She disappeared into one of the sleeping rooms. I examined the main room to a background of unfamiliar city noises. It was shaped like a T, with the small pool in the central part and what looked to be a sitting room in one of the open-ended arms, and a low table surrounded by cushions in the other. So maybe a dining room? A large landscape mosaic filled the opposite wall, and below that was a narrow table. Sitting in the center was an intricate clock made up of dark wood and some type of metal. I stood and circled the pool to examine the face. The strange writing defied me. Taking out my phone, I snapped a photo of it. Were these numbers? For all I knew, they could be names or animals for the hours, or whatever measure of unit they used in a day. But this clock was broken up into 13 points. Interesting. Squeezing my eyes closed, I sat down on one of the padded benches beside the pool. There are 4 bedrooms here, Ash. What do you make of that? Sid called from a doorway. I groaned before pulling myself to my feet to find her standing next to the pool. The light filtering in from above framed her, making her hair shine like spun gold. It probably means nothing, or it could mean that this guest house has 4 bedrooms, I told her with a chuckle. What if it means that they can't feel that our bond isn't complete? Or maybe it could be that men and women don't sleep together here. She reached out, tugging on my officer shirt. I don't want to be alone here. It's fine. Stop borrowing trouble. She stared at me with wide eyes. Will you stay with me tonight? Leaning down, I pressed a kiss on her slightly parted lips before pulling back. Her questioning gaze locked on me. Yes, choose what room you want, and I'll stay there with you. She gave me a wide smile.
11. Sydney. The bathroom was interesting. It was a refined version of a pit toilet. However, surprisingly, it didn't smell. Next to the tiled hole where I did my business, there was a basin sink and water pitcher. Beside that, in a soap dish made out of a shell, was a small, black, grassy brick and a bottle of yellow stuff. Picking up the brick, I sniffed it, and a clean pine scent wafted to my nose. Soap, then. Swirling the small yellow glass bottle, I knew this must be oil. Laughing, I poured water over my hands, scrubbed them with the soap, and then rinsed again before using a small waffle towel that hung on a rack above the basin. I thought back to the mountain dragonborn base on Earth and how foreign that had been to me. I couldn't imagine seeing this place first. Heck, I was already broken when it came to weird crap, so this was just like another day in Sydney's crazy life. The bathing situation sounded a lot like Bryony, except there, the men and women bathed separately. I wasn't a prude, but going full birthday suit around everyone wasn't high on my list. The guys had just returned from the bathhouse, all clean and fresh. Jealousy flared through me, but I held my ground. Sponge baths would be fine until we went home. Corbin laughed at me as I twisted my hair and pinned it with a sharp stick. Just go to the baths. It doesn't matter if you're naked. Nudity is just part of the culture here. Besides, you should be glad that we have our own toilet.
The public toilet at the bathhouse has like 20 holes and no dividers." I cringed. Ash looked down at me from where he stood. "Sid, if you want, I'll show you the way in the morning. That's when most women bathe, according to Josefa."
Josefa was an older Spanish-speaking woman who was one of the servants assigned to us. She wasn't dragonborn, which made it even more curious as to how she ended up here. Apparently, the Abraxas assumed that because she was from our world, that we spoke the same language. Ash spoke Spanish and translated for us. Josefa motioned to me, and I followed with my soldier in tow. Josefa pointed to the basin and pitcher inside the small bedroom. It sat on a shiny dresser next to a wardrobe.
"She says to wash your face and hands,"
Ash told me. The servant continued to speak, and as Ash listened, his expression changed. His lips pressed together, and he frowned. "What's going on? Why are you mad?" I asked suspiciously.
"I'm not mad, just irritated. She brought you clean clothes. She says that you need to change to see the Queen."
"I mean, that's a good thing, right? My clothes are dirty and basically ruined," I offered, scrubbing my face with water before drying it with the towel, leaving a dirt streak on the cream fabric. Ash slid out of the room, closing the door behind him. Josefa motioned me to continue bathing, and I did, stripping and wiping down my limbs as I went. When I was done, I stood there in only my black sports bra and black athletic underwear. She motioned for me to continue, but I shook my head. Knowing a lost cause when she saw it, she pulled a soft red wrap dress around me, tying it at the waist. The top hung low, exposing the front of my sports bra. "Is it supposed to look like this?" She nodded and pointed to my bra, rattling off more Spanish. There was no way I was going to wear this dress without a bra. "Where are you from?" I asked instead. Her eyes tightened slightly before she smiled and shook her head. I knew she understood me. She just didn't want to answer. This was worrisome. We needed to get to the bottom of whatever was going on here. Something wasn't right. Josefa shouldn't be here. She should be at home, on Earth. Our small group was escorted past covered walkways and through buildings and courtyards until we came to the most elaborate yard we'd seen yet. The open space in the middle was ringed by columns and filled with heavy fruit trees and green vegetation. Everything was gilded with precious shiny metals and vibrant colors. Instead of being like an outdoor space, the covered walkway surrounding the garden was lavishly decorated with silk tapestries, lounges, pillows, and rugs. Bowls of fruit and plates with unfamiliar food sat next to colored glass pitchers and small cups that looked as if they'd been carved out of horns. Elegant people filled the space with their presence and their boisterous laughter and conversations. Most lounged on the pillows or leaned against the walls. Were they waiting to see the Queen? Dread filled my stomach. I was not a big fan of the whole ruling class situation, and I had a feeling that I wasn't going to like many things about Abraxas. Ash smiled down at me, taking my fingers into his. "We'll be okay." I nodded back at him. My soldier was in his element. There was a subtle, calculating gleam in his eyes as he took everything in. As we followed Josefa, she motioned for us to enter through one of two ornate doors that led into a separate room. Stepping inside, I felt them before I saw them. At least a dozen primes. This must be the throne room. This inner room was full of primes, both men and women. I wasn't sure why I was so shocked. This was, after all, the Dragon Realm. Light streamed in from floor to ceiling, diamond-shaped windows that banked the far side. The roof was at least 2 stories high, but sat suspended on ornate columns above the main building to allow air to circulate the room. Cushioned benches ringed the gemstone-tiled columns, but most people stood. The only ones I could tell who sat were women, draped in jewelry and silky dresses like mine, only embroidered around the edges with sparkling colored thread. One girl drew my eye. She was a bonded prime, but looked much younger than me. I could instantly recognize her mate as the uniformed soldier who we'd first met. Their gazes would occasionally meet, and I knew they were speaking to each other. They were a bonded pair, a tetrad. I was speechless, and yet I had so many questions. God, she looked so young. But in this place, it looked like this was normal, even celebrated. She leaned against a pillar, propped up by cushions and eating small orange fruits as she laughed and chatted with 3 other girls. What was going on? I had so many questions. When her brown eyes met mine curiously, I turned quickly away. Instead, I examined the orange fruits in the artistic glass bowl next to her, and my stomach growled. There had been a carafe of juice and some other unidentified shapes in a basket in our room, but Ash suggested we leave it alone, just in case it was alcoholic or had some other effect on us that we weren't aware of. "Condevrin," boomed the Queen's voice, drawing our attention. "Please come forward and bow to the Queen of Abraxas," Milo bellowed as he herded us along. The crowd parted, and we strode across the room until we stood before the steps leading up to the raised dais. I bowed my head before gazing up at the Queen. She had shiny brown braids that twisted into a delicate silver crown that sat nestled in her hair. Heavy eye makeup circled both eyes, reminding me of a pretty goth or the ancient Egyptians. "Abraxas vurad fulkonen tal, tea urt huadridar, kustar nemar," she told us lazily, rolling her R's and scrutinizing us with a smile on her painted lips. Milo translated. "Welcome to Abraxas. You are my honored guests." My eyes lingered on those sitting beside her. One was a girl with dark hair, and after several moments of feeling a sense of recognition, I realized that she was the naked girl from the waterfall. On the other side of the Queen sat the arrogant prince we'd already met by the dragon stable. Annoyance crossed his features as he stared at us. What had we done to piss this guy off? His muddy boots tapped against the tiled floor, and his motions were jerky, his body tense with impatience. I'd been examining him for several seconds when I realized that he was watching me as well. His strange eyes met mine across the way, and embarrassment made me look away. The prince's laugh made all heads turn toward him, including the Queen's. She snapped at him with harsh words, motioning to his muddy boots. Unfortunately, nothing she said was translated. The prince bowed his head slightly before gazing up at her with a playful smile, and the Queen's disapproval slid away. Queen Brontia turned to us, and Milo translated for her. "Let me introduce 2 of my children, Castian and Elia." I felt out to them, sure that one of the 3 was part of a tetrad, but was surprised when I realized that, although there were 3 tetrads in the room, the royal family wasn't part of any of them. The Queen had the feeling of a bond, but without the power. Her mate must have died, and from the grief hanging around her, it must not have been very long ago. Her shrewd eyes honed in on us. I'm sure she was wondering why the bond between Ash and I was left incomplete. A mean grin crossed Castian's face, as the question was obviously on his mind as well. Raising an eyebrow, I stared back into his weird eyes defiantly, but the gesture had the opposite effect, making him give my body a once-over appraisal. I wanted to smack that arrogant prince. At least I had a bond. He had nothing. He was just a regular prime. A pulse ran through my bond from Ash, and I turned to gaze up at my soldier. His eyes darted toward me before honing back on the Queen. "As for this Celine person, she has recently come under our protection after Coppelia fell to our forces several moons ago." The Queen pursed her lips and examined us with a penetrating gaze. "You could be comfortable here, perhaps more comfortable than you were at home. A powerful tetrad would be welcome in my court." Her voice went low and lethal. "If your own people do not appreciate you." Ash nodded, giving her a thoughtful expression.
Thank you, Your Majesty. Your offer is very considerate, but we don't wish to intrude upon your hospitality longer than necessary.
Milo's translations droned on as the Queen spoke about her kingdom and all the accomplishments and victories they've had. If I weren't so afraid of her, I would have rolled my eyes. Turning my gaze back to the dais where the Queen still spoke, I realized that the stupid prince was staring at me again. Pursing my lips, I flicked a look at Ash. The tightness in his eyes was the only outward sign that he was aware of Castian gawking. Taking my arm, he pulled me behind him and to the other side, so that I was out of direct view of the douchebag. Didn't he know it was rude to stare? However, just when I thought I could avoid the twat, he interrupted his mother and spoke to her in an untranslated conversation. When Prince Twat motioned to me, my whole body went rigid, and Ash pulled me against him protectively. He watched them closely, his lips pressed into a thin line. When they finished, the Queen eyed me, and Milo translated her words.
Lady Sydney, would you be willing to speak to Castian's bondmate? She is of your world, and he thinks you might help her feel more comfortable here.
What? That douche had a bondmate from Earth? They wanted me to make her feel comfortable? Was she a prisoner? Why wasn't she here? My forehead wrinkled in confusion, and I began to shake my head, until I realized that I could be this girl's only hope. Maybe I could help her.
Milo said, She's from a place called California. Do you know about it?
California? Ash and I shared an expression, except he maintained a poker face. Yes, I stammered. I'd love to meet her. The Queen spoke, and the translator continued.
Very well. It pleases me that you would help us to convince her of her duty. What other honor is greater than the chance to be bonded to an heir of Abraxas?
Indeed, Ash answered for both of us. I swallowed guiltily. There was no way I was going to entice anyone to hook up with that twat. This was bullshit. In order to see this poor, trapped girl, I knew I'd have to follow their rules. Could I follow their rules? Could I even fake convince her to... Ew. Fuck. Fine. I glared at the twat prince. He was handsome if you liked arrogant and mean. My heart sank. Who in the freaking world was this girl, and how did she get here? The rest of the conversation whirled by without me hearing a word. I was too busy trying to keep myself from scowling and cringing. Gah. Oh my God. What if she was like 12? What would I do then? Finally, we were dismissed. Walking the empty hall behind our escort, I rubbed the spot between my eyes and groaned. Are you fucking kidding me? I whispered. Not here, Ash warned. A walk never seemed so long and tedious. Even after the doors were closed to our chamber, Corbin held a finger to his lips. With arms crossed, foot tapping, and shaking my head, I waited for the guys to finish searching the rooms. What were they even looking for? Never mind, I didn't care. When they returned, Corbin was the first to say what I'd been thinking.
They stole a fucking prime girl from our world? What the actual fuck?
His chest heaved up and down as he turned between Ash and me. I can't even, I spat.
Sit down, both of you.
Ash poured glasses from the carafe before handing us each our own.
That was actually a very informative meeting, but the both of you need to keep your shit together. We're at their mercy. You guys can't make faces like that. We don't need them as an enemy, especially if we want to get home.
His crisp warning hung in the air as he sipped from the sparkly crystal tumbler in his hand. I started, but he cut me off.
I know,
he told me in a softer tone, reaching out to clasp my hand before releasing it.
It's just, you have to be careful about everything. What you do, your expressions, and what you say. If this meeting was so informative, what intel did we get?
Corbin asked as he refilled his cup. That crooked grin spread across my soldier's face.
We know that the Queen obviously knows about portals. She didn't talk about our kingdom. She said specifically, your world. She knows about Earth, but not a lot. Her people must not spend a lot of time there. Castian has a bondmate, but I don't feel any connection like that with him. Which means they know who his bondmate will be. But how? Shit, Corbin huffed. Yeah, Corbin, shit. And the best news of all is that Celine is safe here, and they know where she's at. But even if she weren't, maybe we could use an Abraxas portal. I nodded, which is another reason why we should play by their rules. Yep. If we mess with them, we might fuck ourselves. I swallowed hard, reaching for one of the fruits. I held it up. I know what this is. This is safe. I've eaten it at the academy. It's an almond berry. I popped it into my mouth and let the tart juice run over my tongue. The guys each took one from the basket and ate the strange, tomato-like textured fruit. Tastes like raspberry lemonade. I nodded to the eaten. After swallowing, Ash continued. We also know that their kingdom is weak right now, because I am guessing the Queen's bondmate died in that last war against Capellia. So now they are scrambling to get the prince into his own tetrad to reclaim power. He licked his lips. Did you notice the other 3 tetrads in the room? It was weird, right? Corbin snorted. Yeah, that one girl was like 12. The other pair was much older than the Queen, so maybe even her grandparents? I didn't see the third pair. I bit my lip. What about their hierarchy? It was weird, right? I don't think Castian is her biological son. Ash lifted a shoulder. That's not uncommon among Dragonborn. Look at Evgeny and me. So, can we talk about this girl from California? Was I the only one shitting myself? I asked disgustedly. No, that was a shock. But then again, where did Josefa come from? Something is definitely fishy here, but we need to tread lightly, which means no rescue attempts and no promises. If you go and talk to that girl, you need to be very, very careful. I hung my head between my hands, staring down at the tiled floor. Ugh. Ash's palm stroked my back before resting on my shoulder. It'll be okay. I know how kind-hearted you are, but right now, we have to be selfish. Sydney, look at me. I sat up, brushing the loose strands from my eyes. Yeah? I need us to be on the same side. It might come down to her or us. That doesn't mean that we can't help her later, but we won't be able to help anyone if we're locked in the same dungeon, or killed. I blew out a breath. This sucks. I know. I sat next to the pool, chewing on that gross jerky from the guys who attacked us in the desert, and gazing into the clear water, thinking about what the city looked like as we flew in yesterday. The houses were whitewashed and squat, with flat roofs and adorned with colorful fabric canopies, probably to shield them from the intense sun. We weren't prisoners and could venture out into the town, but I'd decided to stay here where I felt safe. Ash told me that there was a large square nearby, flanked by shops and food vendors, and at the end was a sizable several-story building that looked like a temple. What kind of religion did these people have? Who would they pray to? A giant dragon statue like those that flanked the gate we entered? These people were basically barbarians. They had no cars and no electricity, yet they'd been able to reach through time and space and abduct women from our world. I chewed my bottom lip, pulling my knees up to my chest. Corbin had fallen asleep on the couch after drinking all the juice and eating all the fruit. I supposed I should be grateful for the beautiful room and hospitality, but I was under no illusion that the Abraxas were our friends. Ash had been gone for hours with the Queen's people, trying to arrange a visit with my mother. After her city was conquered, her status as a tetrad was immediately noticed. According to Milo's translation, she was taken to the Oracle, which seemed like a monastery of sorts. What everybody did at the Oracle wasn't shared with us. For all we knew, she was a prisoner. When a knock sounded at the door, the Eton Prime let out a loud snore before bolting upright.
I was startled as well, before moving to see who it was. Opening the door, I sucked in a sharp breath. Freaking Castian stood there, his teenage servant lingering behind him. Thankfully, the prince wasn't wearing his usual annoyed expression, but was solemn and grim instead. "Hello," he said, making me raise my eyebrows at his use of English. Corbin stepped into the empty space between the prince and me.
"What's up? What can we do for you?"
I'll give it to the prick. He didn't falter at the Eaton's harsh tone. Instead, he stared at me with determination.
"You talk, Lyra."
I touched my sternum. "You want me to talk to Lyra? Is Lyra the girl?" Castian nodded and reached out to grab me, but Corbin blocked the way.
No way, buddy. She's not going with you anywhere."
"Corbin," I widened my eyes. "I need to go see her." He sighed heavily.
"Then we'll both go, because I'm not leaving you alone with that guy."
I blew out a breath. "Okay, thanks." Ducking beneath his arm, I slipped out into the wide, covered walkway. Castian took hold of my arm as if I would suddenly change my mind. He didn't hurt me, but his touch transferred more of his emotions than I would have preferred. Swirls of worry and agitation worked their way into me from the prince, and I wondered what he felt for me. Was he touching me to see if I would betray him? Fuck. I shook his hand from my arm, and he let go. Afterward, I exchanged a wary look with the Eaton Prime before following the prince. Every once in a while, he'd cast suspicious glances in our direction. With his back to us, both Corbin and I examined his strange armor. Some plates were large, while others were tiny. They had to be what they looked like, dragon scales. Dragon scales were probably light and tough, but then, if that was the case, why didn't the Balor militia use them? After traveling for what seemed like a mile through tiled, painted, and decorated corridors and porticos, the prince took us through a guarded doorway, then a larger version of our pool room, and into a lush courtyard. What was it with these people and holes in their ceilings? Crossing the space, we stopped at a tall inset door flanked by the blurry diamond windows. Corbin swallowed heavily as he watched the prince pull off one of his rings before inserting it into the door. It was a key. Lyra was locked inside this room. Turning on us, he pointed to me. "You." Then he turned to the Eaton.
"No, you."
I nodded to the Eaton. "It's okay. I'll be right back."
"No," Corbin drawled. "If I stay out here, then you do too," he told the prince.
Castian shook his head in frustration, but ended up leading both of us through a large bedroom to another door. Knocking, he called out,
"Lyra,"
before rattling off a bunch of words in his own language.
"Fuck off,"
a feminine voice called from within. I smothered a laugh. When Castian glanced my way, a pained expression crossed his chiseled features. He rattled off more in his language as he threw his hands up before pointing to the door. "See what I have to deal with?" was obviously what he was saying. A different feminine voice mewled out in a southern accent. "Lyra, please be nicer to him. He's only trying to help." Excitement ran through me at the sound of two English speakers, and I interrupted the girl. "Hey, I heard you were from California," I called out. "How in the hell did you end up—" The door swung open to reveal a short girl with purple-dyed hair and a septum piercing. "Here," I finished lamely. Her lips tightened when she caught a glimpse of the prince before pulling me inside and slamming the door shut once again. She stood watching me as I gazed around. My eyes widened as I took in the room. This girl had her own bathroom with a waterfall. I leaned down to touch the pool. Vines and grasses surrounded the place, and I realized that this was a natural spring, with a tiled edge and a drain to keep the water circulating. A gentle breeze carried in through the high, raised roof above. The rest of the space reminded me of a spa with pretty tiled walls, basins with real taps, and a toilet through the far door. "This is nice. Wow, you have your own spring?" I said before meeting her gaze. "I'm Sydney, by the way." "Lyra," she told me, watching me warily. "Where did you come from? I don't recognize you. Oh, God. I hope that asshole doesn't want a freaking harem. I laughed. Oh, you mean Prince I was going to call him Prince Twat, but Ash's warning rang in my mind. Prince Castian? Hells no. I'm from New York, but I heard you're from California. How did you end up here? The girl I'd heard before cleared her throat. That's such a droll topic. It's such a nice day. We should talk about something else. Lyra pulled me into a hug before whispering into my ear. Courtney will tell them anything we say. When she pulled away, her gaze zeroed in on the girl, but her words were for me. I'm not allowed to talk to anyone about that. I licked my lips, my eyes darting between the two. Turning back to our eavesdropper, I held my hands up and mouthed, "What the hell?" Courtney has been here for a couple years. She's my translator and friend, I guess, Lyra said, shaking her head, the purple tips bouncing around her shoulders. She considered her words carefully as she spoke. There are a lot of other girls from back home. Who knows what will happen to them? She trailed off, staring daggers at the other girl. Can I? I pointed to the pool. Yeah, make yourself at home. I don't usually get visitors, she said with a smile. Slipping off the sandals provided for me, I sat on the edge of the pool and slipped my feet inside. Lyra gazed up at the painted ceiling. This was my first year of college. UCLA. Pre-med. A sardonic laugh bubbled out of her lips. Really? How old are you? 18. You? 17. I breathed. Pre-med. That's cool. I always figured I'd go into biochemistry, or, I don't know, anthropology. Courtney jumped in, her voice pitched a bit too loud. I was 13 on my last birthday, but I've been here for a while, so who knows how old I am now. Ignoring the girl, Lyra twisted her lips in a mocking smile at the girl before turning back to me. Those are two very different subjects. How did you end up here? Are you stuck here, like me? I hope not. My mother's here somewhere. That word, mother, stuck to my tongue. It was such a strange word, a strange concept that I'd never had and never really understood. I never knew her. Oh, was she brought here? I understood the implication in her voice. She meant brought, as in abducted, like her. Oh no, she'd traveled there on her own. My biological father was supposed to get her and bring her back. We think that he's gone back home. So it's possible to leave then? She asked. Yes, I hoped, as I stared at the water longingly. This is nice. At least you get your own private bath. Did you know everyone else here bathes together in the public bathhouses? She frowned. Ew. No. I've been locked in this stupid room ever since I arrived. Seriously? I asked, looking at the pile of bedding on another low-padded bench. Licking her lips, she frowned. Well, not in here, but in this bedroom. Although, I like to be in here so that I can lock the door. Oh? Yeah, she hesitated. Go ahead and bathe. I'm used to it since Courtney makes me strip naked and wash every day. It's only for your own health, ma'am, Courtney simpered. Sure, Lyra snorted. I figured there was a lot more to this story, but I decided to follow a safer track. How long have you been here? I asked, slipping out of the wrap dress and my underwear. Courtney watched, like the weirdo she was, while Lyra just continued the conversation. The purple-haired girl blew out a breath before answering. I don't know. Maybe a few weeks or a few months. I've lost count. I raised my eyebrows and relaxed into the water, settling on the bench. I've been here for over 2 weeks. Smiling back, Lyra undressed before stepping into the water herself. I like your dragon tattoo, she told me, motioning to Aerith's mark on my shoulder. Thanks. I like the wave on your side. I hesitated. Did you know of dragons before you came here? No. Why would you even ask me that? She leaned against the side of the pool. Lyra, when your dragon bonded with you, you became dragonborn. They aren't just here. There are people back home that have a bond with a dragon, like I do. were called Dragonborn. I frowned as I watched the emotions roll across her face like a movie reel. First denial, then fear, and then finally sadness. "So, you know about that?" she asked. "Yeah," I whispered. "And there are dragons back home, too?" she whispered in a strangled voice. I chewed my lip. "Look, I get it. A year ago, I knew nothing about any of this, but then they pulled my dragon, Aerith, from my body. Our dragons back home can come and go through this mark." I touched the tattoo-looking design along my arm. "I know it looks like a tattoo, and when I'm home, Aerith can actually move it around. But it's true. We came through the portal here because..." I broke off. I was doing precisely what Ash didn't want me to. I was opening my big mouth. I glared at Courtney across the room. She still sat on a small stuffed stool, her pale blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail from her dark eyes. "Because why?" she asked, meeting my eye from her perch. "Nothing. It doesn't matter." Lyra gave me a long look of understanding before handing me some goop that looked very familiar. "This is..." I laughed. "I know what this is. The Dragonborn on Earth use soap like this." I sniffed it. It smelled good, but had a more astringent scent than the stuff I used at Bryony. We sat in silence, washing up. Courtney continued to watch us with wide eyes as Lyra and I relaxed in the water. I shifted before meeting her gaze. "You know, they let me come here because I'm supposed to tell you to complete your bond with Castian." I heaved a heavy sigh. The ends of Lyra's purple hair darkened in the water. "I figured as much. It's bullshit, though, right? It just sounds like legitimized rape. I'm not fucking him." I cringed, meeting her eye. "It's actually not bullshit. I'm not saying you should sleep with him, but the bond, it's real. I have a bondmate. Well, almost. We haven't done it. Well, not yet." She rolled her eyes and shook her head. "Seriously?" I nodded. "Yeah, we've been kept apart because he's older." I searched her eyes. "It doesn't even feel like your bond has started." Shrugging, she said, "I have no idea. Castian is basically useless. He can't speak English, and everything they tell me about it just sounds ridiculous." "He did try to speak English to me. Not that that makes up for being a complete twat." Laughing, Lyra leaned back, extending her arms across the tile behind her. "So, how does it work? I just need to fuck him? I'll do it if he lets me go." I raised my eyebrows, unable to keep the smile off my face. "My bond started when our dragons mated." I laughed at her expression. "Yeah, they just started going at it, and we felt all their feelings." "Wait, this happened on Earth?" "Yeah, in Idaho. But you need to know something. It's not just sex. It's like watching and feeling the highlights of the other person's life, seeing into their soul, feeling and understanding what they're thinking and why. I experienced Ash's worst moments and his best moments. I wish for your sake that it was just sex, or that maybe they're wrong about you guys being bondmates. But once you let Castian into your soul like that, there's no escaping it. If you're dragon's mate, you're bound to him forever." Lyra sat motionlessly, her head bowed, her eyes staring into the water. The cascade continued to flow quietly down the mossy rocks into the pool as I waited for her to speak. "Are you okay?" I whispered. Anxiety rushed through me. I'd said too much. I'd just royally screwed us. But just as I was about to try to talk myself out of the hole I'd dug, Lyra's green eyes met mine. "I'll do it. I don't care what I know about him. I still need to leave. I think if I do it, he'll let me go home." Her chest rose and fell with quick breaths. "Because it's either that or..." She shook her head and swallowed. "I'm afraid to find out." "Lyra..." "No, Sydney. What other choice do I have?" She turned to Courtney, who watched us like we were the latest ep of her reality show. "I mean, let's be real here. I've been kidnapped, held in a dungeon. I watched 2 girls die when a dragon ripped them apart." She leaned her head back to keep the tears in. When she opened her green eyes, her lashes sparkled with moisture. For some fucked up reason, that monster chose me. So, here I am in some Egyptian palace with this guy who's telling me I have to fuck him, but I'm not a whore. You don't... She cut me off, staring into my eyes. It could be a lot worse, trust me. She frowned. Honestly, you have changed my mind. The sooner I get this thing over, the sooner I can get back to my grandmother. She doesn't deserve this. She co-signed on all my student loans. If I don't go back, she's going to lose her house. Besides, she can't lose another person she loves. I felt sick. I'm sorry. I didn't... Shaking her head in quick movements, Lyra stood and wrapped one of the waffle towels around herself. No, I appreciate what you said, and I believe you. At least you've been honest with me, so now I know what to expect. This was not what I meant to do. She didn't deserve this. I pulled a towel off the rack and dried myself silently. Courtney met my gaze curiously, but didn't speak either.
12. Ash. Court bullshit was nothing new, but I would never enjoy it. After hours of speaking with various advisors and assistants, I was exhausted. We were no closer to getting to Celine than we had been yesterday. Striding into the house, I placed the new pitcher of juice, as well as a cloth bag of fruit, on the small round table next to the window. "Sydney?" I heard a muffled sniffle come from our bedroom and rushed to the door. She sat, teary-eyed, on the bed, clutching a blanket. "What's wrong? What happened?" I barked in worry. She sniffed again before wiping her nose on her sleeve. I messed up. She gulped. My heart sank, and instead of holding her, I sat rigidly on the edge of the thin mattress. "What did you do?" "I told Lyra about the bond, and now she says she's just going to do it with the prince." She pressed her lips together. "What? Wait a minute, that's what you're crying about? That's what you were supposed to do. You explained the bond, and now she wants to do it? That's good." I touched her leg. "Then why are you crying?" She stood, blowing out a breath and throwing her hands up. "Because she hates him! Lyra's a prisoner locked inside a bedroom, don't you get it? This is basically like she's giving up. Like she might as well say, 'Okay, Prince Asshat, I'll let you rape me.'" I frowned, examining her as she paced. Reaching out, I closed my fingers around her wrist. "Sid, come here." I pulled her into my lap, smoothing her hair back. Kissing her gently on her swollen lips, I whispered, "Lyra and Castian are bondmates, so he won't hurt her. And he's not pushing the bond either. Right now, her dragon is being locked up until they complete their side of the bond first. That's how it works here." She sniffed. "Well, it's messed up. She's not even dragonborn. Apparently, a dragon chose her, which is their version of the awakening ritual, but she's completely in the dark, just like I was." "Yeah, but remember what I said. We can't get involved. You can't put yourself in harm's way, do you understand?" I kissed her lips again, teasing her mouth with mine, letting the bond flow between us like lava. Her nails scratched my scalp in a sensation that rode the line between pleasure and pain. I cupped her neck before sliding my fingers over her collarbone and down to rest my palm over her heart. "I love you, Sydney," I breathed, breaking the kiss. "I want you," she nearly hissed back. "Now? Why not now or tonight?" I considered it before shaking my head. "Not now, but maybe tonight. There's a formal dinner soon, and I don't want to rush this." She nodded before giving me a guilty smirk. "I see you finally went to the bathhouse." I breathed out a chuckle as her red eyes crinkled with laughter. I didn't like to see her cry, And as attuned as we've been lately, it surprised me that I hadn't felt her sadness from before. "No, I used Lyra's. She has a private bath." She smiled, warming my heart. Lucky her. I glanced around the room. They were supposed to send us clothes to wear for tonight's dinner. Did they drop them off yet? Sliding off my lap, Sid motioned to the chair. "Josepha brought me this dress." Smoothing my hair, I stood and glanced down at my wrist before barking out a frustrated laugh. I don't know why I keep looking at my watch. It doesn't mean anything here. I strode over to the doorway. "I'm guessing they put clothes for me in the other room?" "Yeah. You don't have to leave, though," she teased with a laugh as she pulled the tie that held her dress together. Narrowing my eyes, I was sorely tempted to stay. "Rain check," I said instead, slipping out and pulling the door closed behind me, trying to slow my rapid heartbeat. We talked, we had a plan, and we would not mess everything up over a bit of teasing. But it was difficult. I thought back to that first moment we met, the way her tan leg dipped out of the white duvet, her toes barely touching the wood floor. I slapped my cheeks before shaking my head. "Snap out of it, man," I told myself. "Snap out of what?" Corbin asked, strolling the living room in just his boxers. "Corbin, we need to get ready for dinner. Did they bring you any clothes?" He grabbed one of the apples, a term I used loosely now, before tossing it into the air and catching it behind his back. "Yeah." "What, we're supposed to change? Now?" "Yes!" I spat. Inside the room I planned never to sleep in was a black tunic, embroidered by yellow thread and accompanied by black leather sandals. "When in Rome," I began before breathing out in a laugh. This was almost like ancient Rome. The soldiers, the clothes, what a mind fuck. I slicked on deodorant, combed my hair back, and eyed my scruffy self in the mirror. "You need a shave," I told myself, before making my way back to Sydney's room. She stood before the mirror, looking at her reflection, her dress gapped wide from neck to navel. "Oh, wow," I breathed. "I know. What is this?" She spun in confusion. "Do I have it backward?" I looked at the dress. "I don't know. Where's Josepha?" Sid's chest and face were blotchy with red, and her breaths came out in shallow gasps. "I can't have dinner like this. I feel practically naked." "Calm down, hold on." I unclasped the gold hook at her neck, twisted around. Slipping her arms out of the sleeves, she turned her back to me. Then, dropping the dress to her waist, she shifted it before pulling it up. I heaved out a breath. "No, you had it on right before." She twisted the red fabric to her chest before clasping it closed again. "What do I do? You know me. You know I don't have a problem with my body, but this dress is indecent. I might as well not even be wearing a top." I examined the fabric. "Maybe we can just—" I attempted to pull the silken cloth together, but when I let it go, it fell apart. "Well, that doesn't work." "No, it doesn't," she told me dryly. I considered the dress. She was stunning in it, but her mortification ran strong through the bond. I scratched at the scruff on my cheek. "Why do they keep giving you red to wear?" "I think it's symbolic. Red is their color, black is mine, and I think they know that." Shaking her head, she sank down onto the bed, holding the gaping front of her dress closed. "I don't care what color it is. I just don't want to be reaching for the pepper and give everyone a peep show." "Hold on, I have an idea." Striding to my room, I picked up a thick length of silky material. It was probably supposed to be a belt or something. Lift your arms up and hold your top closed. Smoothing the fabric out, I wrapped it around her several times before tying it in the front. She moved to the bubbly mirror to examine my handiwork. "Does that work?" Resigned, she nodded. "Yes, thank you. I just don't want to stand out." Taking her face between my hands, I stared down into her eyes. "Sydney, you will always stand out. Set a new trend. Wear it like you mean it, and don't give an inch. You understand? Courts like this are full of backstabbing, petty people." She rolled her eyes. "It's a good thing we don't understand their language." "Yet, but I'm working on it." "Are you serious?" "All languages are made up of a structure, so it's actually kind of like deciphering a code." Corbin's tone was skeptical. "Ash, I've heard that lame excuse before, and I don't believe it for a minute." I turned to the doorway. "Someone's here, by the way, to take us to dinner." I was right. The color red did mean something. They'd given me black to wear and Corbin red. Most of the primes and lesser dragonborn at dinner wore red, the color of Abraxas. All the dragons were red or white. At home, we called this breed Eaton. Whatever unspoken meaning there was of putting my bondmate in their colors wasn't going to work. They could dress her up in whatever color they wanted, but Sydney would always be my mate, unfinished bond or not. This whole thing was ridiculous. Why didn't they put her in blue like her dragon? Were there no blue or green dragons like Aerith here? Shaking off my irritation, I allowed our guide to show us to our seats at one of the long tables. We were closer to the Queen, which in other societies would mean a position of honor. "Look," Sydney whispered, pointing to the stone chopsticks that sat on a fine cloth next to her thin, almost transparent porcelain plate. "It makes sense. Chopsticks date back before forks," I told her. Corbin's gaze was caught on a tall, red-headed woman who stood across the room. Her head was tilted back, and her pale neck lifted as she laughed at some conversation. I leaned into Sid. "Is that the waterfall girl?" She glanced across the room with raised eyebrows and smiled. "No, but it looks like Corbin's in love." I nudged the Eaton Prime, teasing him. "I have my phone if you'd like to snap a picture. It might be less obvious." This snapped Corbin out of his shameless staring. "I'm not in love," he spat in a whisper, even though the noise of the crowd would muffle any words spoken. "She's a prime, that's all." "Why don't you just walk up to her and introduce yourself?" Sid asked him dryly. He gave her a confused expression. She just laughed and teased him more. "Oh, Corbin, you poor, poor thing. You've never had to actually work to get a woman's attention, have you?" He snorted and rolled his eyes. "Watch the master. I'll have her coming in no time." Sydney groaned at his bad joke. Pun intended, right? Ignoring their conversation, I mentally tabulated which people huddled together in the different groups and who looked happy about it. Corbin's redhead was at ease and definitely with friends, which looked to be 3 primes. They were soldiers based on the way they held themselves. Queen Brontia had yet to enter, but Castian walked toward us with 2 prime soldiers and the girl from the throne room. I reached out to speak to everyone's dragon, but they felt so distant. It was easy to get information about someone, like their name or their dragon's name or their family relationships at home, but here it was just silent. It was strange not being able to talk to everyone's dragon. Did these people realize what they were missing by not having the bond we did on Earth? Everyone felt so empty because they'd never been one with their beast. They didn't share that intimate link that we dragonborn back home did. The prince and Elia took their seats nearby. Acknowledging me, Castian nodded before speaking in the local language to others around us. I narrowed my eyes, trying to decipher his meaning. I caught their word for mate, but that was about it. Smiling back, I gambled that Lyra had indeed agreed to the bond. Sidney leaned forward and caught Castian's gaze. "Where's Lyra? Is she coming to dinner?" The prince shook his head. Some dark emotion had crossed his features, but I was unsure what it was. He obviously understood a lot of English, but was unable to fully speak it. I sighed. That was how my Mandarin was. Unlike Sidney, I understood Castian's situation pretty quickly. His bond was a matter of national security. To keep the throne, he had to secure a tetrad. I eyed the room. Was someone else vying for the throne? One of the other tetrads, or an external enemy? If Abraxans were as strong as they claimed to be, then they would have enemies. Once the queen arrived, dinner was served, and conversations around us continued. That was fine by me, since I preferred to listen and watch. In some ways, this was better. I didn't have to dodge questions or make small talk. Instead, I could examine expressions and body language without the distraction of words. A sly comment or clever speaker could cover a multitude of body micro-expressions or body language that could give them away. There were 7 female primes here tonight, making me wonder what their secret was. Speaking of secrets, how did a girl from California end up here in the Dragon Realm? I found it very unlikely that Castian found his bondmate by chance. I was sure that she had been specifically targeted, but how? According to Sidney, she wasn't dragonborn, nor did she know about us. So could she have been another hidden child, like my mate, or was she truly mundane? On top of that, tetrads weren't nearly as rare here either. So not only did these people bond young, but I noticed several relationships here that would have been not only frowned upon, but illegal back home. Questions were mounting, and my inability to master this language kept me at bay. As dinner wrapped up, I lingered, listening to those around us picking up more words to ask our new English mate about later. The crowd was getting shuffled toward another area, but I had plans of another kind, and they did not involve anyone but my mate. I signaled to Corbin that we were leaving. Threading my fingers with Sidney's, I led her back out along the large courtyard to our rooms. The halls were silent, except for the faint background noise of the court as they moved from dinner to entertainment. When we arrived at our rooms, the door stood open. Pulling my Glock from my back, I entered with Sid behind me. I searched the room with my eyes before closing the door as quietly as possible and moving inside. Low noises came from Corbin's room, and I made my way in that direction. "Hide," I whispered to Sidney, pointing to the bedroom. Instead of doing as I said, she shook her head and followed me toward the sound. Standing at the doorframe, I heard it again. Small tapping noises. Swinging around, gun in both hands, I stepped into the room, gun raised. Sitting on a stool was a middle-aged woman wearing one of the brown maid uniforms. "What are you doing?" I barked. The light from Corbin's mobile phone reflected off her pale face. Gasping, the maid dropped the cell to the floor before holding her hands up. "I heard you were from home, but I didn't believe it until..." She trailed off. Sighing, I tucked the gun away. "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" Shaking her head, she burst into tears. I groaned and looked around for Sid. "Oh, for fuck's sake! Sydney!" I called, motioning to the obvious Earthwoman on the bench. She looked to be a bit younger than my mother, with gray streaks in her hair and wide gray eyes that were now pouring tears. "Hey," Sydney sat down next to the maid, wrapping an arm around her. "What's going on? We're here. We're not one of them. If we can help you, we will." I stared daggers at Sid until she felt my irritation. "Can I talk to you real quick?" Her gaze flicked back to the maid. "I'll be right back, okay?" When we were around the doorway, I whispered sharply, "That woman isn't a stray puppy. She's a servant belonging to the Abraxas. We don't know whose side she's on. She could be a spy, and even if she's not, we can't just go around trying to rescue everyone. We have to figure our own way out, and I'm not sure we can take anybody with us." She pressed her lips together as she listened. "I know, but hear me out. We might not be able to help this woman, or Lyra, or even freaking Courtney. Right now, though, it might be useful to have their help, and they'd be more willing to help us if they knew that we would help them in the future." I rubbed my forehead before meeting her gaze again. "Okay, but be careful. We don't know who's a spy just looking for information or who is genuine, yeah?" I cupped her jaw, sliding my thumb over her cheek before running it along her bottom lip. "Sydney," I breathed out, "you are my first priority, understand?" She nipped my thumb, surprising me, before slipping away back into the bedroom. My body tensed in reaction, and I nearly groaned. Could we not just have one night alone? Was that too much to ask? I stared up at the dark sky in the atrium before heading back into Corbin's room. The women sat on the bed, speaking in low tones. When Sid heard my steps on the tile, she looked up. "Angie, this is Ash, my bondmate." Angie gazed up at me, wide-eyed. "I heard there were Outworlders here. That's what they call us, you know." We both didn't, but nodded. "So you speak the language?" "Yeah, I've been here for... What year is it back home?" I told her, causing a loud sob to issue from the woman's chest. "How long have you been here?" I asked. "Since 1998. My mate gripped her hand. "I'm sorry. My mom's been here for a long time, too." Angie frowned. "And you? Are you trapped here, too?" "No, you're not." Folding my arms and leaning against the doorframe, I drew her attention to me with my answer. "No, we're not. We've only been here a few weeks. How did you get here?" Her mouth drew down into thin lines as she blew a breath out her nose. "I was on a run outside of L.A. Her eyes met mine defiantly. "That was the last thing I remember before I woke up here in some medieval dungeon. That's what they do, you know. They kidnap a bunch of random girls, and then they're brought here and forced into the choosing circle in chains. Or if they're really young like Madison was, they're given the honor of being selected for a hatching." Her mouth turned up in a sardonic grin. Standing, she pulled down the collar of her uniform to expose her upper back. 3 thick scars marred her freckled skin. "Oh, shit!" Sid gasped. The maid's voice came out bitter. "Those of us who don't make the cut are sold on the slave market. I was one of the lucky ones. I was chosen to serve here in the palace." Sydney stared, wide-eyed, not knowing what to say. "Are you from Bryony?" I asked. Her brow came together at my question. Bryony? I've never heard of it. No, I'm from L.A., she told me as if I were stupid. So, she wasn't Dragonborn either. We can try to help you, but you need to help us, Sydney suggested, giving Angie a tentative smile. The maid's eyes nearly glowed with interest. Can you get me home? I nodded, but it was Sid who spoke. Yes, but first we need to be able to get home ourselves. We just need information. Information? Yeah, of course, I'll tell you whatever you want to hear if you're sending me home. The words rushed from her lips in quick succession. I stared into her eyes, using a bit of compulsion. Angie, we're your only way home. You can't tell anyone that you're speaking to us. If you remain loyal, we'll get you out of here. I had no need to make threats. They weren't needed. The mundane was easy to sway. Her mind was beaten down from years of servitude. Sydney frowned at my use of control, but I knew it was a necessary evil. We couldn't have her inadvertently running her mouth to the wrong person. Thank you, she gushed, starting to get emotional until she met my cold gaze again. Who's Madison? Sid's voice broke the tension. Angie's expression lightened. You must have seen her. She's a prime like you and also in a tetrad. She was chosen at a hatching several moons ago. Estef is her mate. Oh, shit, the young girl? Okay, I know who she is. Sid pursed her lips before asking, Wait a minute. How old is she? Angie sucked in a breath. She was 12 when she got here. I turned away, not wanting to see what horrified expression was on Sydney's face. The thought made me ill, considering her mate was at least my age. What? Sid nearly bellowed. Well, then we need to get her out of here, right away. Angie shook her head, breathing out a knowing laugh. No, she would never leave. Haven't you seen her? She's doted on and spoiled. No, she'd never leave willingly. Maddie likes it here. She adapted quickly and loves her bondmate. I mean, you guys have a bond, so you know what she has here. Would you leave that? I risked a peek at Sid. She sat on the edge of her bed, her head in her hands. Crap. You're right, she does like it here. But what about her family, her parents? She'll just be a picture hanging up in some police station, an unsolved missing kid. She blew out a breath as she sat up. Okay, but what about Lyra? She definitely doesn't want to be here. I squeezed Sydney's shoulder. Angie probably needs to go soon. I turned toward the maid. But you'll come back tomorrow? She nodded. How many people from our world are here, in the palace? The woman shrugged. I don't know, including all the Dragonborn and servants, maybe around 10. I ground my teeth. And the city? I don't know, probably a lot more. She stood, swiping Corbin's mobile phone and sliding it into his bag. As she hurried out through the pool room, we followed, watching her leave. At the main door, she hesitated with her hand on the lever. When she spun around, her eyes were expectant and trusting. There's a hatching tomorrow. People from all over Abraxas bring their children to be chosen. It's a male prime egg, so it'll be packed. Try to go if you want to see what happens for yourself. This is how they join a person to a dragon? Sid asked. Yeah, but it's not for the faint of heart. People die during this. Children die. Then why do it? I asked. Angie smirked. Look around you. The Dragonborn like you are worshipped, believed to have the divine spark inside of you. And you do. I feel it. With that remark, she slipped out, closing the door behind her. If Angie can feel that we're dragonborn, then that means she at least has the sight. Weird. Sid breathed out a wry laugh. My brain is literally about to explode. You mean figuratively? I thought, but instead said nothing. Sydney sighed and laid down along one of the benches, the orange light of a glow casting shadows across her face. Then, tapping her fingers together, she said, That was a lot to take in. If the people are random, then why not just use people from here, right? But that feels off to me. I honestly don't think a dragon would just soul bond to some rando. I agree. However, if it's possible, I wonder if we could do that back home. I wonder if we could figure out which mundanes have the dragon sight.
13. Sydney. I left Ash sitting in a chair by the window, running his hands through his hair. Pouring water into the basin, I washed my hands and face before drying them with the waffle towel. The room was elegant, but simply decorated. There was no fireplace anywhere, so I assumed it never got cold here. However, the room had a bed just barely large enough for two. It was made up of an ornate wooden frame with a thin mattress atop a wicker matrix. Next to the bed sat a small round table. Completing the room was a compact armoire with shelves and a dresser, wash basin, pitcher, and mirror. The Abraxas weren't stingy either and supplied us with 2 bricks of soap and 3 different types of oil. I jumped when Ash touched my shoulder. "Are you okay?" he asked, his eyes searching mine. "Yeah, it's just a lot to take in, you know." I reached out and pulled his hand to my face, the way it had been earlier when he ran his thumb over my lip. I wanted that moment back, but instead of reigniting that sparkle that had been in Ash's pale blue eyes, he only frowned. Reaching up, I framed his scruffy face with my hands. "Are you okay?" "Yeah." He brushed my mouth with his before sliding his tongue across the seam of my lips. The bond between us flared brightly, and at first I began to fight it, until I remembered that I didn't have to any longer. I'd wanted Ash Carrick since that first moment. He'd barged into my room, filling the door and sending a shiver of recognition through me. But it wasn't just attraction. There was something more profound. It was as if I'd been waiting my whole life for this moment, to see his smile, to hear his laugh, to feel his touch. As we continued to kiss, he pressed me against the bedroom door, making it click closed. We were finally allowed to just be. Locked in his embrace, I knew there was no hurry, no counsel, no one telling us that everything we felt was wrong. I'd unbuttoned his shirt and was pulling it away before I realized what I was doing. Because none of that other stuff mattered. There was just Ash and me, the way it had been in the beginning, in the cave. In his arms, I felt whole. With his touch, I felt alive. And only he could banish those dark shadows within my soul. Sparks of electricity flicked between us, lighting the dim room as they flickered at our touch as we undressed. It was then that Ash hesitated, his chest heaving with each breath as his eyes took me in. "Do you still want this?" he breathed, a cocky smile curving one corner of his mouth. My pulse jumped as I stared back at him. "Are you afraid that I'll change my mind?" "I don't know." He trailed off, his gaze intensifying as his smile faded. "I'm not going to change my mind." He nodded before holding up a small square package. "Corbin gave this to me." "Is that a condom? Why? I thought you were clean." He frowned. "I am, but I don't want to get you pregnant." I chewed my lip. Would one time even matter? Sucking in a breath, he narrowed his eyes. "Yes." Making my way over to the bed, I crawled up on it until I sat against the low headboard, letting it dig into my back. "This feels weird," I told him. This was my first time, and I just never considered how it would be. I mean, I knew we should use a condom, would use a condom, but that's when I thought it would be with some guy that would eventually become my first-time story. But this was Ash. This was forever. We would always have this connection, no matter what. And that cheap foil square seemed to taint it somehow. I'll risk it. I don't want to use it, I told him. He shook his head.
Sydney, talk to me. What's going on in your mind?
I stared at the condom while Ash waited, giving me time to sort my thoughts. Finally, I swallowed, crawled over, and held it between 2 fingers. It's just that this somehow cheapens what we have. Ash narrowed his eyes in thought before tossing the square onto the nightstand and crawling up next to me on the bed.
Nothing can cheapen what we have. Nothing. I want nothing more than to see you pregnant with my baby. But not now. Not when it would ruin your life.
Ash. I whispered his name as concern and worry spread to me from the bond. I was a dick, and he was right. I'd never even wanted kids before. My soldier was just looking out for me, and I was intent on fighting him every step of the way. All right, we'll use it.
Good, because we're lucky. Corbin is shockingly well supplied and willing to share his stash.
He brushed my hair out of my face and kissed my temple.
Come here. Let me hold you.
My traitorous body used that moment to yawn.
You're tired? We'll rest for just a second.
He pulled me into his arms, and his eyes closed in a long blink. Fatigue settled over me, and I fell asleep to the beating of his heart. Apparently, the bond couldn't conquer all, and that included exhaustion. After sleeping in a cramped, smelly tent for so long, waking up in a bed felt like bliss. No body odor, no Corbin, and I had Ash all to myself. Just being next to him had calmed most of my anxiety from the past weeks. A knock sounded at the door, and I stiffened.
Yo, Ash, Sydney. Breakfast was just set up here. I'm guessing you two worked up quite an appetite last night.
I stretched and murmured, Corbin, why are you up so early? You're sadistic.
He probably hasn't gone to bed yet, Ash warned me, his voice gravelly. How'd you sleep?
Great. Too well, I smiled, stretching.
Sorry about falling asleep.
He twisted a lock of my hair around his finger, watching it before meeting my eye.
I'm not sure who fell asleep first.
I pressed my lips together, examining his expression and his emotions through the bond. We just have more to look forward to. Meeting my gaze, his eyes burned into mine.
We might need more condoms then.
I pressed a finger to his lips. Shh, Corbin will hear you. He only laughed harder.
Why? I asked him for them. I'm pretty sure he knows what they're for.
Oh my God, I'm never going to be able to look him in the eye now, I laughed, feeling a blush creep over my cheeks.
Sydney, once we complete our bond, everyone will know what we've been up to. Not only that, but it's more binding than marriage. Are you still ready for that?
He asked. I nodded and tugged on him. Leaning over me, he caught my lips in a long, simmering kiss before raking his teeth over my bottom lip. How do you taste so good first thing in the morning?
I can hear you, and trust me, I'd like nothing more than to let you guys do what you want, but we have an envelope that was delivered to us with our food.
His voice sounded as if he were walking away as he added,
It looks important.
Ash considered the Eaton's words before groaning and sliding out of the covers. Tugging on his joggers, he gave me a conciliatory smile.
I'd better go take a look. Are you hungry?
I heaved out a heavy sigh. I'm starving. Oh, it would be a miracle if they had coffee.
Coffee is terrible for you,
he said, smiling as he pulled the door open and taking a deep breath.
They have Virago. That's even better.
I made a face. The note was an invitation to the hatching ceremony later that day. Corbin's eyes danced between Ash and me.
So, instead of an awakening ceremony, they have a hatching?
We both nodded. I leaned back on the cushions. I don't see how it could be any worse than my awakening. I nearly shit myself. Ash raised an eyebrow at my choice of words.
Yeah, that isn't how it usually happens. It's typically pretty safe and nobody gets hurt. So, how does it work, the hatching? Corbin asked, his expression confused.
I shook my head. I guess we'll find out. He stood, biting a chunk out of a thick piece of bread before pacing the room.
Do either of you know how to tell time here?
His gaze flickered to Ash, but I wasn't offended. If anyone could figure it out, it'd be him. We all crowded around the timepiece in the atrium. It would be around 7 or 8 in the morning on a clock at home, but this clock's hands hovered close to where the 3 would be. Ash let his top lip slide through his teeth.
I'm guessing that the 12 o'clock position is sunrise. Maybe we're near the equator and the days and nights are fairly stable. Do you see how the left half of the clock is dark and the right is lighter? I think this is a full rotation clock. If we were home, this would be a 24-hour clock. I'm pretty sure there are more than 24 hours in a day here.
Corbin folded his arms across his chest as he studied the timepiece as if it held the world's mysteries.
Yeah, there are. I've timed it,
Ash told us matter-of-factly. That explains why everyone always takes a siesta and then stays up super late, I suggested. The guys nodded in agreement.
What's the symbol or time in the note?
I strode back over to the small table laden with our breakfast dishes before snatching it up and shaking my head. This squiggly line with a triangle? So, morning? I'm getting dressed just in case. Looking over the remnants of the meal, I began to stack the dishes. The fruit is good. It's different than yesterday. Ash settled back down at the table and poured another mug of Virago as he leaned into the cushions.
I saw more of that fruit being sold in the main square.
My head popped up. Really? How'd you find that? 3 quick knocks sounded at the door, and both guys moved toward it to answer. They flanked the main entrance, Ash holding a knife next to his side. Corbin cracked the door barely open, and Milo's voice drifted inside.
I'm here to escort you to the hatching. Okay, thanks, buddy. Give us a minute and we'll be out.
The Eaton spoke in low tones before closing the door. I blew out a breath and hurried to change. I slipped into one of the loose handkerchief dresses, adding Ash's sash around my waist to keep the open sides from flashing anyone. On impulse, I snagged my cell phone before following the guys out the door. Milo led us through the maze of corridors and passageways through the palace complex until we popped out into a small, oblong stadium filled with bright sunlight. We stood in a special box. It was a section of padded wood seats beneath a canopy of colorful strips of fabric shading the balcony where we stood. Dozens of people were seated in the stands, and even more streamed through the arching stone stairwells. Vendors threaded through the stone benches, selling drinks, bread, and meat on a stick. In the center of the stadium sat a ring of posts buried in the sand. Chains glinted from each, making my stomach turn. Why were there chains on each post? We stood on a flat platform in the center of the alcove, staring before Milo cleared his throat.
Over here, my lords, lady,
he told us, motioning to 3 empty chairs. I settled onto the red velvet cushion uncomfortably and stared around. Corbin nudged me.
All we're missing is a beer and the announcer, huh?
I smiled at his comment as a band began playing a herald. The Queen strode to the front of the box, flanked by 4 other primes, and the crowd bowed as one to the Queen. I lowered my head a bit in imitation of the other Dragonborn near me. When the band stopped, it was so quiet that the only sound was that of the colorful canopy above us, flapping in the breeze. The Queen's voice carried out over the crowd as she spoke through a silver megaphone positioned on the railing. Milo sat on a stool nearby and began to translate her words. Her tone mimicked every other speech made by politicians back home. I didn't even listen much to the words, because they were full of flowery bullshit about how the strength of Abraxas and goodwill always prevail. Then she spoke about primes, how they would always fight to protect the citizens of their fine empire, because, get this, they, aka Dragonborn, were appointed by the heavens, and carried divinity within them. Or, as the Abraxas liked to say, the spark of divinity. What the hell was this? The Transformers? As far as I knew, there wasn't any stupid, magical shard inside me. Ash squeezed my hand, making me meet his eye. He knew me too well. With a gesture barely perceptible, he shook his head. I sucked in a breath and bit my top lip to keep from snorting at this ridiculous situation. Wasn't it obvious that this was propaganda? She was no more holy than I was, and trust me, after trying to lose my V-card since I met Ash, I was no saint. Corbin glanced my way, raising his eyebrows at me in disbelief and mouthing, "What the fuck?" This earned a sharp look from my harrow mate, but the Eton only smiled. The Queen's speech ended, and she motioned to someone across the field. The crowd cheered as 2 Dragonborn in full red armor led an orderly line of children across the sand. One by one, the kids allowed their wrists to be locked into each post, and the crowd cheered even louder. They all wore white, shift-like garments, reminiscent of the pillow sack-type dress I wore to my awakening ceremony. I couldn't tell if they were boys or girls, because both genders wore their hair long here, except for Prince Castian and a few others. "Milo! Milo!" I yelled over the cheering. "What's going on?"
"The supplicants are bound to protect them. If they run, the hatchling will, harm them." He frowned. "It's quite all right. They are all considered men at this age." Ash leaned toward me. I'd put them around 11 or 12, the same age that the kids do their awakening at Balor. Anger coursed through my body as the last few children were hooked to the remaining posts. They weren't men. These were scared boys. Most were pale, and a smaller kid near me was visibly shaking. Oh my God, this wasn't going to be good. When the soldiers finished, they moved away from the circle of boys. A thundering sound boomed, echoing through the stadium, and a tremor shook the ground. I shifted to the edge of my seat. The children were only meters from me, and at the noise, I could hear a few of them yell out in distress. One boy began to cry silently. "Fuck, I don't know if I can watch this," Corbin whispered. I held my breath, unable to take my eyes off the sandy pit. There, in the center, the floor rose into the arena. In the middle of the platform was a large dragon egg. Its gleaming red scales reflected the light menacingly. I sucked in a shaky breath as a thud signaled that the platform had stopped moving. A lone cry came from the audience, but was quickly stifled. One of the prime soldiers raised a fist in the air, and a giant white dragon swooped down from above. The beast dropped onto the sand in the middle of the children and next to the egg. With a quick swipe of its paw, it slashed the shell before crouching and bolting back into the sky. The egg shook before pitching over in the sand. The small crying child was now on the verge of hysteria. His breaths were shallow as he watched the egg with wide eyes. One of the primes on the sand neared the boy, petting the kid's blonde hair as one might pet a dog. His face was concerned as he said words too low for any of us in the crowd to hear. However, the kid sniffed and nodded, wiping his face with his free hand. "For the love of the ancestors," Corbin hissed, his eyes glued to the arena. When the prime turned back toward us, I recognized him. I nudged Ash. "That's Madison's bondmate, part of one of the tetrads." "Yeah, I was thinking the same thing." He hesitated before dragging my hand to his mouth and kissing my knuckles. "Does it make you feel a bit better to see that not all Dragonborn are monsters?" I pursed my lips. "If they were as benevolent as you seem to think, then why not just let the boy go?" The corner of his mouth curved up, and he shook his head. "You didn't want to do the ritual. Should we have let you go?" I nearly growled, but Ash only smiled broader at me, kissing my fingers again. "My Sydney, you are so kind-hearted, but you can't save everyone from everything, nor should you want to." Maybe they should have let me go. After all, Eondian had nearly killed me. I focused on the egg, widening my eyes as it continued to shake and jerk on the sand. A large claw stuck out of the shell, sending a surge of panic through me.
Why on earth would these people put children near a baby dragon? Just why?
14. Ash. As worldly as Sid was, I was still surprised by how soft she could be. At Balor Academy, we received our dragons when we were around 12. Here, the dragon chooses their person, whereas we used the person as bait to lure in the dragon back home. These had to be just two sides of the same coin. They had a similar bond with their dragons, maybe not as close as we were with our dragons, but they obviously shared the same type of soul bond. Was this why some children of Dragonborn were mundane? They simply didn't have a dragon match. I glanced over at the translator. "Excuse me, Milo?"
"Yes, my lord,"
he replied in a hushed voice. "Are these children Dragonborn or mundane?"
"No one is Dragonborn until chosen."
I nodded, but my mind was blown. Back at Bryony, Dragonborn people had Dragonborn children. It was thought to be genetic, inherited, like blue eyes or freckles. If anyone could be Dragonborn, then everything we knew about our world was turned upside down. Did this mean that mundanes could have the dragon sight, the ability to see auras and hear wyverns too? Did this mean that there really was no such thing as Dragonborn or mundane? Was this some kind of fucked up lie to hold on to power? How did Angie have dragon sight? Was she really a mundane? If these revelations were true, this had far-reaching consequences for the Dragonborn back home. Leaning toward the translator, I asked, "Do any primes have children out there?"
"Yes, sir. The dark-haired boy is the child of Amira and Melian."
"Are they primes?"
"Amira is, but Melian is not,"
he answered. I nodded, but didn't say anything, so the man took that as his cue to continue.
"There could very well be carnage today."
It happened even at Bryony and the Academy, but I didn't want to scare Sydney. It was part of life, part of going through the ritual, and part of just being Dragonborn. Dragons were dangerous. There was no denying that. I stared at the small boy Milo pointed out. Was this ability to form a bond with a dragon genetic, or something else? "Milo, if the child isn't chosen, will he be allowed to try again?"
"It depends if the Oracle chooses him or not."
"The Oracle?" He nodded. "How are they chosen by the Oracle?" I asked, eyeing the egg as the hatchling struggled to free itself.
"I don't know, sir."
"How does the Oracle choose?" I pushed on him with compulsion. The translator hesitated. He honestly didn't know. His mundane mind hadn't been compelled either. This was precisely why Castian needed his bond. He had to be able to push mundanes to silence, if only to protect them from other primes. How long would he be able to hold on to power without a tetrad bond? Days? Months? Years? I didn't understand why they didn't just let the dragons mate. Was Castian's bond a fake? How could he know if Lyra was his bondmate if the bond hadn't started yet? I'd never heard of anything like this, even among wyvern bonds, which were pretty common back home. It was clear that the Abraxas knew much more about our connection with the dragons, but how much more? Were they guessing? No, I felt something within these kids. They carried some kind of spark. I ran a hand over my face. Now I sounded like them, but I found it difficult to believe that these were just random, that these kids, chosen out of the entire city, were just lucky. The Abraxas had a way to narrow the odds. I'd bet my life on it. But how did they know? Crossing my arms across my chest, I watched as the dragon hatchling finally opened a hole large enough to break out of. It was a funny little guy who stumbled around for a moment before getting his legs beneath him. It had small tufts of fur on its underside and large, swirling eyes. I held my breath. We never saw a dragon this young. It was small, but still stood almost as tall as the boys, with an even longer wingspan. Sid sat on the edge of her seat, resting her chin on her hands. I rubbed circles on her back, not sure if I was comforting her or myself. Even though I accepted the way things were here, I didn't like bloodshed for the sake of bloodshed. What Milo said had been true. You should never run from a dragon. It will chase you and kill you. As the pink dragon ambled forward on all four of its legs, my hand froze when the beast neared a terrified boy who let out a shriek. Holding my breath, I urged the kid to freeze, but instead he yanked on his arm in a panic and screamed desperately as he tried to escape his bonds. Pulling Sid's face into my chest, I watched the scene unfold before me. It was over quickly. The boy lay face down in the sand as his blood turned his white garment red. Sydney heaved a sob. She'd been able to see it through the mass of her hair. When I was growing up, emotion was seen as a sign of weakness, and apparently it was the same here. The only person in the box besides Sid showing any reaction was Madison. She made no sound, but her eyes were shiny with unshed tears. Tilting my mate's face up toward me, I forced her to look at the boys. Look, his chest is still moving. He's alive. Kissing her cheeks, I could taste the salt of her tears on my lips. Then, using sweeping motions, I wiped the rest away. So many words and phrases spun through my mind, but none of them were true. We weren't okay, and even if we were, that boy wasn't. "It'll be okay" was cliché, and who knew if it was true? "Don't cry" would just invalidate her feelings, and she didn't need that either. Instead of speaking, I kissed her lips, hoping that my touch would comfort her. She leaned against me, pressing her face to my chest. "My lord," Milo interrupted, "would you like me to escort the lady away?" "Sid, do you want to go?" She shook her head. Turning back to Milo, I waved him away. "Thank you, but she'll be all right." The primes around me turned in our direction, as well as some of the mundane people sitting not too far away in the stands. Sydney straightened from her position against me, her face expressive as she frowned in question. The Queen glanced lazily in our direction, smiling cruelly. "We're fine," I repeated. Milo scurried away as another mundane servant began offering up ceramic mugs of juice. I waved the girl away, but Sid and Corbin each took a cup to fend off the dry heat of the late morning sun. The hatching dragon was the size of a giant dog, but still clumsy as it wandered around, sniffing and clawing at some of the boys. It stayed to one side for a long time, until the prime's kid, the dark-haired boy, stood and called the beast over in a loud voice. "Au, te druka, viurde skottadinor, lite ukas fomi." "Yeah, that's not good," Sydney whispered. I shook my head and heaved out a sigh, watching it unfold. The hatchling had been ignoring that half of the group, which in my opinion was reason enough to keep your damn mouth closed. But then I was a stranger here. For all I knew, this was an excellent tactic to get the dragon to bond with him. I had to figure out how the Abraxas could predict bonds between people and dragons. Was there some kind of trait or sign that they recognized? We had a lot to talk to Celine about, and hopefully, after working with this oracle person, she'd be able to return to Bryony with some highly prized information. I'd already begun writing up a recon report about everything I'd seen. From names, to the food we'd eaten, to the layout of the palace and city, every detail was saved on my phone, along with photos. I'd even snapped a few of the hatching on the sly. Freaking Abraxas. This was like living in the Dark Ages. If they've had access to our world this entire time, why didn't they have electricity? Was this just an appeal to nature, ignorance, or did they believe their world worked better with no electricity? Something didn't sit right with me. What was I missing? I flinched when the hatchling clawed at the dark-haired kid who'd shouted. The boy, still bleeding, held his ground, calling out to the little dragon again. The thing would almost be cute if it weren't such a deadly menace. He did another lap around the broken egg before the hatchling wandered back to the dark-haired boy, nudging the kid in the chest. It had chosen, and, of course, it was the Prime's son. Cheers rang out from our platform along with the crowd. Murmurs of congratulations sounded behind me, and I turned to see the woman who must be Amira. A slight smile creased her watery eyes, but she made no outward sign of emotion other than that. Back in the room, Corbin threw himself onto the couch. "It's hot as balls here." I grunted in agreement while Sydney melted into a chair next to the water. "Do you think that all the Dragonborn here have eaten dragons?" he asked, reaching behind him to the side table and pulling on a cluster of what looked like yellow cherry tomatoes but tasted like grapes. Then, dangling the lot above his mouth, he began to nip them off one at a time. "I have no idea, Cor. Have you noticed that these people only have 2 meals, sort of like Bryony?" Sid kicked her feet up onto the other chair as she gazed at the tile mosaic. "What's so weird about that? You eat breakfast and then dinner," the Eaton offered, swinging his legs off the lounge and standing up. "I'm going for a walk," he announced, before slipping suspiciously out the main door. "That was weird." I gazed after him. "He's going to go find that girl." "Oh, waterfall girl?" Sid said with a laugh. "No, the redhead." When the smile slid off her face, I knew her thoughts had changed. "Any news on my mother?" The Abraxas claimed they'd produced Celine. However, I'd picked up on subtle deceit. But the last thing I needed was to worry Sydney. I'd get her mother, but she didn't need to know about all the roadblocks along the way. "According to the Abraxas, she's traveling from the Oracle as we speak." "Traveling?" I nodded. "Why not just ride her dragon?" I shrugged. However, if I had to guess, I'd suspect that Celine was being kept separate from her dragon, that her beast was locked up somewhere. "That's weird, right?" she asked, tilting her head. I closed the space and knelt before her, holding her hands in mine. "I'll get her back, I promise. So stop worrying about it." She met my gaze for several moments before staring down at my fingers that rested on her thigh. Electricity sparked in the air between us as her skin broke out into goosebumps beneath my touch. Lifting her hand, I kissed her wrist, inhaling the sweet scent of her skin. We'd promised to stop holding the bond back, but I lied. I couldn't let go completely. Something dark, almost animalistic, lived inside me, but I could control it. I would control it. It began the moment I met her, like a filament continuously weaving through my thoughts, whispering in my ear its single-minded desire. Take her and make her mine. Take her until her belly grows heavy with my child. The irony that I had to convince her to use a condom was not lost on me. Slow, careful, I reminded myself. Standing, I pulled her to her feet until she rested against my body. Leaning down, I brushed my lips over hers, trying to keep the kiss light and gentle, but I couldn't hold back, and a chaste graze wasn't enough. Instead, my tongue swept over her lips until she opened to me, tasting me, losing herself as I was quickly becoming lost to her. The tendrils of the bond pulled us together, swept us up, and somewhere in the back lived a logical thought. I had to maintain control. But whatever forces had brought us together refused to be denied again. I pressed my knee between her legs to hold her up as I untied her clothing and then bent to unlace her sandals. As I knelt, her fingers laced through my hair, and I groaned when I realized that she wore nothing beneath her dress. Seeing her before me, her skin flushed pink with desire, I felt as if time had stopped. Nothing else existed. No one else existed. Only her. Breaking my moment of awe, she laughed and tugged me to my feet. I undressed quickly as anticipation thrummed in my veins. I needed her more than I needed air. Running my hands down her naked backside and over her ass, I gripped her thighs. Then, pulling her legs around my waist, I groaned when her damp center pressed against me. Leaning her against the wall, I kissed her pink lips until they opened, and she began kissing me back. I lost myself to her taste, her scent, and the silk of her body. Having her in my arms nearly undid me. When a noise sounded in the hall, I carried her to the bedroom and kicked the door shut behind us. Slow, careful, I reminded myself. As I lay her down on the bed, her blonde hair cascaded around her like a glowing halo. The way she looked at me took my breath away. Would I ever feel worthy of her love? Love that was so quickly forgiving and innocently generous? I was humbled, and yet at the same time I felt invincible, as if I could take on the world. And I knew I would, for her. I pushed her farther up the bedding with my hands on her hips, and she met my gaze with a teasing grin. I could never love anyone the way I loved Sydney. I could never trust anyone the way I trusted her, or desire anyone the way I wanted her. Her eyes sparkled as if lit from within, and her lips, although swollen from our kisses, were curved into a gentle smile. The bond was already heavy and open between us, flowing back and forth. I'd already begun to glimpse images from her life, even as ripples of ecstasy skittered through me. "Yes?" I asked, struggling to keep from touching her. She nodded. "Yes." Reaching up to me, her nails bit into my arms, pulling me down. Finally, I couldn't resist any longer, and when my mouth found hers, I drank her in, devoured her, and she, in turn, consumed me, burning me with her fire. Our emotions ricocheted back and forth, amplifying each other, driving us forward, urging us to finish what was started all those months ago. But this wouldn't be quick. No. That burning inside me settled into a low simmer, and even though I throbbed with need, feeling that intense hunger, I wanted to revel in this moment, cherish it, take a snapshot in my mind and keep it forever. Slow, careful. I ran my fingers over her warm, soft skin, and she arched her back in response. Leaning over her, I let my hair tickle her skin as my mouth touched her, making her gasp. Having her like this was both humbling and, at the same time, godlike. I knew she felt everything my mixed-up mind was feeling, and I could feel hers. We were lost in each other as we stroked, touched, and worshipped. The bond was there, but this was much, much more than anything I could have ever imagined. Until it wasn't enough. My restraint was wearing thin, and even though her pleasure was my pleasure, I wanted more. I still had to be sure that this was what she wanted. I could feel that she wanted me. Everything she did screamed that she desired me, but I had to make sure. I had to hear her say it. "Yes," I breathed, barely able to form a coherent thought. "Yes," she pleaded, causing me to stop momentarily to regain control. "If you're ready, tell me," I whispered, even as I pressed against her slick entrance. "Ash," she breathed. "Say it." "I want you," she gasped as I slowly began to fill her. "Ash," she moaned. I stopped, fear spearing through me. "Did I hurt you?" "No," she panted, arching up into me. Time stopped. Nothing existed except her. Then it happened, like dying or being born, and that final barrier between us shattered, broke, and fell away. It was magic, ancient, spiritual. I had been afraid that I might hurt her, that I wouldn't be able to go slow or be careful enough with her. But I was wrong. Sydney was my goddess, and it was she who controlled me.
15. Sydney. It wasn't how I imagined, but how could I assume to even understand beforehand? With this one decision, this one act, everything would change. With Ash's touch, all my fears, every apprehension melted away. I could trust him, even though I knew he didn't trust himself. When he hovered over me, his gaze penetrating my own through a haze of lust, he asked me again, making me say it, making sure I still wanted this. "I want you." When our bond began, it was like a strand, a single thread. With more connection, each time we healed each other, another strand was wound around the first. Our bond had become stronger as time passed. But if our bond was like turning on the tap over the sink before, it was now an ocean. The depths unfathomable, the volume unknowable. Any barrier that had separated us, our identity as two separate people, was gone. We were completely open to one another. I should have been terrified. I should have felt swallowed up by it all, insignificant under its weight. But I didn't. There was warmth and a profound sense of contentment. Whatever happened after that point was lost to the haze of the bond. I thought that what I felt from Ash when the bond began had been a deluge. No, that had only been a drizzle. His memories and life drowned me, sucking me under until swallowing me whole. So many things I thought I knew and understood about my mate were blown away by the truth. His carefully crafted facades could no longer hide anything from me. I wasn't Sydney anymore. I was Ash. Living his life through his eyes, feeling his emotions, hearing his thoughts, and falling deeper into his memory. Scenes played out at varying speeds as I experienced every second of joy and every moment of misery. One, in particular, seemed to swallow me up. My father bellowed and stalked toward me, brandishing a horsewhip. I backed away from him until my back hit the door to the stalls, frightening my favorite gelding, Blue.
"You'll do as I say. You'll go where I tell you."
His voice trailed off as my mind struggled to come to terms with this memory. I understood that this happened a long time ago, but when and where? Then it struck me. This wasn't my memory. This belonged to Ash. I held my ground against my father, anger coursing through my blood. Reaching out, I advanced on the man, tearing the whip from his fingers.
"You will never hurt me again. Never, or I will kill you."
The Harrow man's eyes flew wide, and when I stepped toward him, he stepped back, fear tracing the lines across his proud face. The scene faded like dew in the morning sun, and I spiraled through different memories of my life. No, not my life. Ash's life. As soon as my mind made sense of what I saw, my tenuous hold on those thoughts faded like ribbons of smoke. I sat in a hospital room with Corbin and another soldier. There in the bed lay a young man covered in tubes and wires. When his eyes flickered open, he stared at me weakly, trying to reach for my hand, and I squeezed it. His lips moved, but no sound came out.
"You're home, Jacob. We got you home,"
came Ash's voice from my lips. Corbin moved next to hold his other hand, and we sat like that until the sun went down and night fell. A hitch in Jacob's breath made me startle, and as I watched, my friend took his final breath. My body filled with thick sorrow, even though somehow I knew this was inevitable. His injuries were too much for even the mundane doctors to heal. I felt myself, Sydney, surfacing in my mind. Tears filled my eyes, overflowing as all that pain and denial unfolded before me. This was suffering as I had never truly, really known. Memories shifted again, and I found myself in a strange place, surrounded by snow and cold. A voice yelled at me to do it again. It wasn't in English, but I understood his words. Evgeny stood before me, pulling his punches, trying to get me to continue. We were sparring as the sun dipped low in the sky, and my fingers turned numb with cold. Rubbing my hands together, I gazed up at him. My voice was that of a child when I spoke.
"Why do you always pick on me? Why do I have to train harder than everyone else? As the prime leader, everyone will always try to take what you have, which means that you must be stronger, tougher, more resilient, and most of all, you have to want victory. No one is going to give you anything. You must be strong enough to reach out and take it."
Struggling with exhaustion and near hypothermia, his words sank in. Evgeny backed away, falling into a fighting pose. Surprising myself, I attacked the larger man in a feat of agility and swiftness, striking him in the neck and then his face before dropping into a crouch to sweep his feet from underneath him. I watched him fall to the hard-packed snow.
Evgeny, are you all right?"
I asked in Russian, reaching down to pull him up. Back on his feet, he smiled, his teeth full of blood.
"Yes, my boy, like that. That was what I was waiting for. Now let's go inside."
He wrapped a fatherly arm around my shoulders, and the vision of Siberia faded. At that moment, I understood Ash. He had always been a pawn, just like me, except they'd manipulated him from birth. Ash's need to control everything around him, everything about his life, had stemmed from them. But now, their power was only an illusion. He'd started his own game long ago, where he made the rules and played those around him like pawns. except me. I was a new piece in his game, one he couldn't control. One that terrified him because I was the only person he would do anything, give anything, or be anything for. At that moment, I realized that I would do the same. I would give my life for him. Dishes rattling on a tray brought me around. I hadn't necessarily been sleeping, but I hadn't been awake. Slanting orange light shone through the transom above, indicating that it was late afternoon. The sound of dishes came from the dining area. Yawning, I shifted in the bed, trying to untangle myself from the blankets. Ash was awake. I wasn't certain how I knew, but even as he lay still in the bed, I knew this for sure. "I think Josepha is delivering some food," I told him, sliding out of bed. His pale eyes searched my own, and we shared a smile. "Hey, are you okay?" "Yes. I think I'm still processing everything. That was crazy intense." I bit my lip to suppress my smile. "But I'm thirsty. Do you want anything? I think Josepha is in the other room." "I'll get up with you." "You can rest if you want," I said, reaching out to touch his leg through the covers. "Nah." Moving toward me, he leaned in to drop a quick kiss on my lips. Part of me wanted to bathe, but the other part didn't want to wash ash from my body. "No, you should shower," he told me. "Am I smelly?" I asked as I searched for the red wrap dress. It must be in the central atrium. "No, but you said you were considering it. Go bathe. It's siesta time here. The baths are nearly empty. I was there yesterday at this time." I shook my head. "No, Ash. I didn't say anything about bathing. I thought it." His eyes widened. His emotions were even more open to me now, and I could sense his location like an electric field, knowing where he stood even with my back to him. I wasn't a sneaky or deceptive person, but having this much of an open mind was a little nerve-wracking. Would he think less of me now that he knew all of my secrets? Hey. Ash stood next to me, his palms gripping my arms. "Will you look at me?" Hesitantly, I turned, my breath catching at the intensity of his gaze. "Do you regret what we did?" I shook my head. "No," I breathed. "I thought you could hear my thoughts." "I think only if they're loud and I'm listening. What's wrong?" I chewed my bottom lip before letting it slide through my teeth. "It's just... Ash, you've done so much in your life. You're a good person. I huffed out a breath. "What am I?" "Oh, Sydney, you're an amazing person. How could you even think that you aren't? How could you think I regret what we just did?" Bringing one hand, he palmed my cheek, tracing my jaw with his thumb. "No, you are more than I could have ever wanted, okay? Don't you dare think otherwise." Resting my forehead against his, I closed my eyes. I wanted to believe him, but I struggled even with the depth of his words. My worst fear would be that they'd all realize I was a fraud, that I wasn't really a prime, and there'd been some sort of mistake with Aerith. And worst of all, that I'd somehow trapped Ash into a bond. Logically, I knew these thoughts were silly. Olivia said it was imposter syndrome. But why couldn't I just accept it and be happy? A knock at the door had me jerking away from him. Josepha stood there, twisting a rag between her hands. "My lady, do you want anything to eat or drink? Do you need anything at all?" "Maybe something to eat? Some bread and juice?" I trailed off after realizing that I just responded to her in Spanish. My mouth dropped open, and I turned to Ash, who stared at me with wide eyes. Speechless, I stared between the two. Ash recovered quickly, ushering the woman from our apartment as well as giving her more instructions. Following him into the sitting room, a hysterical laugh bubbled out of me. When my soldier returned, he sat, eyeing me with a worried expression. "I thought you couldn't speak Spanish." "I can't," I muttered. "Apparently now you can." "Sydney?" "Ash?"
I mimicked his tone. "Do you think you can speak any other languages, too?" he asked. I raised my shoulder. "I don't know. Say something in another language." "Okay, what do you want me to say?" he asked, in Russian, and I understood him.
"Oh my God!" I screeched. "Is this from the dragons or from you?"
He shook his head. "I don't know. Let's try Croatian. I only know a few words." He continued speaking in another language, and I shook my head. "I don't know that one." "So you must have my memories." He raised his eyebrows as he snagged the pear-like fruit and took a bite. "Do you think you have any of my memories?" I asked, feeling pathetically undereducated. Yeah. I now know who won Love Island last year." He roared with laughter at his joke. I punched his shoulder, chuckling. "You're making that up." He'd snagged my hand, smiling. Yes, I am. But you're not giving yourself enough credit. You're smarter than you realize. Besides, I'm glad you have my memories. Do you know how much tuition at MIT costs? We just saved like $300,000. When he froze in place, unspeaking, I tilted my head and asked, "What's wrong?" Dread washed over me as his face went white and horror threaded into me through the bond. Then he moved quickly, storming into the bedroom. "Fuck!" he spat, and I raced in after him. He stood, half-dressed, his eyes glued to the unused condom on the side table. When his gaze turned to mine, I felt a strange cocktail of emotions from him. "You want me to get pregnant, but you don't?" I asked in disbelief. "I don't understand. Did you forget to use it on purpose?" He shook his head. No. You're lying. I feel your lie." "No, it's more complicated than that." I narrowed my eyes, unsure what to think, as I sank down on the bed. "Explain it to me." Blowing out a heavy breath, he knelt before me. "I meant to use it, I swear." "True." I gulped, gazing up at the intricately painted ceiling before looking back at him. "I think it'll be okay." We stared at each other, our thoughts torn between fear and lust. Ash glowered at the foil square as if he could intimidate it into turning back time. Rounding the bed, I began to shove my towel and spare clothing into my bag before shoving my feet into the jeweled sandals. "Where are all my clothes?" "All the Abraxas clothes are gone," I gasped before realizing that Josepha had left a thick woven basket full of black fabric near our door. I frowned and pawed through it, realizing that they'd replaced all my red garments with black. Ash watched quietly, but I could feel his brain churning with this information. What did it matter what color my clothes were? Maybe these were just what they had available, but from the crease in my mate's brow, I knew there was more to it than that. When I turned to leave, Ash blocked the way. "Where are you going?" "To see Lyra and use her private bath, and then check on Aerith," I told him. "You're not eating?" "I will when I get back." Crossing his arms over his chest, he stepped aside. "Do you want me to come with you?" "No," I replied before saying in a softer tone, "I'll be okay." Slipping through the door, I hurried along the hallways to Lyra's room. When I got there, I knocked several times. "Lyra! Lyra, it's Sydney!" I could hear footsteps on the other side, but the door didn't open. "Sydney? I can't open the door. It's locked, and Castian is the only one with the key." Her words came out sadly. I slouched against the wood. "Well, that's bullshit." She breathed out a laugh. "Tell me about it." "Is there anything I can do?" I said to the door. Her reply came back quiet and sad, barely loud enough for me to hear. "You can help get me out of here." I splayed my fingers over the wood, hesitating. "I'm trying." I wondered. She slid down the door, landing in a heap at the floor and blocking the thin strip of light that shone beneath. "I heard there was a hatching today. Did you go?" "Yeah, it was terrible." "More women from home?" "No," I said, sitting down in the small recessed area where the door was. "Actually, it was local boys, like 12 years old." "Oh,
That's worse. She was quiet for a long time before asking, "Was anyone hurt?" I hesitated, but ended up telling her the truth. "Yeah, 3 kids were, but they'll recover. The first one nearly broke my heart. I thought for sure he was killed. There was so much blood." "But he'll live?" "I think so. He moved his foot when they loaded him up onto a stretcher." Soft sounds of crying came through the door, but I was unsure what to say, so I didn't say anything. "Sydney?" "Yeah," I answered, facing Lyra even though she couldn't see me. "I thought maybe you left." "No, I'm here. I hate this place." "Same." She cleared her throat. "Yesterday after you left, I told Castian that I'd do it." A strangled gasp slipped out of my mouth. When she didn't speak, I did. "You don't feel any different. I don't feel a bond around you and him." Lyra sniffed. "I know. That's because we didn't do it. He first tried to get me to drink this alcoholic drink from some flower, but I refused. I was not going to be drunk. I wanted to at least have some kind of control." "And?" I hated being so nosy, but she is the one who brought it up. "And then he tried to kiss me, but he stopped." "Why?" I asked, picking at a splinter in the door. "Because I was crying," she whispered. Dark anger surged through me. What did he expect? I don't know. He spoke to me in his language, acting all sweet, but I couldn't understand a goddamn word, so then he got mad. He yelled at me and stormed out. I haven't seen him since. What a bastard. Jeez, I mean, this was basically rape to begin with. Why would he think you'd just fall all over yourself for him? I stood and began to pace the empty hallway. When I returned to the door, I bit my lip, trying to decide if I should tell her about my own bond or not. "You feel different today," she accused. "I am," I breathed, leaning against the wood. "Ash and I completed our bond." Silence met my admission, and I began to regret everything I'd told her. Lyra cleared her throat. "But he's nice though, right? From home?" "Yeah," I told her quietly, smiling. "He's from Monterey." "Oh," she breathed out softly. "That's a lovely place. Too rich for my blood, though. He must be from money." I laughed. "You don't know the half of it." "Yeah?" "Lyra, I told you that Ash and I are dragonborn, but what I didn't tell you is that female primes like you and me are almost non-existent back home. I was it, and now you're it as well. If you go back home, you'll never want for anything ever again." "I'd have to be able to actually get there," she said drolly, groaning as she shifted position on the floor. "Can you get me out of here or not?" "I'm trying, but it's not that easy. For now, we're trapped here almost as much as you are. Once we get back, we'll try to figure out a way to rescue you." "Fuck me. Of course you can't help me. I knew getting into UCLA and getting that scholarship was too good to be true. I'm fucked. I've missed a week of class at least already. I worked my fucking ass off to get this far. My grades, my job, all the side hustles. My grandmother co-signed on my student loans. If I end up missing, she'll lose her house. She doesn't have any money to pay them back. You have to help me, please." Her angry tone had turned desperate. "Lyra," I hissed, trying to get her to calm down. "You've told me all this already. Telling me everything again isn't going to change anything." She cut me off. "No, like I need you anyway. You're useless." Pulling my knees up to my chest, I rested my head on top. "Listen, if you honestly want help, you have to be patient. As of right now, we're trapped here too. Without my mother, we have nothing. I don't know the runes to go through from this side. And as far as your grandmother, the Dragonborn will help her until we can get you back." "Bullshit. Just go. Just go away." "Lyra." "No, Sydney. You have no idea what I've been through. You weren't kidnapped. You weren't chained up and attacked by a dragon. You never had a bond forced on you, so just go." I couldn't help it. Her words were just too ironic, and inappropriate laughter popped out of my mouth for the second time that day. "Fuck you! she yelled, pounding on the door. "Fuck you! I hope you're trapped here and miserable just like me!" Her words smothered my mirth, and I sighed. "You think I have no idea what you're going through? Sure, it might not have been quite as traumatic as your experience, but a year ago I knew nothing about the Dragonborn. Why don't you think about that, Lyra?" With that said, I strode down the hall as if I were the freaking King of England, murmuring ironically as I walked. Attacked by a dragon, kept against my will, had a bond forced on me. Huh, yeah, I have no idea about that.
16. Ash. Even with a mind-melding bond, I managed to miscommunicate with Sydney. I should win a fucking prize for that. I wasn't trying to control her. I worried about her and I wanted her to be safe. We were in an enemy palace, surrounded by people who lied to us. So yeah, I wanted to know where she went. Making sure my gun and bullets were both still safe in their hiding place, I slipped out the door and began searching the halls for Corbin. He'd been gone now for several hours, and the Abraxas siesta was already over. The three of us were strangers in this place, and it wasn't unusual for us to receive curious glances, but this afternoon felt different. At the bathhouse, I changed out of my clothes. Folding them up, I laid them on one of the shelves before walking out into the largest pool. I took in the cavernous space, comparing it to the bathhouse back in Bryony. It sat on a hill that overlooked the city. High arched pillars held the ceiling up, and soothing tiles in black, blue, and green decorated the surfaces. Unlike our tiled and sterile pools, this space was teeming with greenery growing from the ground and water on the rock wall next to the pool. Maybe this was a natural spring, or maybe the plants were used to clean the baths. I'd heard them suggested at Bryony, but in our case, there wasn't enough light to grow more than vines in containers. Settling into the water, I gazed out over the pool, searching for Corbin. I thought for sure he'd be here. Instead, I was met with curious glances from a group of men who lounged several feet from me. Finally, one of them stood and wandered my way. Glancing up, I recognized him. Calling out a formal greeting in their language, Estef sat next to me and laughed. Suddenly, his thoughts were in my mind. He spoke, but not using language, using the pure intention that I heard as words. We need no language or translator as part of a tetrad. I am pleased to see you join our ranks, brother. I pressed my lips together, tightening my mental shields. Well, this was an interesting turn of events. No wonder tetrads were so powerful. I had no idea they could talk to one another. His voice echoed in my mind. I see this is a surprise to you. Well, that is understandable. We don't want all our secrets exposed, do we? Is this talent well known among your people? I asked. No. Turning, he met my gaze and narrowed his eyes. As a gesture of goodwill, I will share some information with you, from me to you. This woman that you seek will not be brought to you. The queen lies out of fear. The tetrad Selene is a captive working for Abraxas. She is dangerous and feared. She was not the mate of the king of Coppelia, but it is said that she was his lover. When we captured her, she nearly burned down half the Coppelia castle to destroy information. Estef believed what he said. I could feel the truth through his thoughts. What information? I asked. He shook his head. No one knows, except maybe the Oracle. What exactly is the Oracle? A strange smile crossed the Prime's lips. The Oracle is a powerful tetrad. Few have seen them. I felt my brow wrinkle and rubbed a hand over my face before meeting his gaze. "Thank you for the news about Celine. But nothing is free. Tell me what you want." A glint shone in his blue eyes, and the light reflected off his golden-red stubble. "You don't play games. I like that." He hesitated. "There has been unrest in this kingdom since King Seppi's death. A tetrad is needed, and there may be others looking to put a new pair on the throne. Not one that might not happen." "A new tetrad? You mean you and your mate, the girl you stole from our world?" His mouth tightened at my words.
"Madison wants to be here,"
he growled into my mind. Holding a hand up, I nodded. "I'm aware, and yes, I actually understand. However, keep in mind that she was taken from my land. Tell me, if you wish to be so open, why have your people taken those from my home? Why not use your own people? Why Madison? Why Lyra?" Estef clenched his hands beneath the water while he considered my words. "I know nothing of how that works. All I know is this. Castian's dragon, Zissus, had a wild mate." "A wild mate?" "Yes. The knights tracked the beast down and brought the dragon back to Abraxas, where we kept her captive. The oracle brought women to be tested, and Lyra was one of them." "The oracle gets the girls from our world?" "I don't know. All I know is that the oracle and their servants come into the vault, and when they leave, there are people for the choosing asleep on the ground." "Why our world? Why use our people?" I asked. "Because we don't choose. The dragon decides." I considered his words. "We don't take people from your world?" He smirked. "Your world has people to spare. I've been told of your world." Estef might have been smiling, but he was afraid of my kind, and he had every reason to fear us. Only an idiot would mess with a place full of 8 billion people. I gave him a stern look. "This will not go unnoticed by my people." "I know, which is why I am befriending you." He was only befriending me because it suited his needs. "What about Madison? I heard she had been taken to be part of a hatching like we saw earlier today." "Yes, that is true, but this was almost 3 turns ago." I raised an eyebrow. "In our society, Madison would be considered a child. There were a lot of things I'd overlooked while doing my diplomatic duties for Ballor, but this one rubbed me the wrong way. Maybe because it hit too close to home?" "I guarantee she is no child, nor was she when we joined." Estef's nostrils flared. "Why did you not bond with your mate until now?" "She looks old enough." Biting back a cringe, I answered carefully. "According to our laws, age determines who is old enough." "And is she, according to your laws, old enough?" I didn't speak, which was an answer in itself. The red-headed man threw his head back and laughed. "That sounds like a ridiculous law. It is against nature to withhold the bond. It's dangerous and reckless. That is a great evil they have done to you. At least now all is rectified." He playfully slapped my shoulder. Estef didn't say it, but I felt his question through the open channel between us. These laws do not make sense, unless your people do not have many tetrads or are unfamiliar with them. "We have tetrads," I told him, tightening my shields. "Of course, my friend," he replied solemnly as he stood and began walking away. I sat there, sinking into the water. Hopefully, my shields had been strong enough, and the information gleaned was more valuable than the information I'd given. As friendly and jovial as Estef was, He was a traitor. I'd have to watch my step around him. But what to do about the Queen? I needed to deal with her lies and inaction. How would I handle this? With hints of rewards or coercion? The stick or the carrot? I hoped that she was desperate enough for an alliance because threats were an art form, and I was no artist. However, all wasn't lost if we couldn't get to Celine. Evgeny would come for her. He might have left this place, but once he realized that both his bondmate and daughter were here, he'd be back with reinforcements. I wanted to hope that he'd come back for me, but I wasn't sure. My sad thoughts of Evgeny led me to Steph's other topic, the King of Capelia. Was Celine really screwing him? Could both Evgeny and Celine have been unfaithful to each other? I knew that Katie worked for Evgeny as a portal expert, but I'd had my suspicions about them, especially since her cover had been as his live-in girlfriend. Had he dallied with her? Would he admit it if he did? After soaping up and rinsing, I scanned the pools again. I'd come here for Corbin, but instead left with something else, information. But I'd need to be careful as to how I handled Estef. Unless it benefited Sid and me, I'd stay as far away from him as I could. The current regime had a lot to lose, and I could offer help in exchange for their cooperation. However, if we helped them too much, we could end up prisoners, just like Celine. I dressed quickly before heading to the courtyard outside of the Queen's throne room. Taking a quick look around as I strode through, I spotted Corbin leaning against a post, talking to a girl. Ducking my head in irritation, I nudged him mentally. His blonde head popped up, and he stared at me with wide eyes before straightening and closing the space. A wide grin crossed his face. "Holy shit, dude! No way!" I ground my teeth. Freaking dragon sight. Turning toward the wall, I pulled him into the empty corner. "Stop. Don't. We have bigger fish to fry." The Eaton cut me off. "What? Hey, this is a freaking big deal. There's not much the Council can do to you while you're on another planet, huh?" He slugged my arm as if I were a kid who'd made his first home run. My own metaphor wasn't lost on me. Okay, the bond. I did it to protect her. Bullshit! Ash, you can lie to yourself, but you can't lie to me. I gazed heavenward and released a sigh. Look, you need to understand a few things about the bond. You've seen wyverns protect their mates, right? Ooh, yeah, vicious. Yes, think about that. Shaking my head, I gazed around the garden before meeting his eye again. Tighten your mind up, because I'm about to tell you some shit, and I want you to keep it to yourself. What? Why? Because it'll only upset Sydney, and I want to get everything squared away. I folded my arms over my chest before leaning a shoulder against the wall. Corbin studied my expression before nodding. I think you're an idiot, but go ahead. Fine. Listen, the Tetrad Prime, Estef, approached me in the bathhouse. It looks like there's a faction that might try to take over. The Eaton's eyes went wide, making me sigh heavily. What? You know that chick I've been talking to? Zeta, the redhead? Yeah. She's not only a Prime, but she is Estef's sister. The Queen has kept their whole family under her thumb because of their power. None of the princes or princesses have formed a tetrad, and there are 7 of them. Not blood-related, but adopted by the King and Queen. So several months ago, Abraxas took over the kingdom of Capelia. They were there to capture something important. Maybe someone important. Anyway, during the battle, the king was killed, leaving the Abraxas queen without the power of the tetrad. I'd guessed at this, but it was good to have it confirmed. How did you hear all this? He shrugged. I just talk to people. Zeta speaks English. I gave him a deadpan stare. What? She speaks English? When did you find this out? Scratching his head, he shrugged. I bent over slightly and rubbed at my temples. Okay, what else did she tell you? Well, her father was part of a tetrad, but her mother died. He offered to join forces with the Queen after the death of the king, but she refused. So, Zeta isn't really on board with the Queen because she embarrassed their father, and yeah, it just was really not cool. I ran a hand through my hair, pushing it off my forehead. When did you find all this out? Oh, just now. So this drama is basically common knowledge? I asked. Oh, yeah. What do you want to do? He asked, mimicking my position against the wall. I'm not sure. I'd like to find that human maid and have another chat with her. Corbin glanced behind his back at the redhead, and she returned his smile. Okay. Well, buddy, let me know when you do, he said, patting my shoulder before turning to walk back to Zeta. I grabbed his arm. Corbin, you're being discreet, right? Try not to share any information, no information about us or our world, okay? His lips twisted. What does it matter? It could mean the difference between going home or not. His gaze lingered on several women around the room. I mean, would it really be that bad? I tightened my grip on him and hissed under my breath. Yes, Corbin. Who are you? We spent 6 fucking years pounding our heads against the wall at MIT. Is this really where you want to end up? Probably dying of some STD because I'm pretty sure these people don't have antibiotics. He glowered at me. Fine, but I don't, so don't fuck me over. He stared at me, his expression incredulous. Fuck you. I sucked in a breath through my nose, trying to calm myself down. We shouldn't be fighting. Please, Corbin, if our friendship has ever meant anything to you, please don't fuck this up. Any little bit of information you think could be harmless could be used against us. Just remember that. The bastard had the nerve to roll his eyes at me, and rage flooded my system, making me feel hot all over and readying me for a fight. Still gripping his arm, I tugged him back into the corner, earning a few glances from the others in the room. Listen to me and listen good. Getting your dick wet is one thing, but these people have access to Earth and know how to use portals. They also have a hell of a lot of other information. So, when you talk, you're endangering your mom, your dad, your grandmother, and everyone back home. Not to mention all the mundanes that live on Earth. I wanted to use compulsion, but restrained myself. There were some lines I wouldn't cross. Corbin jerked his arm away, lifting his chin in defiance at me. I fucking know that, Ash. I'm not an idiot, he spat in a low whisper. All right. Fine, are you done? Yeah, I breathed, all the anger having left me. Walking back to the room, I stopped in an empty courtyard and sank down onto a bench. Corbin might be many things, but he wouldn't do something stupid, and I believed him. However, Estef was another problem that plagued my mind. Was he trying to play me? At least my instincts not to turn on the royal family were probably right, although how could I convince them to help us with Celine? Sydney said that Lyra had agreed to the bond, but I'd think this would have been big news if it had happened. Also, wouldn't Lyra have joined the other primes for the hatching? No, Castian was in an even worse mood this morning. If looks could kill, all of us around him would have been dead. Did he not care at all about appearances? Conviction spread through me, and I groaned. Did I? Fuck. This was a mess, and Sydney didn't need
any extra worry.
17. Sydney. Surges of anger pulsed through the bond from Ash, making me straighten. After my fight with Lyra, I found my way down to the dragon stable, where I'd been sitting with Aerith, stroking her head. "Ash," I called out to him, searching for his mind among the thousands of bright lights that I recognized as people and dragonborn around me. His energy pulsed like silver, helping me to home in on him. "Are you okay?" He responded with surprise, sending a thrill of pride through me. "Where are you?" he asked. "The stables, you?" "The courtyard outside our rooms." "Why is your mind all dark and troubled?" I asked, resting my head against my dragon's side. When he hesitated, I pursed my lips. "I'll come to the stables." "No," I replied. "I'll come to you. It stinks down here." I climbed the ramp out of the stables, weaving my way through the maze of buildings to our rooms. The large rectangle courtyard was filled with trees and small shrubs. This was a dry place, so I guessed that these plants were all watered by hand. Ash reclined on a bench, one foot on his knee. Meeting my gaze, he gave me a conciliatory smile as he reached out to tuck a lock of hair behind my ear. "I'm sorry you felt my anger. Corbin's being an ass." "Really? What about?" He sucked in a breath and studied my face. "It appears that more of the Dragonborn can speak English here than we first thought. The red-headed girl, Zeta, can speak English, and I thought Corbin had been telling her things he shouldn't." "Well, you're not the only one. I ended up fighting with Lyra." "Really? About what?" Ash looked off at the equally planted trees across the way. "She's just angry. I mean, I get her point. Bad things have happened to her here, but she acts like I don't understand." I huffed out a breath in irritation. "I mean, she's mad that Castian won't let her go, and then they're both mad that they can't understand each other." I threw my hands up. "I want to help her, but I'm not going to make promises that I know I can't keep. You know?" His fingers ran over my palm in a gentle caress. "Yeah, you're being smart and honorable, and in some fucked up way, so is Castian. I mean, I don't like the guy any more than you do, but he's in a bad situation. He lost his dad, and then his mom lost the power of the Tetrad, and now he's trying to get that power back and possibly being plotted against." I lowered my chin. "Plotted against? By who?" Shadows ran across Ash's eyes as he replied, "Remember Estef?" He approached me and implied it. Zeta did the same thing. So either they are planting seeds to see if anything grows with us, or they're already plotting. If Zeta should find a match, though, they would definitely be a threat to Castian and his family. Slouching into the bench, I stretched my legs out in front of me. And there's one more thing." I turned to meet his eye. "Yeah?" "It looks like the Queen is playing us, or Estef is. He claims that Celine is not being brought here, that they don't plan to bring her here, that she's a prisoner." I rolled my eyes. "What do you think?" Ash shook his head. "They both came off as truthful, but I feel that Estef would be able to lie better than the Queen." "I agree." "Unfortunately, he knows a whole hell of a lot more about Tetrads than us," he offered. "What should we do?" Nodding, my soldier gazed across the little oasis. "I think that our best bet is to work with Queen Brontia. It looks like she may need some allies, but we'll need to get her to let your mom go first." "How hard will that be?" I asked, squinting at him in the bright light. "I don't know, but I do know that she needs us as much as we need her." We sat there in the quiet, as bugs and birds hummed around us in the vegetation. Ash reached out and grabbed my hand, still looking out into the trees. After discreetly searching for the English-speaking maid, Angie, she ended up coming to our room to tidy up before dinner. She was wide-eyed as she entered our apartment. "Why have they begun to send you instead of Josepha?" Ash asked, using Dragonborn compulsion. "We work on alternate days, but we're both supposed to spy on you, look through your things, and report what I find," she told us warily. "And have you?" She shook her head. I've only told them what you carried in your bag and explained what each was for. Not the gun or electronics, though. I didn't tell them about that. And there were a few other things that I didn't know what they were. My soldier paced the room, his arms folded before him. I sighed, hating that he had to be like this, but I understood. He was only trying to do what he thought was right.
How are you reporting to them?
She pulled out a small notebook bound by some kind of wax. It was cream-colored and the size of half a sheet of paper. Ash ordered,
I want you to show me everything before you give it to them.
Meeting Angie's eye, he lowered his chin.
I'm willing to give them some information to keep you safe, but you have to do as I ask. As for now, I want you to start drawing out a map of the city and the palace. Everything. You can work on it later, but bring it back to me.
She nodded. I'll do anything if it helps our cause.
It does.
Do you see Lyra? I asked. She hesitated. The princess? Not normally. It's usually only Courtney, Milo, and Prince Castian. I murmured. I'm worried about her. Angie frowned. You're not the only one. I've seen this happen before. She'll become Castian's mate sooner or later, and either she'll be happy like Madison, or she'll be sent to the Oracle and housed in the Abbey.
The what?
Corbin asked, finally entering the conversation. The maid pierced him with her gray eyes. It's her choice. I frowned. I thought Castian said he would let her go home if she slept with him for the bond. A loud bark of evil laughter erupted from the maid's mouth. Go home? No. No one goes home. Ash and I stared at each other for a long moment. That's fucked up, man, Corbin spat angrily. Angie lifted her shoulder. Well, I've been here over 30 years, but the abductions were rare until recently. We've had more and more abductions, especially lately. Ash scratched his cheek as he eyed the woman.
How many times do they abduct humans, and how often?
It depends on the Oracle and the choosing ceremonies. So that's 80 women. But usually it's only a few, maybe 5 at a time, and never from the same place. But the Oracle struggled to find both his mate as well as Alaya's mate. The Oracle never even had a dragon to even try to find mates for her. She might not have a mate at all. Then why choose someone from our world at all? I asked, narrowing my eyes. It happens if a prime has a wild mate with no bond. I stared at all 3 faces, and Ash said,
This is exactly what Estef was just telling me. Angie, how does the Oracle choose people?
I don't know. No one knows. The maid moved to begin gathering up our dishes left on the table. What do you know about Estef? I asked her softly. She sucked in a breath after perching on the arm of the sofa. He is powerful, especially with his mate, Madison. Ash pushed on her mind.
Yeah?
Everyone knows he craves more power for Abraxas. His family has longed to rule, but they've been denied. This is why Castian must form his bond. If it doesn't happen soon, then allegiances might move to Estef and his family. But if the princess were to find her bondmate...
They're looking for the princess's mate as well?
Corbin asked, cutting her off. She nodded. Yes, if she were to find her mate, it could save her family, but they've had no luck.
And how are they doing this? More choosings?
No, I don't know. Maybe her mate is one of your people. Us 3 Dragonborn shared a look, before homing in on Corbin and his wide grin.
It's not you, Corbin, I told him sourly.
He stood and began to help Angie gather the dishes.
Why? It could be.
Ash squeezed his eyes shut before giving his friend a strange smile.
There are hundreds of male primes back home. It could be any of them.
Just say it, Ash. Not back home. Earth.
We're not on Earth. Back on Earth, there might be hundreds of primes. But why not me? Why couldn't it be me?
Have you met Alaya? Angie asked.
No,
he answered. The girl's not right. If I were you, I would hope that she isn't your mate. Ash stared at Corbin, a strange expression on his face. What are you thinking, Ash? I asked. Meeting my gaze, he frowned.
Corbin has a life back home. I know he doesn't seem like it, but he's literally the smartest person I know. Not people smart, number smart. I can't imagine him living in a place like this. Computers are his life.
I shrugged. Angie has since gone about her business cleaning, while Corbin sat glaring at us. "What about the redheaded girl?" I asked.
"She's not my mate." "How do you know?"
Ash asked incredulously.
"We fucked."
I had been drinking juice, but now it was all over my shirt. Coughing, I stood. "Corbin! Seriously?" Striding angrily out of the room, I changed quickly, tying the new dress at the waist. When I returned, Ash was side-eyeing Corbin, who looked like he'd just been slapped. Anger surged up inside me, and I took one of the pillows to hit the Eaton Prime with it to emphasize each word. "The bond is not about sex." Chest heaving, I dropped into the lounge next to Ash. "You could have caused some kind of diplomatic scandal." He shook his head.
"No, it'll be okay." I frowned. "Okay, your personal life aside, you said that you shared things with her. What did you two talk about?" Ash asked. She asked about my home, so I told her a bit about Bryony and the base. So she knows that we have an armed militia."
The Eaton nodded guiltily.
"Yes, but I told her about what I do, programming, and she was shocked. Electricity is forbidden here. It's believed to be, like, toxic or dangerous or causes disease. Sounds like they've made anything electric out to be, like, radioactive or something."
Several days after requesting a meeting with the Queen, we were invited into her throne room. Ash and Corbin wore their laundered uniforms, while I sported one of the black wrap dresses. The other low, plunging dresses that many women wore here were not for me. I'd given all those back to Josepha to take away. Sitting in the Queen's courtyard, Corbin examined the red-headed girl, who gave him furtive looks. I watched Ash as he studied the room. How had he come from Connor and Mary? Were most of his traits environmental? Because he reminded me a lot more of Evgeny than anyone else. His gaze honed in on little things, like a touch that lasted too long, or micro-expressions that I wouldn't have caught on my own. Turning, Ash eyed me, his expression softening.
"I feel you watching me."
Snaking his hand out, he ran it over my leg, sending sizzles of heat through me. I smiled. "You're interesting. More interesting than these guys."
"Yeah?"
The corner of his mouth curved up teasingly.
"Trust me, I'd rather be alone with you than here. But if I have to be here, I'll try to learn as much as I can."
"Very efficient," I told him, and a crease formed between his brows. "It's a survival mechanism, isn't it?" Ash actually rolled his eyes at me, making me smile widely at him.
"Don't,"
he told me with a slight laugh, his hand on my thigh, sliding through the slit of my dress to touch my bare skin.
"Seriously, stop trying to psychoanalyze me, or I'll block you."
"You will not," I told him, a bit breathlessly. Corbin had moved to tower over us, breaking into our conversation. "Can you both stop for 5 seconds? I can't tell if people are more afraid or turned on by you guys. Being around you both is like being roofied. Try to block at least some of your emotions." He waited, hands on hips, pointedly looking at where Ash's fingers disappeared into my dress. Slowly, my mate slid his hand away, concern coloring his face at the Eaton's words.
"We are shielding."
Corbin sucked in an incredulous breath before shaking his head.
"Yeah?"
"Yes," came my soldier's response.
"Maybe it's just you. Have you thought of that?"
The other prime just sputtered in disbelief before turning away to cross the room to the red-headed woman who'd been sliding flirtatious glances his way.
"Shit, he's feeling his own emotions. I think he might be bonding with the redhead,"
Ash said, motioning to the pair. "Is that how it works?" I asked. He twisted his lips.
"Honestly, I don't know. Our bond is like nothing I've seen before. It's completely different than a wyvern bond. So your guess is as good as mine."
We watched the pair as Zeta's fingers lay on Corbin's thick bicep. He flexed as he leaned closer to her to whisper something into her ear. I clasped Ash's hand in mine. "He's just tense. We all are. Maybe this is how he deals with stress. He nodded.
I'm more afraid that our completed bond changes things with the Queen. Did you see how well searched we were just entering this courtyard?
Yeah, I told him, releasing a shaky breath. But we have weapons they can't take away, like our minds and our control over them.
Sydney.
He kissed my face.
If this goes wrong.
It won't, I interrupted him. Pressing his lips together, he stared at me.
Either way, keep yourself shielded and watchful.
We didn't speak again, even as the soldier led us into the Queen's chamber. Today was different, though. Instead of random groups socializing and hanging out in the throne room, the space was full of prime soldiers, armed with long swords hanging from their belts. The older Tetrad couple sat in added chairs off to the side, watching while Castian stood behind his mother, his hands gripping the wood of her throne. The three of us neared until a guard motioned us to stop. As if choreographed, we bowed shallowly. We stayed silent, which Ash had told us was etiquette in this situation. The Queen reclined in a practiced and deceptive move. She was tense, as were those around her. Madison and her bondmate were suspiciously absent.
Well,
she spoke, and Milo translated her words into English.
You've requested this meeting. Is my hospitality not good enough? Your Highness, our accommodations and your kindness have been generous and welcoming. Thank you,
Ash replied.
Although we are curious about the whereabouts of Prime Selene, we'd be more than happy to offer you some kind of alliance with Bryony, but if you are unable to produce the Prime, then we will thank you for your help and be on our way.
Her lips pressed tight as she considered his words.
I told you that we were working to bring the woman to you, but you must be patient. She has been in the care of the Oracle, who has required her assistance. When she is done, then, of course, we'll transport her here.
Ash's eyes bore into her, his icy voice dropping the room temperature a few degrees.
I was under the impression that our two kingdoms might be able to form an alliance. But Selene is a subject of my Balor. It seems that your willingness to work with us might be in question if we've been lied to.
He sucked in a breath through his nose as he searched the faces around the room.
It almost appears that you are keeping her from us. That couldn't possibly be true.
His gaze snapped back to the Queen.
Could it, Your Majesty?
The slight tightening of her eyes was the only thing to give away her anger, even though Castian's was on full display. If his grip had been any tighter, I thought he would have shattered the wood beneath his hands. That was good, I told Ash, managing to keep my expression blank. He spoke into my mind.
The Queen needs us, and now she knows we know it too. If she wants to stay in power, then she needs more help than those two.
He flicked his eyes toward the elderly Tetrad couple sitting nearby. Losing her pretense of relaxation, Queen Brontia sat up in her chair, calculating her options, but not speaking as she eyed the three of us.
You are trying to create worries from nothing. I assure you we have requested the Prime's presence.
He stared at her, his expression purposefully blank.
We plan to leave in 3 days with or without Selene. It would be a shame to forego such a powerful alliance.
A bitter smile curved the Queen's lips, and I wondered if I would cave or not. She motioned to one of her guards and spoke her Nordic-sounding words.
Sum devriar vorsiutas comemmi.
Turning back to us, Milo translated again.
As a gesture of our commitment, the Queen has sent for her. However, we will expect something in return.
The Queen lowered her eyes as if this were a significant burden. That's such bullshit, I muttered to myself. The Queen continued.
Alliances between us could be helpful to both of our kingdoms. Absolutely. And your gesture won't go unnoticed,
Ash told her, his voice still edged with steel. The Queen stood, turned on her heel, and strode through one of the side doors. Castian turned to follow, taking the steps one at a time as his eyes bore into Ash's.
How long will it take?
Ash asked him.
At least 3 days,
the prince replied quietly. His eyes were dull and lined with dark circles, and his shoulders slumped in an unusual posture. Turning to Ash, we shared a look. "He looks terrible, doesn't he?" Milo shook his hands at us. "The Queen dismissed you! Go!"
18. Ash. Outside the throne room, I stopped Corbin and Sid in the empty hallway. "I'm going to find Castian and talk to him." Corbin's brows rose into his hair. "What? That guy hates us. Why would you search him out?" "Goodwill, man. Goodwill. I'm trying to do what we can to help him." I leaned against the door. "What do you mean, help him? How?" Sid asked as a small crease formed between her brows. "He needs to complete his bond." "What?" She snapped, her mouth open in incredulity. "Look at me, Sydney. Are you unhappy with me?" "No, but we're completely different," she spat, the corner of her mouth still curved in anger. "No, we're not. But I don't want Lyra unhappy, and I think that if Castian stopped acting like such a twat, as you call him, then maybe they'd have a chance of being content together." She shook her head, arms crossed over her chest as she fluttered her lashes. "Ugh, Ash, he kidnapped her." "There are always two sides to every story, Sydney. If they don't complete this bond, then all the women abducted and the ones killed will be for nothing. Don't you get that?" My mate was not swayed by my words, but I didn't argue any longer. "You could actually help Lyra, you know," I told her. "Me?" she sputtered. "What do you think I've been trying to do?" I pressed my lips together and stared at her. "No, you're fanning her anger instead of helping her understand the situation." She blinked rapidly at me in fury, sputtering, "What?" Holding my hands up in surrender, I said, "Look, they're not going to let her go. And if any of us try to help her escape, then you can say goodbye to your mother and going home, because we'll be trapped here with no friends and lots of enemies." She stood there, staring daggers in my direction, until I turned, jogging off to find Milo and Castian. Thankfully, I spotted Milo leaving the antechamber of the Queen's courtyard. "Milo, I need to speak to Castian. Will you translate for me?" The translator tried to hide his discomfort, but struggled miserably. "Yes, he's there." The balding man motioned behind him to the royal atrium, similar to our pool room, but larger. Approaching the prince, I met him with as open and honest of an expression as I could manage.
"Castian, can I speak with you privately?"
Milo translated my words, making me long for the open connection I'd had with the other prime, Estef. "Follow me," Milo translated. The prince led the way through a guarded door, down a hallway, and into a room with pillows and low tables. Gesturing for me to sit, he poured a drink from a crystal carafe. "Would you like to join me in a drink?" he asked, surprising me with his hospitality. "No," I told him, leaning back against the wall. Castian sipped at his tumbler before taking a seat opposite me. "I assume it's important. What do you want?" I could sense Milo's compulsion to translate as accurately, honestly, and confidentially as he could. The knowledge eased my mind a bit. "I came to help with your mate. I thought that perhaps a little bit of insight might help." "Insight? Insight into what? A bond? Sex? You've been mated one day." Milo blushed at his words, but dutifully kept translating. "We've been partially bonded for almost a year. Strangely enough, it was my mate who brought up the fact that she and Lyra are more similar than I realized. Did you know that Sydney was not from my world? She knew nothing of dragons before we met." I watched as Castian casually refilled his glass. This time he filled a second crystal tumbler and set it before me. "We're not the same," he told me. "Maybe, but maybe we're not as different as you believe." I sniffed the cup and raised my eyebrows. "What is this?" "I'm not poisoning you if that's what you believe." He downed his cup before placing it on the end table. "If your dragons mate first, it'll bring you and Lyra closer together." Shaking his head, Castian leaned back against the cushions, his arms wide, hands resting on the decorative wood on the wall. "That's not how we do it here." "Yeah? So it's normal for you to hold your possible bondmate prisoner?" I asked, sipping the strong honey-flavored amber alcohol. Castian growled low in his throat. "That is for her protection." His words convicted me. How many times had I said the same thing when I'd done something that had hurt Sydney? I held up a mollifying hand, sighing. "I understand that. But does she? From what I hear from my bondmate, Lyra sees you as her jailer. Is that what you want her to think?" "Your insults are not welcome here." The prince's words came out slightly slurred. Had he been drinking before now? Sighing, I set my cup down. "I'm not trying to insult you. I'm trying to help you. I see the situation you're in, but I also see where Lyra's at. Have you tried to just talk to her?" He sneered and gazed around the room with bloodshot eyes. "What else is there to talk about? I've offered her everything, but she ignores me or insults me." I considered his words as a clock ticked nearby, blending into the voices from the city outside and the occasional bugle of a dragon. "If your dragons haven't mated, how do you know that this particular girl and this particular dragon are mates to you and your beast, Zissis?" Castian glanced up at me. Sydney said he had weird eyes, but I recognized it as heterochromia. The prince had one blue eye, and the other was nearly black. He frowned. "Zissis found his mate in the wilds, and we went to great efforts to capture the beast and bring her back here. She chose Lyra." "But you've kept the dragons separate?" I scratched my cheek. "Why?" Castian scoffed. "Why? Because it's the way things are done here. Besides, I want Lyra to come to me on her own, and—" He sucked in a breath as he battled emotions behind his mean facade. "Lyra, she doesn't understand any of this." The prince pounded the side table with his fist as he interrupted me. "I've explained everything! I've told her everything! I've offered her everything!" I shook my head, considering his words. "You've offered her things you value. But have you listened to her?" He glared up at me, and I could see the torment etched in his face. "Go. I'm tired of this conversation," he told me. I took another sip of my cup before standing. Judging from Castian's bloodshot eyes and foul mood, maybe it had been a mistake to come talk to him. Standing, I searched for anything else that might be helpful to tell him, but I knew that my words would most likely be ignored. As I neared the door, I stopped, turning to meet Castian's gaze. "If you let the dragons bond, Lyra will be able to see your life. She'll know why the bond is important. And you'll know what is important to her," I added as a subtle thought. He stayed quiet as I pulled the door closed behind me. "You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink." Walking back to our rooms, my heart sped up, thinking of Sydney. If we thought that completing the bond would free us from that overwhelming, overpowering loss of control when it came to each other, we were sorely mistaken. It was almost worse now. I could barely keep my hands off her, let alone my mind, especially when she was thinking of me, and right now, she definitely was. Maybe we needed extra tetrad power just to balance out the loss of brain cells. Striding the halls, I barely kept myself from breaking out into a run. I craved Sydney like I craved air. That rush of excitement and heat that I hadn't had since I was a teenager, I had that every moment now. I had that breath-stealing, pulse-pounding, dizzy feeling that swept through me at even the thought of her. No, our feelings hadn't faded with completion. They now glowed even brighter. All I could think of was the touch of her skin or the way she responded. With the bond, our desire echoed between us, thrumming stronger. Bursting through the door, I found Corbin on his phone. He flicked a gaze at me before raising his eyebrows at my obvious problem. "I think your gun fell down the front of your pants," he told me, with a shameless, teasing grin on his smug face. "Shut up. Where's Sid?" I asked, pressing a hand over myself to try to relieve the pressure. Whatever she was doing was nearly killing me. He pointed to her room, shaking his head and going back to his phone. "Hey," I said, holding my hand up, "aren't you worried about running your battery down?" He shook his head. "No, I've got a solar charger." Why am I even surprised? Never mind, why am I standing here? I weaved through the atrium. Once at the bedroom door, I slipped inside, pulling it closed behind me. There, on the bed, lay Sydney, asleep and tangled in her black dress. I ran a hand over my face in agony. She moaned lightly before shifting, the thin fabric riding up her leg. Letting out the breath I'd been holding, I bared my teeth. Wake her up or not? I paced the small space. I knew what I wanted. If anyone could die of sexual frustration, it would be me. I should have earned a freaking medal for staying away from her as long as I did. But now... I bit my lip and considered skimming my fingers up that tan leg. Nope. It was a super fucked up move to touch her while she was asleep without permission. Okay, kind of messed up to watch as well, but I was already here, and honestly, wild dragons couldn't drive me away. Lying on the other side of the bed, unable to help myself, I smoothed the strands of hair from her face before pulling her against me. My pulse calmed a little before her eyes slid open, making my heart race again. "I was dreaming about you," she said, her voice low in the quiet room. "I know." A teasing smile crossed her lips, but fell at a hard knock on the door. Guys?" When a familiar tetrad mind touched my own, I froze. I was too new to our bond. I hadn't had a chance to figure everything out, and I was no match for Estef, who'd had his bond for nearly 2 years. Adjusting myself, I strode to the door, pulling it open before sliding out. "I hear you're making alliances with the Queen. Is this true?" Estef spoke it into my mind. He stood blocking the exit, his long red hair shaved on the sides, the center braided into a rope that hung down his back. Corbin shifted uneasily, watching us with wide eyes. "Sit," I suggested to Estef, motioning to the dining area. He nodded. "Do you speak English?" I asked, thinking about Madison. He nodded. "Yes, but mind speak can't be overheard. Trust me, this place has ears. Although we're not here to talk about me, we're here to talk about you."
I gave you valuable information, and you used it to help my enemy."
"Your enemy?" I asked. "You mean your queen?" His eyes narrowed. I knew that he wasn't dumb. Pouring a glass of Virago, I motioned to it. "Do you want some?" Corbin's wide eyes flicked between us. I'd told him about my encounter with this Tetrad Prime before, so he knew we could speak mentally. Estef nodded at my drink offer, and I poured 2 cups. Some cultures always offered, but wanted you to refuse. Others offered and wanted you to accept. The Abraxas fell into the latter category. I spoke aloud as well as mentally so that Corbin could at least hear my side. "What is it that you want from me?"
"I thought you were a smart man, a wise man, a man who allies himself with power, strength."
I nearly rolled my eyes in imitation of Sydney, but stopped myself. Instead, I said, "What do you want?" The Abraxas Prime stroked his thick beard, reminding me of a Viking or Scottish Highlander from another time. He surprised me when he looked at Corbin.
"Could your friend be the mate of my sister? If he is, then I approve. Let their dragons meet and find out."
I turned to Corbin, raising my eyebrows. I said, "He thinks you and his sister could be mates. He wants your dragons to meet." "We're not," Corbin told him, setting his phone down. Estef continued, "I know you found my information accurate, and I know you must realize that I helped you. Castian will be a terrible ruler of the Abraxas. He will be ruthless and cruel, just like his father and grandfather before him. I plan to stop taking people from your world. Yes, I know about that. Everyone knows about it. We've done it before, but the kidnappings have become more and more. It isn't right." I searched his expression and knew that he could very well be telling me what he thought I wanted to hear. It was difficult, but primes could lie. As a Tetrad Prime, he could be completely full of shit and I wouldn't know the difference. But a sliver of information slipped through his shields. He didn't like the influence from my world, but I had no idea exactly what that could mean. I tapped my knuckles on the table beside me. "Your information was helpful, and I am appreciative of it." Estef was playing a dangerous game. "I will consider what you said, but as I said before, I can make no promises today." He stood before holding a fist to his chest in what I'd come to know as the Abraxas form of a handshake. "Thank you. That is all I ask. I have other plans, but those are for another day." I nodded and walked him out, bolting the door behind him. Once his footsteps faded away, Sydney slid out from the bedroom to sit at the table. I joined her and Corbin, examining their faces. Speaking in a low voice, I told them what Estef said to me. "Shit!" Corbin spat, running his hands through his wild blonde locks. "We don't need to be caught up in any more politics." I nodded. "Corbin, could there be a possibility that the redhead is your mate?" He tilted his head to the side, smiling. "I don't think so, but I can give it another go. I mean, what do I have to lose?" "What would you do? Stay here?" Sid gasped. The Eaton's face screwed up into confusion. "Hell no! I'd bring her back with me." "Corbin, did you even listen to what I just told you? If Zeta finds a mate, she and her brother are going to take on the Queen. So if you already think she's not your mate, maybe it's not good to try to force it." He stood and began pacing with arms crossed and head bowed. "No, it doesn't matter. Everything will work itself out if we're mates, just like you and Sydney." Sid and I exchanged a wary glance. "Cor," she said softly,
We want you to find your mate, but just be careful. Angie said that some mates who are from other worlds are locked up. I'd rather see you without a mate than for something bad to happen to you." My friend rounded on Sydney. "That's easy for you to say. You have your mate, but what about me? This might be the only chance I will ever have to find someone. There are at least 6 prime women around my age, and most of them don't have a mate. Don't you think they would have had a bond if it were with one of these guys, huh? I would be happy. Just because you both had a difficult time doesn't mean that I wouldn't put up with that and even more to have my own bond." He finished his rant, then sank down onto the ledge by the pool, bent over with his head in his hands. I sighed heavily, moving to squat near him. When I reached out to touch his arm, he shook me off. "Don't!" "Corbin?" He gazed up at me, eyes glassy with emotion. We'd been friends for 12 years, and I'd only seen him cry once during that entire time. I'd seen him take a bullet, a broken arm, and many other injuries without shedding a tear. But he cried when his grandfather died. This was like that. Bone-deep pain. Was all his sleeping around just a defense mechanism? Was he lonely? "Corbin, do you really want a mate?" He stood and pierced me with his expressive brown eyes. "What the fuck do you think?" Flipping me off, he took off to his room and slammed the door. Sydney and I shared a look. "What the hell just happened?" she asked. I rubbed my temples and shrugged.
19. Sydney. 2 more days had passed, but Corbin never spoke of mates or the redhead again. However, something had changed in him. The Eton Prime had always been so happy and cheerful, and now he was like a kicked puppy. I missed his infectious laugh and his light-hearted banter. Did we break him? No, it was this place. We were constantly on edge, always trying not to get dragged into drama and politics. We'd heard nothing about my mom, and I'd heard nothing from Lyra. I wanted to go see her, but I was afraid my visit would only upset her again. Another downside of that situation is that I've been bathing myself using the basin in my room because I refuse to go to the unisex bathhouse. I know this is driving Ash crazy, and it's a major pain, but I'm relatively clean. Laying on my bed as Ash and Corbin went to the bathhouse, I examined the painted ceiling as I fingered the fringe of one of the pillows. If I didn't know better, I could be somewhere in Mexico with the bright colors, carved wood furniture, and plaster walls. Would I ever go home again? Let alone Mexico? And if we got back, what then? School had already started. Our bond was technically still illegal in most states, and Ash was stationed in California. Was anyone looking for us? Was Taya all right? Where was Evgeny? And why hadn't he come back yet? Would he come back? What if something terrible happened to him? What if we never found my mother? Just as I set up the basin in my room to wash my hair, I heard a knock. Pulling myself up, I strolled across the atrium to answer it. It had to be one of the maids, or maybe Courtney to invite me to Lyra's bath. When I pulled open the door, I gasped and pulled my wrap dress tighter around me. Castian stood in the hall between 2 soldiers. With his face unshaved and eyes ringed with dark circles, I almost felt bad for him. "What's wrong?" I asked, knowing he probably couldn't understand me. Where the hell were his translators? Where was Courtney, or Milo, or even Angie? But instead of speaking, the prince gripped my arm tightly and yanked me from my room. I stumbled and let out a scream, but then something unfolded inside me, and before I knew what I'd done, I stood over Castian, with my knee on his back and my fingers gripping his arm behind him. The soldiers stood in shock before rushing me and pulling me off the prince. I might have gotten some skills from Ash, but I was not practiced enough to fight off 2 muscle-bound soldiers. Able to at least escape their attempts to hold me, I crouched in a fighting stance. "Don't come any closer!" My eyes flicked between them as the prince rubbed his wrist. Castian held his hands up in surrender. "Tik, fimsin lusist konde, lirater hilp, to further id liuk mehini, help de huma?" Breathless, I held my palms out as if to ward off the 2 guards as I turned to the prince. "What? Where's your translator? Milo, Courtney, Angie?" He motioned for me to follow him, saying, "Tik, help de lira?" "Fuck," I hissed and began trailing him, my bare feet slapping across the tile. He led me back to Lyra's room, but this time she lay in the bed, deathly still. Oh, shit. I'd helped my dad study hundreds of diseases. Was she sick? That's all I needed was to be exposed to a new virus. I lifted the hem of my skirt to cover my nose and mouth as I neared the bed. Lyra's eyes were closed, her dark lashes contrasting with her deathly pale skin. Beside her, Courtney sat colorless and weeping as well. What? My heart galloped in my chest as I noticed her bandaged arms. "Courtney? What happened?" The girl on the stool looked up at me with dull, watery eyes. "It's my fault, and His Highness has already punished me. I didn't know she trailed off. Castian stood, staring at Lyra with glossy eyes. "Castian, what happened?" I demanded. I knew he could understand me, but he probably didn't have the English vocabulary to answer. Turning back to Courtney, I touched her shoulder, but she cried and flinched away. That's when I noticed the bloodstains on her brown tunic. The fabric stuck to her skin with dried blood. I cringed and forced myself to swallow hard at the sight. Red and black tendrils of anger rose up inside me, and I'm sure my intentions were written across my face. But Castian didn't deserve my notice. These women did. "Courtney?" I asked softly. "Who did this to you?" She didn't have to answer. With my tetrad powers drawn around me, I was able to pull the memory from her mind as easily as picking a leaf from a tree. Turning toward Castian, I screamed, "Did you hurt Lyra too? Was rape not enough for you? What did you do, you fucking psycho?" I registered fear in those around me, in Castian, the guards, and even Courtney. But it didn't matter for some reason. The only thing that mattered in my mind was the burning ember of anger. And just like that, a ball of orange light took shape in my outstretched palm. Screaming, I shook my head. It was burning me, but the more I tried to shake it away and screamed, the hotter and larger it grew. The larger it grew, the more its heat licked and boiled at my flesh, and the louder and more terrified I became. Suddenly, Ash was there in the door, streaming toward me. His eyes were wide at the ball of fire, but instead of panicking, he smothered it with his own hands. I swayed on my feet before my mate guided me down onto a nearby bench, rocking me in his arms and kissing my wet face. You're okay, he whispered as he stroked my back, ignoring the others. I was sure my hand would be a black and brittle mess, like a log left in the fire. But when I nervously opened my fist, it was fine. A little red from being held so tightly, but the skin was okay. Clenching and unclenching my fingers, I stared up at Ash, completely speechless. Castian spoke first, the freaking bastard. "Druki Bremer. Dragonfire," Courtney whispered, her southern accent thick. "I thought it was a myth." Ash searched my face. "Are you okay? What happened?" I didn't need to tell him. In less than a microsecond, I was able to show him through our bond. His expression went blank, which on Ash was the most terrifying expression. "Sydney, let's go," he told me sharply. I hesitated. What if I can heal them?" "What? No. They can clean up their own mess," he thought to me. "But they're innocent, and they need help." I stared up at him, chewing my lip. I knew why he wanted to leave, and I did too, but I couldn't leave without trying to help. "Fine, but I'm not leaving you." Ash's gaze caught on Courtney's bloody shirt before glaring at the prints. Closing the space between the servant and me, huddling on her stool, I told her, "I'm going to try to heal you." She nodded weakly, closing her eyes. Hovering over her, I placed my palms on each side of her head like Evgeny had done that first time he healed me. Inside me, heat built. It wasn't nearly as strong as it had been with Ash. Tiny pulses of energy flicked over my fingers, but I struggled to direct the flow. In the back of my mind, I heard Castian argue with Ash and tried to ignore them. My ministrations went on for several moments until dizziness overtook me and I stumbled. Ash helped me sit down on the edge of the bed. Courtney's eyes fluttered open and she licked her lips. "It still hurts." The wounds hadn't changed, and I hung my head. "I'm sorry, Courtney. Is there someone who can help you?"
20. Ash. The servant had gone, hopefully, to get medical care, and shortly afterward Milo showed up, taking a standing position against the wall next to the extra soldiers who'd also joined us. I clasped Sydney's hand in my own to lead her toward the door as Castian roared out a stream of angry words and held his hands wide. Milo hesitated before translating. "He says that you should not have wasted your time on the mundane, but healed Lyra." "It didn't work. We're leaving," I said, towering over the man. Castian motioned to the bed. "Because it doesn't work on non-dragonborn!" When neither of us made any move to turn back, the prince spoke softly. "Tick." "Please," Milo translated. I turned to Sydney. "You don't have to do this. We can leave." Sid nodded to me before moving next to Lyra. Her eyes sparkled in anger when she flicked a glance at the prince. "I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing this for her. You don't deserve my help." I stood, rooted in place, watching Castian with arms folded. "So, you like to hit women?" I asked, pointing toward the door where Courtney had disappeared through. I knew the bastard understood a lot of English, even though he wasn't fluent. Castian barked orders at Milo and the soldiers, making them all leave. The Abraxian widened his stance, hands on hips, and stared back at me. He flicked a disparaging glance as he held his hands palm up to me while opening his mind. I could easily read his emotion, anger, as he said, "One job for girl. Keep Lyra safe." I pressed my lips together as he gave me another of his superior smiles. "Oh, so you're saying she deserved it?" "Yes," he answered. Shaking my head, I stared down at Lyra. She was what my parents would call unconventional, with long purple hair, a bull ring hanging from her nose, and at least 2 visible tattoos that were not from dragons. She was young, probably around Sydney's age, making this whole situation somehow worse. White bandages wrapped both arms from hand to elbow, making me turn back toward Castian and frown. I pointed to them, meeting his strange eyes. "I understand that we are from very different cultures, and I understand the importance of having a mate, but this is too far." His face was lined with disbelief. No. "I know you didn't do this," I huffed, rubbing a hand over my face, "but don't act like you have nothing to do with it." I watched him as he sat on the other side of Sydney, ignoring me as he carefully took Lyra's small hand in his. Her purple, sparkly nail polish looked wrong against Castian's red uniform. "It would be better for her to go home than die. You understand that, right?" I growled. When he replied, His voice was tired and defeated when he replied in broken English, "I cannot. No. Choose." Blowing a breath out through my nose, I shook my head. "You think you have no choice? That's bullshit. You can let her go or at least start the bond." He stared up at me with his head cocked as if to say, "No shit." "Well, why haven't you?" I asked, sitting down on the stool where Courtney had sat. He answered me in his own language, but with Milo gone, I couldn't decipher the words. Sid sat up suddenly, staring at the lavender-haired girl whose green eyes flickered open. Her mouth gaped in sadness as she shared a look with Lyra before whispering to her. Castian narrowed his eyes, but said nothing as he began to unwrap the bandage from the hand he held. Sid started to do the same. Only a thin red line marred Lyra's skin where she cut herself. Later that night, I woke suddenly, bolting upright in bed with my heart pounding and knife in hand, only to find the room quiet and empty. Sydney groaned as I slid out of bed. Lifting the cover off one of the glows, I listened. It was Eondian who spoke.
"They come. Many dragonborn are here from Bryony. Many of them."
"Who? Evgeny?" Eondian wouldn't have said he was from Bryony.
8 primes in all.
"Do they feel us?"
"Yes. They come to make right what has been wronged,"
he replied thoughtfully. Pulling on the door handle, I slipped into the other room to find Corbin awake and lying next to the pool on several pillows as he read on his phone. A crystal tumbler and carafe sat on the tile's edge, just waiting to be knocked into the water. "You feel them too?" he asked as he refilled his cup. I nodded. "I hate that this feels like a rescue. I wish I'd been able to find Celine already, and we'd probably be gone by now." "Maybe." He plucked a fruit out of the bowl before taking a bite and answering with a full mouth, "Or maybe not." "I thought you'd be excited to be going home. You seem like you've been miserable this entire time," I told him, sitting against the wall with my legs stretching out and crossed at the ankle. Corbin puffed out a breath and held his hand up to gesture to the room. "Me? Miserable? Whatever, Ash. We're living in the lap of luxury, with servants, beautiful women. You and Sydney can be together here. Do you think you'd be able to share a room with her back home? Fuck no. So don't try to act like I'm this traitor for actually enjoying a goddamn break." "Whoa, I'm not at all, and trust me, I can feel a reckoning coming my way." "Yeah? Well, why do I feel like you're calling me out?" he asked, tossing his fruit pit into his glass. "I'm not, but this hasn't been a vacation. It's been a mind fuck. Corbin, I can't enjoy something that's been built on the backs of slaves." I heaved out a breath. "You're judging me because I'm actually enjoying myself? And when you say people, Ash, you're talking mundanes. Mundanes. Yeah, but dragonborn too. Lyra. She's a prime," I told him dryly. He snorted. "You mean that selfish little girl who's been pulled out of the slums of L.A. and dropped in the lap of luxury?" I shook my head at his words. "She was pre-med at UCLA, Corbin." I said his name like a curse. "But people are people, mundane or not. And they're not just servants, they're slaves. And those mundanes being beaten are only the ones we see. What about all the others sold to other kingdoms and to merchants in the city? The thought kills me. Doesn't it bother you even a little?" His lip curved up into a snarl before he spat. "The fuck? Of course it does. It's shit, dude. But what are we supposed to do about it? Huh, Ash? You're the one who told me not to get involved in anything. He mimicked my voice. Don't make waves, Corbin. I ran a hand over my face before smoothing my hair back. Why are we doing this? Why are we fighting? He cut me off before I could continue. Why are we doing this? Because you're a fucking hypocrite. You feel guilty because this is probably the best damn vacation you've ever taken. You think I'm miserable? Maybe you're just enjoying yourself too much. What? I scoffed. Yeah, I can hear the two of you every time you're in that damn room. Yes, I can fucking hear you. Don't you think it's bad enough that you have a bond and you're all smug and happy, but you've been rubbing it in my face? I sucked in a breath, unsure of what to say. Corbin, I never meant... No, Ash, he spat, standing and heading toward the door that led to the courtyard. Don't! I'm not your fucking sidekick. I always thought that we were friends, equals, you know? I just realized that you never saw me like that. Corbin, I called, but instead of turning back to talk, he pulled the door closed behind himself. Shit, I hissed, running my hands through my hair to keep the fucking loose strands out of my eyes. I'll just add need a haircut to my list of problems. Ash? Sydney's voice broke the quiet. Hey, babe, what are you doing up? I asked, drawn to her, rubbing my hands over her bare arms beneath the loose sleeves of her robe. She raised her eyebrows before sliding onto the bench and tugging me down with her. I heard you and Corbin arguing. What's going on? I shook my head. Oh, it'll blow over. Would it, though? Leaning into Sid until her hair brushed my face, I breathed in the scent of her warm body to calm myself before pulling away to meet her eyes. There's a team from Bryony on their way here. I think Evgeny is with them. Really? That's why you and Corbin fought? I don't know. I looked away at the pool as it reflected the light of the nearby planet, just thinking. I was fucked when we got back. I'd probably lose my commission with Belor and possibly go to jail. But even with all those things hanging over my head, I had no regrets. I would do it all over again, because I finally felt like myself. Sid rested her hand against my chest, leaning into me. I feel the same way about the bond. I sniffed. I keep forgetting that you can hear my thoughts. She laughed, tapping my bottom lip with her finger. Sorry. There's nothing to be sorry for. I'm all worked up. I probably mentally screamed it at you. I chuckled silently. I'm just hoping that Durand isn't going to show up with restraints and try to separate us. He won't, she breathed. I hope not. We have bigger problems to deal with. Without you, I probably would have just ignored a lot of this stuff, let it go as part of their culture, but you've opened my eyes. I have this memory from your life. You're in a dark room filled with glass cases, and in them are crowns and jewelry, and your feelings, just this deep sensation of disparity and wrongness. Her lips twisted. Yeah? That was probably Windsor Castle with my dad, with George. Taking her wrist in mine, I ran circles over the delicate bones there. You can call him Dad if you want to. I mean, he did raise you. Her lips parted slightly, and she exhaled. Force of habit. Honestly, there's just been too much water under the bridge, you know? It doesn't feel right to call George Dad any longer, but it doesn't feel right to call Evgeny Dad either. Maybe sometime in the future, but not now. And as far as Celine, I've been calling her my mom, but that just doesn't feel right either.
I said as a way of understanding. I wrapped my arm around her, pulling her in and feeling her soft body meld to me. Leaning forward, I covered her lips with mine. Being together was exhilarating and intense, but also comforting. The only thing I could possibly compare it to would be something completely random. When I was a kid, living on the ranch, me and my friends made a fort near the river. We spent every day lost in this creation of something extraordinary where time didn't exist. The only thing that mattered was that moment, that adventure, that exploration. And in the end, I'd go home knowing that I was loved. That is what being with Sydney felt like. Corbin saw it too, I know he did, which is why he's been all depressed and cranky. I didn't blame him, but at the same time, the wrong bond could be a freaking nightmare for not just him, but all Dragonborn. Standing up, I led her back to our bedroom. There were some difficult days ahead. We could both feel it deep in our souls. Corbin and I sat in the bathhouse the following day. We requested a meeting with the Queen, but were denied. He never said anything about the fight, so I didn't either. It didn't matter what either of us wanted. Our fates were already decided the moment the Bryony soldiers stepped into this world. They were organized and moving swiftly with their dragons in this direction. Soon they would cross the wide river and be inside Abraxas territory. They were on a rescue mission. To be on the receiving end like this was both an embarrassment as well as a relief. I wasn't sure if we'd ever find Celine, let alone get her help. Beyond the archways, the city, and past the green fields, my gaze searched the desert as if I could see my countrymen. They were too far away, but that didn't keep me from looking for them. Resting against the tiled edge, I looked over to meet Corbin's gaze and sighed. I need to fly out and meet Durand. Will you keep an eye on Sydney while I'm gone? His lips pressed together in a line. No, I'll go. You stay here. 2 birds, 1 stone. You don't have to face Durand about your bond, and you'll know Sid's safe. But is there really anything to be worried about? I mean, it's fine here. What could happen? I didn't even answer his stupid question. Instead, in a low voice, I reminded him, these people are not our friends. I never said they were. Look, I'll go, and this way, Durand can't go all apeshit and yelly on you right away. I considered his words. I can't avoid it forever. No, but maybe we can wait to deal with this until we get home. I feel like a coward for not going out to meet him. The Eaton shook his head. It'll be okay. He probably already knows about the bond. I mean, he knows your signature and it's changed. If we feel him, then he definitely feels you. Corbin stood before stepping out of the pool. I'll leave out as soon as I'm dressed. If you want to come with me, then come. If not, don't worry about it. Besides, how many times will I be able to call you a chicken? He gave me a smile before walking away. Across the room, he turned back and made a loud clicking noise. It garnered attention from other bathers, but knowing Corbin, he probably enjoyed that. I stayed seated in the tepid water, lost in my thoughts and trying to figure all this out. I needed a way to make Abraxas think twice about abducting people from our world. How could we make it too deadly and too costly for them? Answers lay with the Oracle. How did it find people who could become Dragonborn?
Was this a special ability of the oracle, or did the dragon have to pick from who was available? Also, did the dragon ever just not choose? Yes, I guess they did. According to Angie, Lyra's dragon went through a few choosings where it didn't select anyone.
21. Sydney. With Ash and Corbin gone, I gathered up my bag and made my way up to Lyra's room. A guard stood outside, but didn't speak when I knocked several times. A guard opened the door to me and let me in. Once inside, Courtney greeted me with a much friendlier demeanor than last time. "Where's Lyra? Is she here?" I asked. The girl nodded before pointing to the spa room where she usually hung out. Knocking on that door, I stepped inside to find Lyra laying half in the water with a makeshift bikini. "Hey, I'm glad to see you awake. Are you feeling better?" Her green eyes were clouded as she gazed up at me, unspeaking. Turning to Courtney, I barked, "What is she on?" "It's by His Royal Highness's command," she replied anxiously. I raised an eyebrow and stared her down. "If your job is to take care of Lyra, then maybe you should listen to her instead of what Prince Dickhead wants, huh?" My words were harsh, but I spoke out of concern. Lyra's face was scrubbed clean, and her hair looked freshly washed and braided. Ignoring my words to Courtney, she turned her head to the side and gazed at the trickling waterfall on the edge of the pool. I swiveled back to the servant and began stripping to get into the pool. Settling into the water, I met Courtney's eyes with my worried gaze. "How are you? Has this happened before? Getting punished?" She lifted a shoulder and busied herself by folding up my clothes. "How long have you been here?" "Based on the date from the new girls, I've been here about 2 years. I came in with Madison's group," she told me. I nodded. "Oh, I'm sorry." Her smile immediately turned too bright, and she forced a cheerful tone. "Why? This is my home. I'm fed, I'm clothed, I'm taken care of. This is a lot better than many other things that could have happened to me." I pursed my lips and narrowed my eyes, pushing her to open up to me, but she kept up her facade, and I wasn't going to force her against her will. She already stank of compulsion from another tetrad prime. The thought made my chest hurt. "Did you get your back looked at?" I asked. This time her expression faltered, and she nodded. "Yes, Josepha's from Colombia and knows all these herbal remedies. She took care of me yesterday." I watched as she stacked my clothing, placing it on the shiny redwood bench. "I wanted to thank you, for trying." I nodded. "I'm sorry it didn't work." "I knew it wouldn't, but I supposed I shouldn't have let you." She hesitated before asking, "You must be really important back home. I've only seen the old king and queen able to make a fire in their hand like you did." Ugh, the fire. The Abraxas did that too. Why was I always playing catch-up with these powers? I found this fireball to be extremely difficult to make. After hundreds of attempts, I struggled to make a tiny little spark the size of a pea, but I wasn't going to tell her that. When I didn't say anything else on the matter, she didn't either. We sat there in silence as I moved to the cascade that ran down the rocks, leaning my head back and letting it flow through my hair. "Ah," I breathed out. Courtney was out of my line of sight, but I spoke anyway. "I really like the soap here. What do they do to get it to work so well?" It was hundreds of times better than the soap at Bryony. "Yeah, I like it too. It's full of what they call little animals, which I guess are probably bacteria. They eat your dirt and sweat even after you're out. The people here work with a lot of little animals, but I think they occur naturally. I notice that people here don't get sick very often, so maybe there are more in the water that I don't know about." I sat up, causing a drop to run down into my eye. I needed to figure out a way to take samples back home. I knew we had similar bacteria in the dirt, but I wondered how the two compared. "Really? Huh. Does anyone get sick after coming through the portal?" "Sometimes," she said, surprising me with her answer. "There are a lot of really cool things like that here." Would you like me to brush and braid your hair? Only if you want to, I told her, moving to the edge. Yeah, I think it would look nice. Pulling my knees to my chest in the shoulder-high water, I allowed her to sift through my tangles and comb them until they were smooth and silky. She then separated my hair into 4 sections before starting to braid. Lyra was still lying in the same position with eyes closed and head resting on the edge. Soft snores came from her slightly open lips. Did Lyra really try to kill herself? I asked. Courtney stopped braiding and breathed out a long sigh before starting again. I don't think she meant to actually do it. I think it was something else. The girl tied off that braid before starting on another. Did Castian... was he the one who punished you? She shook her head. No, it was one of the guards, but he ordered it. I clenched my jaw. Courtney, if you could go home, would you want to? She continued to braid, the slight tugging and massaging of my scalp, raising goosebumps on my arms. Even after she finished, she didn't speak. I hated the silence like this, and everything about this entire situation was pissing me off. Motioning to the still-sleeping Lyra, I asked with a joke, So, what exactly was Lyra given? I could use some of that myself. Josepha calls it caprifolia. It's made up of these tiny little purple flowers. The healers dry them and then ground them up. They have a bitter taste, so they need to be put with something sweet. Lyra lacks honey, so I mixed it into the honey she puts on her bread. What the actual fuck? Courtney could have killed her. Trying to keep both the anger and disbelief from my voice, which was pretty tricky, I spoke carefully. That's a terrible way to give someone a drug. If you do it, you need to measure it out so that she doesn't take a toxic amount. Castian told you to do this? Yeah, she said, smoothing out my braids and playing with the tiny wispy hairs on my neck. Lyra blinked and cleared her throat. She still looked out of it, but at least she wasn't asleep. She grunted, pulling herself to sit on the edge of the bath. Her eyes closed in a long blink. Courtney? I asked sweetly. Is there any virago? She looked at me blankly. I continued. You know, that drink that's like coffee. I would die for a cup of that, and it might make Lyra feel a bit better. The slave nodded before bounding up, but at the door she hesitated. Will you watch Lyra? I nodded gravely, understanding the consequences for her. With Courtney gone, I quickly wrapped myself in a towel and moved to squat beside the Californian girl. Pulling her into a sitting position against the tile wall, I tapped her cheek. Lyra! Lyra! She moaned, struggling to keep her eyes open. I whispered, They drugged you. It was in your honey. Did you hear me? She held my gaze and nodded. I feel so tired. Listen, please don't hurt yourself again. My people are on their way here. At this comment, her green eyes snapped open, and she struggled to sit up. Will they help me? Yes, but you can't be stupid, I hissed. If you're weak or drugged, how the hell are we supposed to get you out of here? Take care of yourself. Don't mope. Work out and stay strong. Her lids had dropped shut, but she nodded. I wasn't trying. I didn't mean to. I didn't think you would, which is why I was so freaked out. Her head lolled to the side on her shoulders. Her eyes slid open again, and she slurred. I hate him, Sydney. Castian? Yeah, same. He's so hot, but I just know that if I give in, if I really start to know him, he's going to destroy me, burn me until there's nothing left, and I'll be empty. I pulled a towel around her body. Oh, Lyra, I whispered. Just when I thought she was asleep, she muttered, I wish things had been different. I would have liked him. Lyra was little, like 5 foot tall little. Her brown roots had begun to grow in, contrasting against the pale lavender color of the rest of her hair. It was so pretty. I envied her. I always wanted to do something, like dye my hair or get a piercing, but I never had the chance. Touching her hand, I examined her pretty acrylic nails. All the tips were chipped. What was she going to do with these? It's not like she could go down to the local nail salon and get them fixed. I had to get her home. I had to. She didn't belong here. And just as I was convinced that she needed to leave, another part of me warred at the idea. If she had what Ash and I had, would that be worth staying? I would do anything to keep Ash and be near him, but Lyra didn't like Castian, and I didn't blame her. He was a muscle-bound brute who seemed to care little for her feelings, or even her. He didn't want a relationship. He wanted power. I bit my lip. Ash said not to get involved, but what if this were me? I'd want someone to risk everything for me. And what if Lyra could be with someone nice like Corbin, or one of those other soldiers from Bryony? Then it could be her choice. She could choose it. I rubbed the crease between my eyebrows. Shit, I spat. I wasn't a massive fan of Castian, but without this bond, he'd lose everything. Would Estef really take control? Would that be better or worse? Was there any chance that Lyra could be happy with Castian? Groaning, I stood and began to pull my clothes on. Where the heck was Courtney? Fully dressed, I wandered out of the bathroom and into the bedroom. Something didn't sit well with me here. This room had 3 very large swords hanging on one wall. Each was polished and intricate, and well used. Bending closer, I inspected the bottom sword. It had a chip in the blade. Just then, the door swung open to reveal Courtney returning, loaded down with a tray filled with sausage, bread, and strange vegetables I didn't recognize, as well as 3 carafes of different drinks. "I wouldn't touch anything in here if I were you," she told me with a grunt as she set the tray down and hurried to the bathroom. "Crappity crap crap. Will you help me get her to the bed?" "Sure," I told her. I was taller and stronger, so I grabbed Lyra under her arms and Courtney grabbed her legs. As we laid her on the deep blue bedding, Lyra snarled and kicked once before falling back asleep. "I'm glad you didn't fight me this time," she mumbled absent-mindedly. "What? Why would she fight you?" Blinking sarcastically, the girl gave me an evil grin. "You don't know?" "I don't know what?" "This is the prince's room. It's why she stays in the bathroom." I felt my brows lift into my hairline. "What?" "Yeah, she sleeps in there and everything. Castian has tried to get her to sleep in the bed with him, but she won't." "Courtney, you realize that this is super fucked up, right?" She widened her eyes. "I know. I mean, who wouldn't want Prince Castian? He's sexy, he's kind, and he wants her. I just don't get why she has to be so difficult." "What? Lyra? Lyra's being difficult?" She nodded. "He abducted her. He took her from her home and has kept her locked up. She's not being difficult. She's angry and upset." Courtney smiled at me skeptically while she stripped the makeshift bikini off her charge beneath the sheet. My lip curled in disgust. "You know, she could get really sick from this plant that you gave her. You should tell the prince that." Courtney shook her head at my comment before pulling a silky sleeveless nightgown over Lyra's head and covering her up again. "No, it's better this way. See? She's not crying. She's not fighting. She's content to just rest." I was stunned into silence at her words. This was so messed up. I couldn't just sit here and let this happen. "Courtney," I said, leaning forward in my chair with my elbows on my knees. "Listen to me. You have to be on Lyra's side. She has no one else. Do you—" My sentence was cut off when the door barged inward. "Verde et!" Castian spat before noticing me. When he spoke again, his string of foreign words was laced with apology. "He says get out," Courtney said, then added, "And also, the Prime Celine is here and is under guard in your rooms." Celine was here? She was here! Before I could think about what to do, I was walking through the hallway on autopilot. Where was Ash? Where was Corbin? Did I want to meet Celine for the first time by myself? I struggled to predict how this would go.
Before we continue, we offer you this moment of calm, a chance to reconnect with your breath and your heart. This free audiobook was made with love. Esquines Dissociation.
Even people who loved her had called her erratic and selfish. Elise told me that she chose drugs over me, and even Evgeny said that she hadn't wanted children. Yet here I was. Would she be disappointed? Angry? Dismissive? I wasn't sure what was worse. Besides that, I wasn't sure if I even wanted to see her myself. If she had really cared about me, then maybe she wouldn't have gone against the council and had the Stygian ritual done. Why hadn't she told Evgeny about me? Why leave me with George? Why all the lies? Because the facts were that she had kept me from my real dad for years. If Evgeny had known about me, then he would have raised me. It made me wonder, did she stay here willingly? How did her trip here actually go down? She had a child she didn't want, but was too selfish to tell the father or even care about the kid. So she abandoned her baby with a convicted criminal to what? Go off and live her best life in the dragon realm with some douchey king so she could work on her research more? My chest heaved as my mind swirled with these thoughts. Meeting her seemed impossible. This woman, Celine, had been dead in my mind since I could remember. I reached out to Ash. He sat in the bathhouse. His mind was churning like usual, busy strategizing, calculating. "My mother is here," I told him, reaching out through the Abraxas fortress. His reply was instant. "Tell me where to go and I'll be there." "Our rooms," I answered, as my feet flew along the floor. The journey passed in a blur, and suddenly I was outside our little house, leaning against the wall, one hand pressed against my heart as if to keep it from beating out of my chest. After several measured breaths, I decided not to wait for Ash. Opening the door, I walked inside. My breath whooshed in and out of my lungs as my eyes met those of a dead woman. We stared at each other for several moments. Her hair was long and brown, with silver streaks at the temples. Her eyes were large and blue-green, with that thin ring of red circling the pupil like mine. Our faces shared the same shape as well. However, where I was lanky and lean, she was curvy and shorter. But that was where my perusal stopped, and my eyes filled with tears. My knees buckled, but just as I was about to fall apart, Ash was there. His arms circled me, lifting me, and setting me on the thinly padded lounge. Blinking, I tried to shake off my stupor, but I couldn't even talk. All I could do was look at Celine as she followed us, sitting across from me. Her throat worked as if trying to swallow, and I noticed that she masked her power. Did I do that too?
"You must be Celine,"
Ash said, taking her hand in his and leading her over to me on the couch.
"I'm Ash Carrick. I'm friends with Evgeny."
My eyes darted back and forth between them, and when my mother smiled, it reminded me so much of Elise that my stomach flipped.
"The two of you are bondmates,"
she stated. Her eyes flicked between us, but there was no judgment, just curiosity. After the silence stretched on for several ticks of the clock from the main room, she asked,
"What year is it?"
Ash told her, and her face fell.
"Almost 16 years,"
she breathed, her words halting, as if she hadn't spoken English in a very long time.
"I'd calculated it once, and thought I must have been wrong, but I was right."
Celine's face was pinched, her eyes tight with emotion. Defeat and sadness pulsated outward from her like solar flares.
"Time is tracked differently here. It's hard to be sure. At least, I now know my math was correct, even though I wish it weren't."
22. Ash. Pulling my mate against me, I rubbed her arm. Celine looked just as shocked as Sydney, but instead of being frozen, she spoke. "To say I'm surprised to see you would be a lie. I felt you as soon as you crossed into Ritus, and I recognized you right away. I've imagined so many times what you might look like." "I've been told that I look like you," Sid said. "You look like Evgeny. You look so much like Evgeny," Celine said, barely above a whisper. She tried to block her pain, but even so, I could feel it seep through like ink on a tablecloth. "Back up and give her space. This is too much. She's been through too much," I spoke mentally to Celine. If her tetrad with Evgeny was still in place, which I believed it was, then she should have no problem hearing me. She widened her eyes before nodding, pulling herself to her feet and pacing the room back to the carafe and tumblers on the sideboard. Pouring herself a shaky alcoholic drink from the container, she let out a laugh before saying to Sydney, "I know we're strangers, but I never stopped loving you. I have so many regrets." She trailed off as she sat across from us. Sydney focused on the rug where the corner had been flipped over. I could feel the tendrils of heat and ice war inside her mind. The emotions battled each other until the ice won, freezing her in place, making her numb. No doubt Celine could feel the turmoil. Sid was a natural at masking her power, but terrible at shielding her emotions from those with dragon sight. Squeezing Sydney into my side, I kissed her hair while pushing calming thoughts through the bond and shielding her thoughts from the woman across from us. "Breathe," I told her aloud, touching her chin to make her meet my gaze. When her eyes met mine, They were annoyed, frosty, and stony with anger. "I'm fine." Ignoring her words, I pulled Sydney into my lap. I needed to touch her. I needed to surround her with my warmth, to remind her that she was okay, that she was safe, and I'd protect her, even if it was from her own emotions. But instead of softening to my embrace, she shook me off and stood. "I'm not a baby, Ash. I don't need you to try to fix me." She paced the room exactly the way Celine had done moments before. When she spoke again, her voice was softer, but she still didn't meet my gaze. "I'm fine. I'll be fine." "Should I go? I can't leave, but I can go into the room where they put my trunks." Celine gave me a sympathetic shrug. "It's up to Sid," I replied. Before Sydney had a chance to answer, the door burst open. Corbin stood before us, his face tight and his hands clenched in fists. "Get your things. We've been summoned to the Queen, but afterward we're leaving." His eyes darted between Sydney and Celine, making him suck in a sharp breath. I nodded. "Where's the group from Bryony?" He spoke even as he slipped into his room to pack. "They were stopped and are being held at an outpost near the river. They were ordered to keep them from entering Abraxas." He scoffed. "What a fucking joke. We told their people about them. We tried to even talk to her to make sure she was aware that they're coming in peace to help us get home. And then she treats them like they're the enemy and demands a meeting now? Fuck this. We're leaving." I could hear him and listened as I began packing, and Sydney quickly changed into the clothing she wore when we crossed over. Celine hovered in the atrium outside our open door before returning with a bundle of cloth. She hesitated before speaking quietly. "Sydney, would you like this?" She held out the bundle. "It's a dress made specifically for a Drake Prime." Corbin burst past the older woman in exasperation. "What is wrong with you, Cor?" I asked, tilting my neck to the side until it cracked. He stared at me wide-eyed. "Are you fucking kidding me? She's changing?" He rolled his eyes before continuing. "The two of you have been completely oblivious to everything that's going on. I don't even know who you are anymore. I've never seen you so wrapped up in anyone. This is—" "Stop," I drawled in a low voice. "You can't complain about how much you want your own bond and then bitch about ours." "Psh," was his answer. I searched the room without really looking at anything, but making sure we only left what didn't belong to us. Reaching out, I stopped the Eaton Prime. "What's going on that I don't know about? Who have you been talking to? I'll handle the Queen. Corbin, tell me, what am I so oblivious to?" "Fuck you," he growled, turning his back to me. Sucking in a deep breath, I forced my voice to be steady. "Seriously, you throw these accusations out at me but don't defend them. I want to know what I've done." Corbin opened his mouth to speak as Sydney took the dress from her mother. I followed him out into the atrium, leaving Sydney in the bedroom to change. "I'm not talking about this," he argued, even as he burst out into the shaded walkway of the courtyard. "Wait!" Celine had followed me out, grasping the sleeve of my shirt. "Can you feel that?" I shook my head. "What are you talking about?" "Your friend. I don't recognize him, but I recognize what I feel. He has an unbound mate. They've met, but don't recognize what it is. This is why he is so angry." Swallowing, I met the woman's gaze with raised eyebrows. "Seriously?" I leaned my backpacking pack up against the wall in the atrium. "Who's his mate? How do we figure out who she is?" She frowned. "The dragons. Let the dragons out and they'll show you. Celine, why are you being so cryptic with us? You sound like a freaking dragon, Sid said, making her mother laugh. I've seen it before. Can't you feel it? It's like they're sticky and leave a thread on each other. You two probably did the same. She glanced toward the door. Go on. They're going to stop me, but that's okay. I'm tired of traveling. I'll be here when you get back, and we'll all leave together, Celine told us with a sad smile. As if they can hold me, she muttered, looking around the room before turning back to meet Sid's gaze. Don't worry about this. Go talk to Brantia. She's not the smartest, but she's mean. I wouldn't make her wait. And now that Evgeny's here, she won't be able to keep me any longer. We can force these guards to leave. Come with us. I heard Sid's words that she directed to her mother. I shouldn't have been surprised. She adapted quickly to dragon abilities. Celine's lips pursed into a thin line, and she shook her head. No, it'll be okay. If we use force like that, it'll cause more trouble. She laughed at my concerned expression. Don't worry, Ash. These guards can't understand you, honey. With that, we left, and sure enough, 2 soldiers were posted outside the door. I'd been too caught up in Sydney to notice them before, and this thought didn't sit well with me. I needed to be more careful, less distracted. Maybe Corbin was right. I took Sydney's hand in mine, and we walked in silence. Threading our way through the elegantly dressed Abraxas court, I was thankful for the dress from Celine. It was made of a deep blue shiny fabric with a modest neckline compared to the Abraxas, and a full skirt that ended a little high, showing off her slim ankles and sandaled feet. On top of that, she wore a leather corset thing that reminded me of something out of a steampunk novel. The leather was decorated with sparkling silver thread and tiny shimmering dragon scales. Sydney caught me looking at her and rolled her eyes while sporting a knowing smile. I thought to her, You look good in that. You're worried? Don't worry, we'll be fine. Evgeny and Durand are here with several other primes. If this queen wants to start a fight, it's not one she can win. If worse comes to worse, I'll approach Estef and build an alliance, but hopefully it won't come to that. Fighting was always the last resort, but I wasn't so sure if this was the Abraxas policy as well. Every time I saw the soldiers who'd flown in, they were covered in dust, blood, and burns. My mind flipped back to Sydney harnessing the dragon fire. Could these people do that? Could Arthur do it? Evgeny? Could I? I'd need to figure it out quickly. It might come in handy. We were announced into the throne room. As before, we strode up the center as the courtiers parted for us. This time all 3 pairs of tetrads sat near the queen instead of lounging throughout the room. The older couple sat at a bench that rounded one of the wide pillars to the queen's side. Estef stood with folded arms opposite them, his feet planted apart on the opulent tile. Looking bored and very young, Madison lounged beside him, her tiny hand clutching at his belt. She wore an almost identical dress to what Sid had refused to wear the first night. It was made up of nearly see-through red fabric that gapped open down the front, revealing a pale strip down the center of her flat chest. She was very young, 3 years younger than Sid, and Estef was probably around my age or older. But they cared for each other. It was like heavy perfume in the air, sweet, overpowering, and strong. Did Sydney and I give off similar sensations? If our love had a scent, it would be clean and fresh like evergreens in the snow. Sid caught my rogue thought and smirked up at me. Shaking off the distraction, I focused back on the surroundings. The third tetrad pair surprised me the most. They both looked like teenagers. Where were the older tetrads? Why were they all young? Had they been killed in battle? Castian's shrewd gaze lingered on me as if he could sense what I was thinking. We didn't have time to stand there in silence before the Queen spoke, and Milo translated simultaneously. "I am very displeased," she said, frowning down at us. "I've welcomed you into my kingdom. I've clothed you and fed you, opened up my home to you, and treated you like the most respected guests, even though you showed up in rags, dirty and starving." She narrowed her eyes. "And yet you demand nearly impossible things, and still I have accommodated you." The court held their breath in glee, watching the Queen's wrath. I squeezed Sidney's hand as Brontia, the Queen of Abraxas, stood from her elegant gilded chair and strode toward us. "She's pretty bold with her lackeys close by," I told Sid. "Aren't you worried?" "No, these Dragonborn aren't as well trained as Corbin and I. They're clumsy and afraid." Brontia's face softened as she gazed out the diamond windows. "After all my kindness, all I have done for you." When the Queen spun around, her face contorted in anger. A few of the courtiers gasped. "I find that you have a war party of your people at our border. They have been stopped out in the flats," Milo clarified. "The unclaimed territory that sits between us and the wilds. Explain yourselves." I kept my face neutral, as if the Queen hadn't just accused us of starting a war. She needed reassurance. Her kingdom was in a precarious position. How many tetrads had they had before? 5? 10? 20? "Your Highness, I assure you that they are here only to escort us back to our own land." "You mean your own world? Because I know what you are, and I know where you're from. Don't try to act coy with me." Holding my poker face, I had to fight a sigh. It didn't really matter where we were from. These people were in the Stone Age. If we chose to, Bryony could bulldoze this entire freaking city. I allowed a consolatory smile to cross my expression, along with a surge of power I had through the tetrad. We've never claimed to be anything than what we are. I thought that's part of the appeal of an alliance with us, that we are from the other world. Estef observed me, possibly waiting for me to make the first move to turn against the Queen, but he must know that it was not my intention to involve myself in Abraxas politics unless I had to. She still didn't speak, so I continued using words I knew she'd like. "Our people only come here to forge an alliance with you, but if this isn't what you want, we can go. I'll make sure to let our leaders know of your generous hospitality." Brontia scowled, turning her pretty face ugly. "No, it does not please me. You mean to take the prime Selene, but she stays here. She is my subject now." "Seriously?" "Both Selene and Lyra are subjects of my kingdom. Are you telling me that you're holding both here against their will? Not to mention several others?" I watched her face blanch at my words, even as Castian's went red. I could make out a vein that pulsed on his forehead from where I stood. Queen Brontia's tetrad powers had made her lazy, and now, without them, she was only making a fool of herself. She'd relied too long on her ability to manipulate and force others to her will. The thought reminded me of Arthur. What would he or Elise do without their bond? The Queen wore a gown much like Madison's, except sheer sleeves, hung off her arms that were folded as she glared out the window. Sidney heaved out a sigh as we waited for the Queen to speak. Reaching out, I squeezed Sid's shoulder to calm her down. "You're doing good. Your shields are tight. She can't feel anything from you." "No? Why isn't she talking?" she asked. "Just hold on. She will. It's a strategy to make us wait. She's hoping we'll lose our tempers so that she can lay more blame and take more gains for herself. I've seen it before." The wind fluttered the fabric banners that hung from the ceiling, and the scent of incense swirled around us with dust and small leaves. "Perhaps," her voice carried an artificial sweetness I didn't buy for a second. She was a scorpion dressed as a flower. I didn't trust her feigned thoughtfulness. "Perhaps I have been too hard on you. Here's what I shall do to make it up to you. I welcome your people into the palace." Milo hesitated as the Queen butchered our names on her tongue. "It would please me for you, Lord Carrick, and your mate, to join my court indefinitely." Out of the corner of my eye, I could see Corbin gaze my way. "Your Highness, as much as I would love to accept, I'm afraid that's impossible. We must return home soon." Brontia lowered her lashes, trying to fake the appearance of girlish disappointment before meeting my gaze. "That's quite unfortunate. If you refuse my hospitality, then both primes from your land will need to stay to keep me company until your return." Her eyes strayed to Sidney's before honing back in on me. I lowered my chin and cleared my throat. "I'm afraid that isn't possible. The prime Celine is the daughter of our leader." I heard Milo use the word for king in the Abraxas language. "If you allow her return, it would be a grand gesture of goodwill on your part." I was hoping to not have to lower myself to threats. The threat was implied. The Queen returned my gaze with a petulant stare. Now that she knew that Celine was important, what would she do? Would this be enough to let her go? Tracing the carved pattern of the wood armrest on her throne, Brontia gazed at me lazily. Sighing, she pretended to think. "Celine must return with us. Has her mate come for her? Aren't bondmates sacred in your culture?" I asked, tilting my head as if honestly confused. She huffed and left the room. A few people followed, including the woman from the teenage tetrad. "Should we go?" I asked Milo. He shook his head. "Wait here. She's consulting her advisors." I clenched my jaw as I waited, but thankfully she returned quickly. Huffing out an angry sigh, the Queen spat, "Very well, take Prime Celine. However, the girl Lyra will stay for the same reasons. Her bondmate is here, and he is a prince of Abraxas." I raised my eyebrows. "How can you be sure that there will be a bond?" She smiled frostily at me, as if I were a child. Glancing quickly in Castian's direction, I knew what the smug expression on his face meant. I'd made a mistake. My lips separated as I sucked in a breath. They'd started their bond. Castian had taken my advice and let the dragons mate. I nodded. "I understand. We'll make no claim on the prime Lyra." Similar to what Celine had said, that bondmates felt sticky, I felt Lyra on Castian. I'd missed it, just as I missed the guards outside our rooms earlier. This was just as Corbin had warned. I'd been distracted. "What?" Sidney breathed, her eyes wide as anger bubbled just beneath the surface. "Are you freaking kidding me, Ash? We can't leave her here. What the actual fuck? Sydney, I'm not worried about her. They'll protect her and watch over her. Ash, she tried to kill herself. My hands are tied. We can't take them both, especially with the bond started. Regret ran through the bond, but I knew it was laced with determination. Lyra will be okay for now. However, your mother might not be. She has valuable knowledge that we need from this realm. Besides, Evgeny will start a war to get her, and later we'll try to help Lyra as best as we can. She might want to stay once the bond is complete. We don't know. Lounging back in her throne with her leg over the armrest, Brontia ate the small fruit that looked like grapes out of the fingers of a young male slave. Prime Ash Carrick, I am in a cheerful mood because tonight is the beginning of the Eraisa festival. Bring your people and celebrate with my kingdom tonight. Thank you, Your Highness. I had no intention of sticking around, but I wasn't about to tell her that. The longer we stayed here, the more chances Brontia would have to manipulate us. Besides, if Corbin had a mate here, one that he'd met, then the Queen would use that against us. I knew this was selfish, but I preferred to keep our problems to one at a time. He could always come back when we weren't in such a precarious position. Wonderful. I'll have your people shown to their quarters when they arrive, so that they may freshen up to join us. Thank you once again, Your Majesty. The words fell uncomfortably from my lips. She smiled, nearly purring. I will be so pleased to see your countrymen at the festival. I insist you introduce them to me. She insists? Why? Sid asked. My question exactly. Before I could say either way, Brontia continued, You'll enjoy our celebration of Eraisa. It's our largest and longest festival. It only occurs every 13 rotations when Eraisa visits, bringing change. It's a good omen. It will bring us all good fortune. What of our people? Corbin asked. Her gaze lingered on him a beat too long before she answered, I have already sent soldiers to bring them to the city. There's no need for you to leave again. I watched her through narrowed eyes. I didn't like this, but at least we'd all be together. I knew that our people numbered 8 primes. Although I was surprised at the identities, I recognized each one as friendly.
23. Sydney. I was fuming as we traipsed back to the rooms we'd been given. It was already late afternoon, and I was ready to go. Shaking that thought off, I grabbed Ash's arm, making him slow. We're really leaving Lyra here? I asked, chewing the side of my cheek. Ash's eyes went wide as he flicked them back and forth through the hallway. People could be listening. Of course we're leaving her here. No matter what culture or world Dragonborn live in, there is one universal thing. Bonds are sacred, and if they've already started theirs, there is absolutely nothing that we can do about it. And nor should we. I let my head fall back as I stared up at the ceiling, muttering, Poor Lyra. After a moment, we continued to walk. Ash, I know what you're saying has to be true, but it doesn't feel that way. Lyra's just like me, except instead of going to the Dragonborn on her own by someone she trusted, she was kidnapped. She's desperate, and I'm afraid that if we leave her here, bond or no bond, she'll give up hope. Do you understand me? A low rumble sounded in his throat before he replied, I honestly tried. I did, Sydney. But we don't have a claim on her. We don't. Besides, she'll probably want to stay now anyway. We were both quiet for a while as we continued to clomp down the wide, curving, tiled staircase. She won't. I know she won't. And I'm going to talk to her. Before I could say anything else, Ash's arm struck out to stop me. The movement startled me and brought back memories of that horrible night when I saw him kill that man with his fists. A tremor laced through my body at the thought, and he instinctively yanked his arm back as if I'd burned him. His lips were tight as he ran his fingers through his hair.
Don't act like you're afraid of me. I know you're not.
Unconsciously, I backed away from him. I needed space. I'm not, but I can't control my reactions.
I saw into your mind. I saw what I looked like that night. But I would never have hurt you. You know that. I killed those men to protect you. They were slavers. They sold people.
You don't seem bothered by murdering someone. Like this happens every day for you. Like you kill people all the time. A chill went up the back of my spine. How many people have you killed? His jaw ticked as he clenched his teeth, staring me down. Holy shit! You really have killed people. I was just throwing that out there, but it's true. I searched his pale blue eyes as they reflected the orange of the glows nearby. You didn't want me to know, did you?
I didn't want to scare you,
Ash sighed. Reaching out, he brushed his fingers into the back of my hair, his thumbs skimming my cheek, and then over my lips and down my chin. When his hand rested loosely at the base of my neck, I reflexively knocked his arm away. Don't.
For the love of the ancestors, Sid. I love you. I'd never hurt you. But I've been trained all my life to be a soldier. I have to be in order to survive with the Dragonborn, and everyone knows this.
Lacey knows this? I spat out, her name bitter on my tongue. He nodded. Shaking my head, I brushed past him. The stupid part was that I knew he'd done things like this. I knew, but I pushed them away, explained them and categorized them as things from his mind that I didn't understand. I scoffed. In my mind, I'd killed people with my bare hands. No, not me. I hadn't done that. Ash had. My heart ached. I didn't want to know this about Ash. I didn't want to believe him capable of such horrible things. I'd kept myself in the dark because I hadn't been ready to know. I was as bad as George, living in denial, lying to myself. Both Aerith and George told me that information was power, and for the most part, they'd been right. Information was power, but denial was potent in its own right. But at that moment, I didn't feel powerful. I felt broken. My world had flipped upside down again. I thought I knew Ash, but it was difficult for me to reconcile this new information. How could this man, who was so tender and thoughtful, be the same one who murdered people in cold blood?
Sid. Ash breathed my name quietly. Nothing's changed. Nothing. Why are you freaking out all of a sudden?
We stood alone in a narrow hallway between courtyards. I sniffed. I don't know. You moved so fast, and somewhere, somehow, it called up that memory of those guys. He held his arms out, gazing patiently at me. Stress etched his eyes, and even though his lips were slightly parted, his jaw was tight. There was no resisting him. The bond was more powerful than any defense I could ever mount. In the end, I closed the space, wrapping my arms around him, feeling his strong back beneath my fingertips. No one is perfect. Everyone has a side they'd rather keep hidden. Even me. Celine's gaze felt like a tangible touch when we entered the atrium in our rooms, but I ignored her. Instead, I rushed to the desk and searched for the paper and writing stick Angie had given me. "Sydney?" she asked, her voice almost an echo of my grandmother. I bit my bottom lip uncertainly. I just couldn't handle this right now. I wasn't capable of dealing with more. If she wanted to try to explain herself, well, it was too damn bad, because I wasn't in the mood. Bending at the waist, I smoothed my hair into a ponytail and tied it up with a black elastic. When I looked back up, I said, "Celine, I'm sorry, but I have to go. Right now, I don't know how much time we have left, and there's a girl from our world here that I'm trying to help. Can we talk later?" She smiled sadly and nodded in understanding. "I felt her. A prime. You're going to talk to her?" I nodded. "I'd join you, But it looks like Brontia has me confined to this house." She laughed like this was all a joke. It sounded like the tinkling of crystals, pretty and feminine. I rolled my eyes as I slid through the door and out into the courtyard. I had plenty of questions to ask her, but I wasn't sure if I really wanted answers to them. Did she still love Evgeny? Did she even want to come home? Why was the Queen keeping her locked up? What the hell had she done here? Was it not enough to piss off everyone back home, but she had to do it here as well? And one thing stood out in my mind. She never once said that she tried to come home. She only said that she loved me and had regrets. Speed walking the corridors and up the stairs, I marched straight up to the entrance of the royal bedrooms. The guard opened the door for me, and I followed the long carpet through to the room where Lyra was, Castian's bedroom. An Abraxas soldier stood outside the door in his red dragon-scaled armor. Swallowing hard, I braced myself to use compulsion, but it was unnecessary. Instead, I didn't even have to speak before he knocked on the door loudly. When Courtney answered, he rattled out words I didn't understand, except for one: my name. The girl nodded and pulled me inside before the heavy thump told me the door had been closed. Searching the room, I followed Courtney to the bathroom. The door stood open today, and I entered, leaning against the frame. Lyra sat on one of the lounge benches with a single curved side, while Courtney took her usual stool. "I wanted to get the address and phone number of your grandmother so that we can help her out and let her know you're okay." She cut me off. "Because I'm so fucking okay, right?" I pressed my lips together before darting a glance at the servant. "Courtney, do you speak Spanish?" She shook her head. "No, why?" Turning to the Prime, I asked, "Lyra, do you?" A sly smile crossed Lyra's lips and brightened her eyes as she answered me in Spanish. "Sí. Yes, of course, I'm from L.A." I nearly cheered when I realized that I understood her. Nodding, I tried not to think about it. I just focused on my intentions, and the words flew from my lips in the other language. "Are you okay? I've been worried about you. I heard you and Castian started your bond. Is that true?" Snorting, she shook her head. "I'm okay. Stupid bond. If you mean the dragons mating, then yeah, that happened. So when are we leaving?" I frowned. "It's not that easy anymore, Lyra. You two having a bond makes everything more difficult now." "Psh, difficult? I don't care." Her eyes flashed a strange vulnerability, making my insides twist. She did care. "I know you feel Castian now, and you must have seen parts of his life. And you still want to go home?" My lips twisted in concern. Ash had been a stranger when our bond had started, but that didn't matter. I could hardly bear to be apart from him. "Of course I still want to go home. Why wouldn't I still want to go home?" she spat. Was this bravado, or had their bond worked differently than my own? Sucking in a long breath, I raised an eyebrow. "Madison's happy here. That is always an option for you, too." "Fuck him. I'm not a spider." "Wait, what? You're not a spider?" Something wasn't translating in my brain. "Yeah, I'm not a slut. I'm not going to sleep with him for fun. Survival is one thing, but I don't care how much that stupid bond makes me want him. I still hate him." Sighing, I tilted my chin down to pierce her with my eyes. "Listen to me. You need to start playing the long game, because make no mistake, this is a game. Start playing before you're knocked off the board. I've been in your position. Stop fighting them. Make it look like you're adjusting and starting to fit in, and then they'll let their guard down, and we can strike, okay? But if we come back and you're still heavily guarded, then how can we help you get out?" Lyra exhaled through her nose, her septum piercing twitching. "This is bullshit." "I know. But in the meantime, give me your grandmother's information, your information at school, and anything you can think of so that we can get everything straightened out. So when you do come back, you can resume your life." Digging in my backpack, I gave her the pencil and paper. When she was done writing, she pulled something out of her bra, a mobile phone. "It's dead. I can't use it anyway." She pointed to the corner of the paper. "That's the password." I nodded and tucked everything away. Are you guys going to tell me what you're talking about? Courtney drawled in her southern accent. No, Lyra answered with a smirk. I reached out and touched the Prime's hand before looking at the other girl. Yes, Lyra's just joking. She's going to try to be happy, Courtney. But this was a difficult conversation we had to have. Do you understand? I pushed some persuasion into my words, hoping it wouldn't leave a fingerprint, as Ash had explained before. Staying with English, I asked Lyra, "Why are you always in the bathroom anyway?" Cocking her head to the side, she slowly rolled her eyes. "I go in here so that I can lock the door. I'm not sleeping in his bed with him, no matter what." "Why haven't you been given your own room? Do you know? Have you asked nicely?" Lyra just gave me her "you're an idiot" stare before speaking in Spanish again. "I can't do what you say. I can't pretend to be one thing and do another. I just can't." I met her gaze with a sad frown. "Then things are only going to get harder for you." She blew out a loud breath from her nose before standing and staring up at the thin stripe of blue sky above. "I can't make any promises, but I'll try." The door opening and closing to the outer room startled all of us. 2 men spoke in the Abraxas language before Castian's voice called out, "Lyra?" We all stood and moved as one toward the bedroom. I wanted to be anywhere but here with Castian. I searched my friend's face. "Is there anything you need? Anything else you need me to do for you?" I was almost startled when she gripped me into a tight embrace. "Tell my grandmother that I'm okay, and tell her that I love her." We ignored Courtney, the wench, as she translated all this to Castian. "I will. I promise," I replied, before whispering Spanish into her lavender hair. "Remember what I said. Don't let them play you. Play them instead." Letting her go and leaving her was difficult. She just stared at me with her sad green eyes as she clutched her arms across her chest tightly. I heard Courtney ask her what I said, but didn't hear her answer as the door closed. The sky outside had begun to darken into the deep lavender of evening. Servants, or probably slaves, hustled around the rooms, placing fresh clothes into baskets and carrying food on heavy trays.
24. Ash. I knew where Sydney was. I could sense her like I could my dragon. She was with Lyra, and hopefully they weren't up to anything foolish. For better or worse, Sydney was a wild card. There was no calculation to her behavior, just feelings. She was too trusting and too emotional and tended to borrow trouble. Like this whole fucked-up bond situation between Lyra and Castian, not our business. I felt terrible for the Californian girl, but I also knew how that bond worked. They would be happy. Groaning, I knew that wasn't true. There were no guarantees for anyone, not even with the bond. "They're here," Corbin called out to me from his usual position on one of the benches in the atrium. Glowering at our backpacks sitting against the wall, I began to sweat. "Dude, Durand is going to fuck you up." Corbin's words echoed my inner thoughts. I stared daggers at the wall. "Tell me something I don't know." "What were you supposed to do?" "I mean," Corbin offered, giving me a consolatory look. "They're very close," Celine breathed as she appeared at the doorway of her room. She slipped out, taking a seat next to the not-a-real-pool. Unable to leave the room, her wide eyes were focused on the door, and her knees bounced as if unable to keep still. Why did Sydney's uncle have to be the head of the dragon-born militia? I stood and began to pace, nearly shitting myself in fear and trying to act as if I weren't. Meanwhile, Corbin tossed small yellow fruits up into the air and was catching them in his mouth. The commotion of voices brought both Corbin and Celine to their feet. When the heavy door swung open, Evgeny was the first one through, staring daggers at Celine, even as he swept her into his arms.
I couldn't help but watch them as they came together. Their touch sent waves of intense emotion radiating out, dousing us, washing over us, and soaking into our souls. Anger, regret, love, relief, and so many things that I was sure I would never be able to tease apart. 15 years. Bondmates separated. The others stood rooted in place until Sydney squeezed behind them to stand at my side. I pulled her into my arms, stroking her hair. Pressing against me, her fingers crumpled the fabric of my shirt as she watched Evgeny and Celine. We all did. It was tough to look away when they broadcast their feelings so powerfully. After being subjected to the couple's reunion, my soul felt like a beach just moments before a tsunami, empty and desolate, with everything swept away, raw. When Evgeny broke away, he turned in our direction, pulling Sid and me into a hug before kissing both of us on the face.
You crazy children! I've been worried sick like the babushkas over you both.
Everyone standing in this room was a prime. Durand was there, and Trey Bryant, Lacey's uncle, followed by Matt Long, Taylor Angevin, and Eric Warner, Taya's brother. The most shocking visitor, who also wore the black uniform of Balor, was Elise. The older woman strode inside, checking the room out with icy eyes. There had to be a story there. Last but not least, Lev stood in the background, an amused expression across his face. Instead of the Balor black, he wore desert camo. I nodded to the Russian, about to speak, when Durand lunged at me, knocking me to the ground. The guy was tough as nails and strong, but I was quicker. I blocked and ducked a few blows as our flight took us into the pool that caught the rainwater for the house. In a brief moment, as we squared off, half wet from splashing through the water, Durand flew at me again, knocking us both onto the step leading out.
I told you not to touch her!
He bellowed, punctuated his words with blows. I was quick, but not quick enough to avoid a painful punch to the stomach. When I barely ducked, his other fist skimmed my temple just before we were pulled apart. Durand stood before me like the Hulk. His uniform was ripped, and a few buttons were missing.
You little shit!
He growled, baring his teeth at me. Durand, what the hell? It's not what you think. I glanced around the room. Okay, it is what you think, but not in the way you're thinking. Elise stepped in, her presence calming as she guided her son away into the back room where the bathroom was. When a knock sounded, we all turned toward the door, knives and guns at the ready. Come in, Sydney called out. It was Angie, the English-speaking maid. She stared at all the newcomers as she rolled her trolley full of food inside. My lord, this is food specially chosen by Queen Brontia herself to tide you all over until the Irisa festival. She says she's looking forward to meeting her new guests. She began laying out the fare on the low table of the dining room before pouring drinks and handing them out. Her eyes were wide with surprise when she realized that we all spoke English. Smiling at our chatter, she took one last look before closing the door behind her. Although our visitors were now seated and holding cups of what smelled to be some type of alcohol, tension hung heavy in the room.
Sydney,
Durand growled. Colonel Durand, I said just as firmly, we have bigger issues to deal with than our bond, which was going to happen whether any of us wanted it or not. I waited, sucking in deep breaths as I faced him. There are more important matters we need to talk about. He stared at me with a raised eyebrow.
All right, let's hear it.
I pressed my lips together and took a seat at the low dining table, pushing a pillow behind me to lean up against. The Queen wants us to attend that festival for some reason, but she's manipulative and tricky, and if she wants us there, it's probably the last place we should be. Celine nodded in agreement. She can't be trusted. Brantia ruled Abraxas with her bondmate Seppi, and trust me when I say that she is no fairy princess. She's mean and spiteful, especially after the death of her bondmate. Abraxas is the largest empire here on Raitais. That's what this planet is called. Abraxas is not only the largest in population and land, but it's the closest to dragon territory. Evgeny stroked her arms from behind, and she leaned into him, making me look away. I cleared my throat before speaking. They appear to have advanced portal knowledge and have been abducting people. That woman who is here, the servant, Angie, she's a slave, and she's from our world. I clenched my jaw and examined the expressions of those around me as they processed this information. Durand stared down into his cup, and I realized that he knew more than he was letting on. My heart sank. I couldn't call him out or ask right now, but I would the next chance we could speak privately. How much did he know? Elise leaned forward, setting her cup down on her side table. We've known about the abductions, but they were mundanes and fell into the mundane justice system. Many eyes went to Celine to speak up, but she kept quiet, and I wondered about the information she destroyed back in Coppelia. If she wasn't going to speak, I would. The Abraxas know a lot more than we do about portals and bonds. They can predict bonded mates and soul bonds between dragons. This information comes from the Oracle, and it's that person or special tetrad who tells them who to abduct. They've abducted mundane women who are turning out to be primes. Primes? Elise asked, covering her mouth with her manicured fingers. We aren't missing primes.
Wait, then they're not mundane? Durand scoffed.
Elise lifted her chin before gazing around the room. Or they are primes and just don't know they're dragonborn. Maybe there's some kind of dormant gene within the mundane population, Sydney offered. Or who knows, I said. We watched their bonding ceremony. The dragon chooses, but sometimes the dragon doesn't choose. Why is that? Celine, do you know? I asked, giving her a pointed stare and wondering why she was so damn quiet when there were questions to be answered. She frowned and offered, the better the oracle, the better the hatching or bonding ceremony.
Well, whatever the reason, we know that they have many more female primes than we do, Durand finished. The question is how to replicate that in our world.
Corbin snorted. How do we know that what they're doing isn't affecting our low female prime rates?
We don't know, Durand answered. Do we, Celine?
She lifted a shoulder noncommittally.
Tell us about the Oracle,
Durand asked his sister, earning nods from around the room. Her gaze met his, and she huffed out a breath. She'd been too cagey, triggering some warning inside me, so when she started to speak, I was surprised. There's not much to know. The Oracle is a title given to different dragonborn who have a knack with bonds. The monastery is on the edge of Abraxas territory, near Coppelia land. Celine dropped her gaze to her cup. Does Abraxas have power over this oracle? Elise asked. Celine shook her head. Sometimes. How did you end up at the oracle's monastery? Elise asked. When the Abraxas took over Coppelia, where I was living, I was seen as an oddity, what they call star-touched. Star-touched is a prime whose mate has died, but they're left with all their tetrad abilities. I guess it must happen, but I've never seen it. So, when I was captured, I was taken there. I didn't try to correct them because I wanted to see this place for myself. Her words didn't sit well with me. I didn't think she was outright lying, but I felt her holding back important details. Corbin squinted. You speak their language? Celine nodded. Yes, almost everyone here speaks the language of Abraxas, although there are some outliers that don't, but they're rare. Abraxas has a long reach, and most other people know it to trade and work with this kingdom. I stood alone in the dark room. Cooking and smoke smells filled the air, along with the sounds of laughing and crowds from the festival. Durand slipped out from one of the bedrooms before turning to me. Searching his face to make sure he wasn't going to murder me, I poured us each a glass of the honey wine that we'd been given. Can we talk? Taking the cup from me, he nodded and motioned to the chair beside him. If you want to talk about your bond with Sydney, you don't need to. I've been thoroughly chastised by both my mother and my sister. I cleared my throat. Actually, that's not it. I wanted to tell you about why we ended up here. Oh, the rogues? We caught most of them except the Prime, thanks to Taya. I tilted my head from side to side. Was she okay? The Colonel nodded. Yes, she's fine. She's also the reason we were able to catch them so quickly. But not all of them. No, not the Prime. He slipped through our fingers, he told me in a low voice. I nodded. I'm actually surprised you caught any of them at all, having no guards posted at the school. But that's not actually what I'm most concerned about. Yeah? Then what is it? They claimed that Arthur made a deal with them. If they killed me, they could have Sydney and keep her until she had their baby. I told him in a near growl, trying to keep my emotions under control. Durand's eyes went wide as he processed my words. And you think he was telling the truth? As far as I could tell. But we were outnumbered and way outgunned, which is why Sydney made the gateway and took us through. And, unfortunately, they saw the portal. I ran my fingers through my hair to smooth it away from my face as I spoke. That's what I was afraid of. That Arthur made them a deal, or the gateway? Durand groaned. First of all, I don't think my father would make that deal. Really? I asked, raising my eyebrows. The Drake Prime crossed his arms over his chest and leaned back into the cushions. Yes, really. But if rogue Dragonborn begin using portals, that's not a good thing. It opens up the dragons to all kinds of threats. It makes our dragons' safe place no longer safe. I'm much more concerned about the Abraxas using portals to stir up trouble than our own rogues, I told him, mimicking his posture. They're already doing that, whereas it takes a lot to be able to make a portal. Hey! Corbin entered the room with a loud bang as he shut the door behind himself. Why don't we go check out this festival, huh? I stared at him with raised eyebrows. Okay, Durand? Durand smiled. I'm going, but after the guys get back from the bathhouse. Taylor's here. Take him and Corbin. They'll be good backup, no drinking. As of now, you're both on duty. Yes, sir, I replied automatically. About half an hour later, along with Corbin and Taylor Angevin, we found ourselves near the square. All we had to do to get there was follow the sound of music, fireworks, and people. Taylor was a Drake Prime a few years younger than Corbin and me. I knew him from parties with the Bryony locals. As we neared, the scent of grilling meat and freshly baked bread made my stomach rumble. That smells good, Taylor said, looking for the source as we entered through one of the side streets into the square. A colossal bonfire burned in the center,
lighting up the night sky. The rest of the area was lit by scattered glows that hung in baskets. Many were well on their way to oblivion due to the alcoholic drink being served up. The ordinary people laid out on blankets on the sand, while the royals and lesser royals relaxed on chairs or padded benches. "How do we pay for food here?" I laughed at the young Drake Prime. "I'm not sure, but the meat is probably a kind of goat-like grazer. They're all over this area." Taylor stopped and stared up at the planet that hung in the sky, glowing brightly. "I still can't believe what I'm seeing." "Yeah, that's Erisa," I told him. "It is really close. Too close. Isn't their gravity too much? Why aren't they falling into each other?" I smiled. "I don't know. Apparently their orbits cross each other every so many years. It's supposed to bring good luck." Next to me, Corbin's whole body tensed, the way he did in battle. Both Taylor and I froze, our eyes darting around in search of the threat. "What do you see?" I asked in a low voice. Shaking himself and blinking, he turned toward me. "Nothing. It's nothing." I pursed my lips, trying to see what he'd been looking at. Had he been looking at the Queen and other royals sitting nearby chatting and eating? Shit. Who was his mate? Taylor loudly chewed meat on a stick. "Who are they?" he asked, nodding toward the large group of primes. I held in a groan. "That's the Queen and the royals." "Wow. Who's the dark-haired girl Corbin's looking at?" Taylor asked, elbowing his way between us. "Who?" I asked. "The prime, in red." "Taylor, they're all in red. There are like 5 women with dark hair. Be more specific," I told him. "Besides, most don't speak English here." Although Taylor didn't have to be more precise because one of them stood out. The princess, Alaya, stared back in our direction, directly at Corbin, and he stared right back. Fuck. This was just what I didn't want to happen. Stepping in front of the guys to block their view, I smiled widely and yawned. "Oh, I'm exhausted. I think we should head back." "We just got here." Taylor's gaze roamed the area, settling on a crowd of younger people who danced drunkenly near the musicians. When he began to take a step toward them, I grabbed the fabric of his shirt, pulling him back. "Whoa there, Disco Dan. We need to keep together." Turning to check on our other companion, I found him already halfway toward the partying royals. "Fuck," I muttered, grabbing Taylor and dragging him along. I called out, "Corbin, where are you going?" "Huh? I'm going to talk to that girl," he breathed out as he pushed his way through the crowd toward the primes. There was no railing and no need for separation because the mundanes were clearly afraid and in awe of the local dragonborn. The primes sat in the middle, most of them wearing their red dragon-scaled armor, and around them were the wyvern soldiers dressed in much the same. The crowds nor strange looks were a deterrent for my friend, and Taylor followed him like a lost puppy. I hesitated outside the lounging and frolicking Abraxas warriors. Should I follow them and attempt to keep them out of trouble, or leave them to their own devices? Letting out a growl, I decided to follow. One of the wyvern guards stared us down until he realized that we were primes, just like the rest of the royals who mingled, drank, and ate in their own unofficial VIP section. Thankfully, Corbin had been waylaid by the redhead. She wrapped her fingers around his arm possessively before pulling him down onto a cushioned lounge. A servant pressed mugs into our hands as we sat. I sniffed mine before setting the sweet alcoholic drink aside. I didn't trust the Abraxas, and I, sure enough, wasn't going to drink around them. Taylor was guzzling down before holding it out for a refill. "Come on, Carrick, you never have any fun. Why don't you lighten up?" I heaved a heavy sigh. If I lighten up, who's going to watch over the two of you?" Corbin laughed. "Carrick, if you push that stick farther up your ass, how are you going to pull it out to beat us?" The two guys laughed heartily at that, while I sighed wearily. The redhead could speak English, although not well, and didn't understand the joke. She smiled up at Corbin, hoping to gain his attention. When she failed to attract him, she huffed and stormed away. I called it. I knew that had been a mistake. Ugh. Leaning back like many of the other Abraxas people, I gazed up at Erisa. The planet was falling into shadow, and as it did, tiny sparks of light began to flare up over the landmass. "Corbin, Taylor," I called out, pointing upward. They'd been chatting, but they stopped to gaze up into the sky. "So close, yet so far away," droned a quiet feminine voice in English. Flicking my eyes to the girl, I realized that this was the first time we'd heard the princess speak. "You speak English?" Corbin asked, stunned. She smiled, meeting his gaze before turning her face up toward the planet again. "Yes, Maddie taught me. We like to talk without others understanding what we say." "That's dumb," Taylor spat just before Corbin punched his shoulder. "It's not dumb," the Eaton said. "I think it's cool. I'm Corbin, by the way." "I know who you are. Everyone knows who you are," she said with a breathy laugh. "I'm Alaya." She looked very young. I flicked a warning glance at Corbin, but he was too absorbed in the girl to hear me. He'd even taken her hand in his and was stroking her palm. I felt the sticky feeling Celine had mentioned, and a lump formed in my throat. Corbin and Alaya were bondmates. I could feel it. This was a nightmare. He was a programmer, and she lived in a place with no electricity, let alone computers. Besides, if the Queen had any kind of inkling, she might try to keep him here. Sending a quick pulse through the Eaton, I forced him to look up at me, although angrily. "Can we chat?" I asked. "I'm busy. We can chat later," he replied, turning back to Alaya. "It's important." This time he didn't even look in my direction. "I don't care. It can wait." "Corbin," I growled. "Ash," he growled right back. The girl looked nervously between us, and when she caught my gaze, I said, "I'm sorry, Alaya, but we need to go." Her pink lips formed an O before she gazed back at my friend. Did he know? Did she know? It wasn't that I didn't want to tell him. It was that I just didn't want to say it to him here, in public. Besides, who else knew? That's when I saw the girl Madison smiling like the cat who ate the canary. She knew? Of course she knew. She was part of a prime bond herself. Fuck! This was bad news all around. Balor Dragonborn should know about bondmates. We should have been able to recognize it ourselves. Now we were here getting played with by these people. The more I stared up at the other planet, the more irritated I became. If Queen Brontia could get both her children into a tetrad, a prime bond, then she could continue to control her empire or kingdom or whatever. It didn't matter who those other people were, as long as she had the power. And Corbin? He was brilliant in 3 ways: fighting, coding, and women. When it came to anything else, he was easily manipulated. I'd seen people use him, his parents, his sister, and even I'd done it on occasion. But this was a whole other level. Standing, I was yelled at for blocking someone's view, but continued anyway until I stood behind the cart that carried a large barrel of the sickly sweet drink. I watched the Eaton as he gave the Abraxan Prime an apologetic grimace. "I'll be back," he told her. Taylor followed, but sensed our tension. I kept an eye on him as he stumbled around to the other side of the cart to relieve himself. "I'm sorry, Corbin, but we need to go. I think this is a trap." "A trap? It's not a trap. I think she's my mate." "Maybe, but maybe not. You thought the redhead was your mate. Are you just going to work your way through every prime girl here until you find the right one?" I knew my words were harsh, but he needed to hear them. "If you mess around with that girl, I don't even think I could save you from Brontia." "I know what I said, but I'm almost sure." I sucked in a breath. "Okay, so say she is. You do realize that the Queen will just use you like a pawn. This, right here, right now, you being drunk, is a bad situation. We need to leave. This has two outcomes, and neither is good." His face went blank. I can't. "Even if she is your bondmate, she's a princess, but chances are that she isn't, and they're trying to trap you." God, I hoped it was the latter, because this girl was the last person Corbin needed as a bondmate. He was looking away, his throat working in anxiety. "I'm sorry," I told him softly. Shaking his head, Corbin met my gaze. "No, you're not. You suffered, and now you want everyone else to as well." "That's not true, and you know it. I'm trying to watch your back." "Bullshit." He swung at me drunkenly. "Corbin, you're sloshed. Listen to me. Celine said she felt that you had a bondmate nearby, but—" "Wait! You knew before?" He swung at me drunkenly. "Fuck you, Ash! Fuck you!" I let out a breath as I watched him storm off into the dark night. "You're missing the last of it. The lights are starting to fade," Taylor called out. "Where's Bryant?" I shook my head. He stormed off. "We should go. We need to find him and keep him out of trouble."
25. Sydney. The brisk morning air stung my face as our group walked out through the Abraxas gates. Evgeny had been unusually quiet, and it seemed as if the others had taken a cue from him to be cautious. Last night he hadn't slept in the same room as Celine, but opted for the floor in the open area with the rest of the men. I hadn't had a chance to talk to him, but I needed to. Something felt wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on it. On top of this uneasy feeling, Ash and Corbin weren't talking. I could worry all day about them, but I already had more than enough to think about. I was anxious about the council and my grandfather. Which offense was worse, completing the bond or creating illegal portals? Would they try to give Ash or me the Stygian ritual like my mother, or was there another punishment I didn't know of? Not to mention the whispered argument between Elise and Durand I accidentally walked in on. Then there was my mother. Meeting Celine didn't feel the way I assumed it would. I thought that I'd recognize her in some instinctive way, but she might as well have been a stranger. I stood in the gaping mouth of the gate we'd entered through as the dry wind battered my exposed skin. Looking out across the green fields and into the barren land beyond, I tensed. Troubled emotions swirled through me. Instead of finding more answers, we'd only uncovered more questions. Out of the frying pan and into the fire, George would always say. That's what this was. We were out of one dire situation and into another. "Are you ready to go home?" Ash squeezed my shoulder, and I turned to look up at him. The dragons lined up along the broad road, preparing to take off. "Yeah," I said, blinking in the early morning breeze. He gazed at me with that crooked smile, and I couldn't help but grin back. Mounting Aerith, I looked out at the rising orange sun, and unease trickled through me. Things were changing. I could feel it. "Are you afraid of going home?" I asked Ash. He was a solid rock for me to hold on to.
Sydney, fear of the unknown is normal. It's what you do with it that matters.
He turned to meet my eye as his giant harrow dragon leaped up into the sky. Ash was right. Life was scary. There were no guarantees, and in the next moment, I'd learned that pretty quickly from the woman who was supposed to be my mother. Once our group lost sight of the archers on top of the Abraxas wall, Celine called to me. "Sydney, can you help me with something?" Celine slowed, and I followed her dragon as she fluttered to the ground. Ash flicked a gaze my way and turned Eondian to circle above to wait for me. My mother dismounted and bent over with a gasp. I rushed to help, but was taken by surprise when she flung an arm around my body, holding me frozen with a knife and her prime powers. The blade dug into my neck, but didn't break the skin. Eondian snorted full-on flames into the sky, landing in a crazy maneuver I'd never seen him do before. The rest of the group followed, but it was my father who landed first.
"Celine? What is this?" yelled Evgeny as he flew from his beast.
"She's coming back with me to Capellia," my mother ground out, her voice shrill, hurting my ear. "Why do you think I had my people follow you through dragon territory and keep an eye on her? To keep her safe." Ash met my eyes. That explained the tracks around our tent and why we couldn't hear the wyvern who followed us. They'd been ordered to follow and watch. The thought creeped me out.
"That's not going to happen," Ash ground out. "Let her go."
Elise landed and ran into the middle of our group. Celine flinched, making the blade cut shallowly into my neck. It sent a stream of blood down into my shirt. I cried out, but my mother held me still. Squeezing my eyes closed, I sucked in a calming breath. "Celine, if there was ever a time that you loved me, please don't do this." She spun me around, and her fingers flew to my neck. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you." Her eyes searched my face as her tongue darted out across her lips. She was healing me, but it couldn't make up for what she'd done. Speaking in a breathy voice, she added, "You and your bondmate can come with me to Capellia. It's my kingdom. Mine. I'm going back to claim it. With your help, we can take it back."
"What do you mean?"
came Evgeny's voice harshly. Her eyes met her mate's, and her voice was full of pride. "Abraxas has been paying for my services as an oracle. I'm the one who makes the portals. I'm the oracle. But I'm also the queen of Capellia. I made Abraxas what it is, and when they wanted more, they attacked us. They've been able to muster up random portals into the other world, but I am the portal master. Me. And I want to go home. Home to Capellia."
"You are going home to California," Evgeny said, his voice tired.
Celine released her grip around my middle, and I stumbled away from her. Ash closed the space between us, pulling me into the circle of his arms. Shaking her head, my mother laughed bitterly. "No, I'm not going back there, ever. But any of you are welcome to come with me. Sydney, come with me. Look, I'm giving you a choice." I shook my head. This made Celine scoff before pinning me with her blue-green stare. "I wanted to explain everything, but you never gave me a chance. Don't you want answers? I have so much to tell you, and so much to share with you. Capellia is your true home." My mother stared at me, willing me to choose her. "I can't, Celine. I need to go home." "Home?" she asked. "To hypocrites and sadists like my father? He's the worst type of man, and you put your life in his hands?" "No, you put my life in his hands." She frowned. "No, Sydney. I put you in George's hands. I was getting ready to come for all of you, but Arthur got there first." She gazed around at the angry Bryony primes. Evgeny took a step forward, but she held him off with an arm movement. A circle shimmered on the ground between them. It was a doorway, a portal. "I know all of you hate me, but unlike Bryony and Abraxas, I'll help you. Go home if you want." Turning to my bio-dad, she breathed, "Evgeny, will you stay with me? There's nothing left for me there. You have to know that." My dad cocked his blonde head to the side, a sardonic grin lifting the corner of his lips. "Home, Celine? You could have come home at any time, but instead you chose to leave me. You chose to stay here with your lover and abduct innocent girls from your own world." His blue eyes were hard as he stared up into the sky in disbelief. "I did what I had to survive," she spat, her voice cracking with emotion. "Bryony's not my home. It's a place where they beat me and kept me in a cell. That place is my personal hell, and you know what my father did to me. Yet this is how I'm treated, by my own people, my own bondmate." She shook her head and sucked in an unsteady breath. "I built a city for us. We could be together, finally. But nothing I do is ever good enough for you, is it? You always claimed that I was broken, but then you turn on me when I need you."
"Celine, it's not like that, and you know it,"
Evgeny told her softly. She gave him a cold stare. "Fine, do what you want." Then turning to Corbin, she smiled at the Eton. You met your bondmate there in Abraxas, right? Come with me, and I'll help you find her." The Eton considered her for a moment before shaking his head.
"Corbin, you aren't really thinking about it, are you?"
Ash asked quietly.
"No, that's ridiculous,"
he spat, before walking away from our little group, hands on his hips as he muttered to himself. But he was torn. I knew he was torn. But as carefree and wild as Corbin was, he wouldn't go against orders. "And you, Durand, brother. Your bondmate was there. You felt her too, didn't you? This was why Brontia wanted you at the festival. Yes, she knew too." Celine was getting to each of us, and Durand's distress was visible in the way his eyes narrowed and his jaw ticked. For a moment, I thought that our group was about to splinter. Instead, Evgeny shook his head and advanced on my mother.
"No, Celine. No more of your tricks. No one's staying, and no one's running except you. If you stay, you'll be starting a war with the Abraxas that I'll have to finish. You only want me because they killed your lover."
Her mouth dropped open in disbelief at what he said.
"No, Evgeny. It's always been you."
Evgeny scoffed, looking away as he tugged on the edge of his riding glove. They glared daggers at each other for several moments, until Celine motioned to the large circle she'd summoned on the ground. Pine trees shone through it, as well as a white contrail through a blue sky.
"Fine. Don't believe me. Go then. I made you a portal. But I'm not leaving."
"Sydney, stay with me?" she asked again.
"No, and you're not staying either," Elise said. "Come, Céline. Come home. Please."
"I'd rather die."
She pointed to the rippled ground that shimmered in a perfect circle.
"I made the portal home for you. Go. Leave me. Again, Evgeny. Like you always do."
Durand stared into the portal.
"How do we know it's safe?"
"Do you think I'd hurt any of you? I'm not like my father," she hissed. He gave her an ironic smile, and I touched the crusted blood of the healed cut on my neck. Celine shook her head before throwing her arms up.
"It's safe. It goes to Bryony, to the far side of the Bryony Valley."
It looked as if someone had placed a mirror on the ground, except this one reflected the forest back home. Corbin shared a look with Durand before jumping through. The Eton tumbled to the ground on the other side. Shortly after, Corbin's dragon, Korith, snapped out of existence from his position nearby, and we could hear his call from the other side of the portal. We surrounded the gateway on the ground, and the Eton Prime stared up at us.
"She was telling the truth. Come on."
He smiled, but it was only a shadow of his former self. Corbin was leaving his bondmate behind, and yet it remained unspoken. Elise neared her daughter, placing a hand on her cheek.
"You've been wronged, my precious child. I should have stood up for you. I should have taken better care of you. I'm so sorry."
Celine thrust her frail mother away before snorting an angry laugh.
"It's too late for your empty words now. Take my gift and stay away from me." She motioned to the portal. "It's the last thing I'll do for you."
Elise swallowed, her eyes sad.
I will always love you, Celine. I just want you to be happy.
My mother scoffed before pushing Elise through the portal. Elise stumbled, and Eric caught her, but not before both fell through, landing on the other side. Wow, my mom's a total bitch, I told Ash. He didn't disagree. Instead, he took my hand and pulled me toward the shimmering gateway. Give yourself some momentum so you go all the way through. Gravity will reverse when you hit the surface, Celine warned me. I wanted to believe that regret lingered in her eyes, but I wasn't sure. My downward acceleration took me through the shimmering surface, and Eric grabbed both me and Ash, righting us. The rest followed, but Evgeny lingered. His eyes were on his bondmate, sad but determined. They were tearing each other apart. Or maybe they were both broken years ago. When Evgeny dove through, the portal immediately closed behind him. He sat staring at the ground, his jaw clenching. All of his power, all of his dragonborn abilities, were tied up in Celine, his bondmate. A bondmate who apparently wasn't faithful and chose to live apart. This was a terrifying realization. The bond could be something extraordinary, but it could also be terrifyingly devastating. What happens now? I asked Ash as we stood in the shade of the cool pines in the Colorado mountains. He sighed. I think the Orthodox and Nilibera have a new enemy to take on together. My mother or the Abraxas? Both, maybe. Your mother is powerful, but the Abraxas lost their king to capture her, and we've just let her loose. I stared up into his eyes. This changes everything, doesn't it? Ash gave me a grim expression. Yes, it does.
This concludes Frying Night by T.L. Christianson. Narrated by Patricia Santamasso and Kirby Hayborn. Copyright 2021 by T.L. Christianson. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with T.L. Christianson and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.